Lee Han, the guy with 2 lifetimes, once battled with deadlines, stuck in overtime, and finished grad school with a grind harder than a beast. Just as he vowed to live a life of freedom, before he could even enjoy it, a truck sent him packing, crashing him straight into a new world, upgraded into a young master of the Wodanaz family, the top magic clan in the empire. Thought his life had turned a page, but the family rules stated clearly, the youngest son must fend for himself. To survive, choose your own path. And with a heart once tortured by deadlines, Lee Han chose to be a mage. For stability at Einregard Academy, he immediately realized he wasn't some badass main character, but a commoner enrolling in a horror movie. The headmaster's magic was like a final boss, mana like a storm, while luggage and attendance and all pride were completely blown away. Amidst the blinding light and the roar of entry, Lee Han could only think, couldn't escape class in the last life. And here I am back in school in this one. Is my life this miserable because I'm too smart? In the crowded hallway, faint sounds of playful joking echoed, along with the noisy laughter. Ironhead? He called me Ironhead? Someone said I'm the heir to a count? Suddenly a clear voice rang out. Lee Han of the... What, and his family, right? Lee Han. Hearing someone call his name, he flinched slightly, turning his head toward the source of the sound, wondering, a cute girl with orange hair? Eyes as clear as the surface of an autumn lake. She smiled softly at him. I am Yoner Macon. Like the Wodanaz family. The Macon family is also a lineage of mages. He looked at her and replied, Pleasure to meet you, Yoner. What's up? She pointed forward to remind him, His Highness wants to see you. Hearing that, Lee Han was very surprised, wondering, the prince? Then followed Yoner's hand. Over there stood a young man with golden hair, waving at him with a friendly smile. Truly, this was the ideal place to learn and build connections. Prince Gainando was still grinning ear to ear, smiling at Lee Han with total friendliness. Some couldn't help but think to themselves, it's only the first day and they're already this eager to buddy up. Lee Han looked at the prince while reflecting. Calling him Highness felt a bit extra. When the king has over 100 children, even within the royal family, people only care about the eldest. And the king completely ignores his other children. So they have it even tougher, especially having to stay in a place full of children from great families like this. Despite their royal blood, they're seen as lower than even the Macon family that Yoner belongs to. Why is she being so friendly? Lee Han was talking to himself. Then she broke his train of thought, asking if he wasn't coming along. In the distance, other students were whispering and giggling, mocking each other. Why is she helping some nobody prince? A total no-name. But Lee Han didn't show his hand, thinking to himself, better to have a friend than an enemy anyway. He stepped forward to shake Gainando's hand, saying, Of course. What's wrong with making friends? Hearing this, Yoner beamed and replied, Really? Thank you, I'm so glad you agreed. You're actually the very first one. Lee Han was speechless, his face darkening. He watched Yoner and Gainando chatting happily while his mind was a mess. To be specific, Gainando was the 97th prince. Rumor had it he might be the 101st, but he insisted on being 97th. Everyone thought, clearly he just didn't want to be after 100 by. Also, this guy? Lee Han was lost in thought when the voice of Gainando cut him off. Are you even listening? Startled, Lee Han replied, Oh, sorry, what did you say? Gainando suddenly snapped back. That bastard over there rejected my offer. How dare he? He's so salty. This pettiness is truly that of a childish brat. Lee Han immediately explained. Maybe he just doesn't know about your blue-blooded background. Gainando asked blankly, What even is blue-blooded? Leaving Lee Han speechless, thinking, not only is he childish, but he's also a total airhead. Nonetheless, he patiently explained to his new friend. Blue-blooded refers to the very few people of the prestigious upper class, the elite. Hearing that, the foolish prince immediately looked satisfied. He beat his chest and said, then that word describes me perfectly. But he quickly jumped back to the previous topic, saying, anyway, they rejected my offer, and went to talk to Adinas instead. It turned out a crowd of noble students were surrounding another classmate, chattering away enthusiastically. She was Princess Adinas, the 44th princess, or somewhere around that rank. Watching this, Lee Han thought to himself, she has a noble aura, just as expected from the royal family. Of course people would flock to her. She's not like some other guy. Gainando was still talking eagerly. You know, you should handle her later. You're tall and look pretty fit too. Lee Han calmly rejected the idea. Gainando, people of elite status. Don't bully others, you know. Gainando quickly denied it. I didn't say bully, I meant check. Lee Han cut him off immediately. They don't do that either. Just think about it, he said, shutting him up. Still, he felt a bit sulky, asking Lee Han, then what should I do now? He immediately got an answer from Lee Han. Generously forgive them, but if you don't want to, you should challenge them directly. Gainando turned pale and asked in a panic, What? He started sweating. trying to act cool but still stuttering. We don't need to make a big scene. Since I am a blue-blooded prince, I will forgive them. Lee Han patted his head, praising him with good boy, which caught Yoner's attention. At that sight, she walked over and said, "Wow, you're amazing. You can actually control his stubbornness. Even I, as his relative, am at a loss." Lee Han humbly denied it. Calling me amazing is a bit much. He asked her curiously, "I get that you're relatives, but why do you go through the trouble of looking after him?" She replied, "Because..." Before Yoner could finish her sentence, a mysterious and dim blue light appeared in midair. Those blue streaks of light transformed into a giant skull, looking extremely menacing. It spoke in a booming voice. "Having a nice chat, are we, you ironheads?" A student quickly recognized it, shouting, "It's the skull we saw at the gate!" So this was actually Headmaster Gonadun. He opened his mouth wide, and a giant shimmering orb appeared. Lee Han thought, an entity that is the end state of a mage, willing to pay the price for immortality. Can't believe the headmaster is a lich. The headmaster spoke again. "I have a question for all of you." "Why do I call you ironheads?" Princess Adonis raised her hand slightly and answered, "Because the symbol of this class is steel." The headmaster replied, "Excellent. 10 points to your house." Hearing this, she happily asked, "Is there a point system for the houses, sir?" Gonadun's answer was, "Of course not. If you want to be a mage, you should first learn to distinguish fact from fiction," leaving her speechless and deep in thought. He continued, "Correct, the symbol for this class is steel. Steel is a material that changes depending on how it's forged, a precious thing with many uses. A perfect material. Just like new students like you." A student gasped with interest. Who would have thought? The headmaster's next words left everyone stunned. They had been clowned again. Then the skull let out bursts of delighted laughter. He poured out a cold, heartless statement. "The reason your symbol is steel is because your heads are completely hollow." Everyone was shocked upon hearing that. They turned pale, standing there blankly without a word. Lee Han thought, no matter how much he roasts us, everyone's just speechless. That's because anyway, moving in a place so dense with mana is insanely difficult. But now I find it a bit easier. Maybe it's because I've gotten used to it here? He wondered if it was thanks to the headmaster. Suddenly, the headmaster's voice softened. "It seems I've been too harsh on you all, who have traveled such a long way to get here." Meanwhile, Lee Han quietly turned to go somewhere else. As the headmaster finished his sentence, he took notice of Lee Han and wondered, "That boy can move in a density like this? Just then, a beam of golden light shone directly down in front of everyone. Headmaster Gonadun spoke up again. Everyone look at the door on the left." The door creaked open and light flooded the entire space. A pristine and lavish dining hall appeared, filled with an abundant variety of mouth-watering food. He continued, "Go ahead, enjoy the feast, and shake off the fatigue from your recent journey." This made everyone charge forward happily, shouting in excitement, "That's what I'm talking about! I'm starving to death here!" While Lee Han was still skeptical, others were marveling and asking each other, "This isn't a prank this time, right?" Slices of white bread thick with butter and cheese, delicious chicken marinated in butter oil, herbs and flour, cooked with wine to create a top-tier chicken dish, pastries glazed in bok omeao sauce, and even fresh fish grilled over charcoal European style. Gainando said gleefully, "Everyone dig in!" as he held his knife and fork ready. However, the moment the silverware touched the plate, everything changed instantly. He asked in a daze, "The food, it's gone?" At that moment, the headmaster's voice rang out again. "You idiots, you've been clowned again! When are you guys going to wise up?" Lee Han stood quietly in the back, thinking, "I've heard that. Becoming a lich requires certain trade-offs. I'm certain this skeleton headmaster is missing quite a few things up there." His eyes were filled with secret thoughts. Gonadun continued, "This academy is where mages are born, and the greatest motivation behind a mage growing stronger." The headmaster opened his scary mouth wide and said, "Is desire." Along with those words, countless pieces of clothing and food fell scattered onto the floor. Everyone looked around blankly, asking each other, "What is this?" He then said, "This is your uniform and food." But the clothes Yoner held in her hands looked incredibly drab, and Gainando only had a single rice ball with a piece of dry, stale bread. Gainando said irritably, "This is trash. You've gone too far." Before he could even finish, Gonadun interrupted him. "Exactly. That's exactly the reaction I wanted to see. The food is mid, isn't it? Learn magic and find good food for yourself." "Aren't the clothes and wands just pathetic?" Gonadun continued. "Learn magic and go find better things yourself." At the same time, from Gonadun's eyes and mouth, creepy beams of light burst out. He added, "This is the law of this academy." A student whispered to his friend, "What if we just go out and buy more stuff?" Gonadun heard that and immediately replied, "Spot on! Very good question. First years are not allowed to leave this place. Seeking help from upperclassmen is also forbidden. That's all, dismissed." He concluded, "Good luck, students. Go forth and turn yourselves into the greatest mages." Hearing those words, Li Han sighed internally. Does every world have teachers like this? Gosh, I've seen so many of them, I'm sick of it. But then he thought, that professor just now, his gaze is no different from my professors in my past life. Exactly, that same look of pure madness. While he was lost in thought, Gainando hurriedly asked, "Hey, Li Han, you're planning on going there too, right?" "How dare he treat us like this?" Li Han immediately cut him off and replied, "Wait a sec. If that skull is actually nicer than my old professor, then what?" Gainando held out the bread and the clothes to him, responding, "With food and outfits this crappy, how the hell are we supposed to survive?" Li Han said. They provided not just food, but clothes as well. Man, this place is definitely more high-end. Leaving Gainando speechless, he blurted out, "Li Han, while you were still busy overthinking, the Wardenaz family isn't all that famous among the nobility. Very few people even know of them, because this clan has always used magic research as a screen to isolate themselves from the bustling world outside. Therefore, there's not much to say about them, other than total misconceptions." Hearing that, Gainando's face darkened as he thought, even my servants don't have to dress like this. Just what kind of life have you been living anyway? He patted Li Han on the shoulder and invited him. "Swing by my place when you get a chance," Li Han asked back in surprise. "Huh? Sure, thanks for the invite." Li Han added, "Now will you come back with me?" Gainando, it turns out Einrogard accepts anyone who wishes to study. Background doesn't matter, as long as you've got talent. However, to avoid unnecessary drama among these edgy teenagers, this afternoon, the dormitory was divided into 4 areas, corresponding to the students' origins. First is the Tower of the Brave Azure Dragon. Only the noble descendants of the Azure Dragon may enter. Li Han thought to himself. Exactly. Only those with dragon blood running through their veins. Second is the Tower of the Eternal Phoenix. Only those who have dedicated everything to the sacred flame may enter. It is a sacred and pure place, reserved strictly for priests and disciples. Third is the Tower of the White Tiger's Thunder. Only those whose fury sweeps everything away may enter. This is the tower where the Night Orders have resided for generations. They are ready to walk both paths, knight and mage. Fourth is the Tower of the Black Tortoise's Oracle. Only those with infinite patience may enter. This place holds a wide variety of people. Commoners, attendants, performers, beggars, merchants, and even low-ranking nobles. Compared to the other houses, members here are often discriminated against due to their humble origins. This is most obvious among the new students. But hey, there's an exception to every rule. In Li Han's eyes, these students are actually the friends with the most potential, while the friends he was staring at were completely clueless. What the heck? What's with that look? He doesn't seem to look down on us, but Li Han was still immersed in his own thoughts. He calculated that he had to make friends. No business, no wealth, and the core of business is hands-on experience. I need to go build up some more. A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his train of thought. No matter what, I just don't get how they could accept lowlifes like this in here. Everyone turned at once to look. It turned out to be a beautiful girl walking in, along with 2 young men. The one who had just spoken was one of those 2 men. He continued, "What are you staring at? Am I wrong?" Seeing this, Li Han quickly stepped forward and thought, this guy dares to insult my future business partners? Then he replied straightforwardly, "The only lowlife here is you. When we entered this place, didn't we leave everything behind already? An arrogant person like you, how could you forget something so basic?" Seeing that, everyone around immediately voiced their agreement. He's right. He's from the Wardenaz family, isn't he? He truly lives up to his great family's name. This left the other 3 feeling extremely awkward, frowning and questioning each other. What's with this reaction? Li Han saw this and thought confidently, great. The atmosphere around here is getting better. Now I just need to go over and introduce myself. Before he could finish envisioning his bright future, he heard someone exclaim, "Wardenaz? Don't be stupid, don't even look at him. His family is dangerous. I heard the head of his family is actually a dragon." Then someone else disagreed. "No way. I heard they're descendants of ancient spirits." Li Han was completely stunned hearing that. He had no idea where this was coming from. In a panic, he asked, "Why are you reacting like that all of a sudden?" Yoner, standing behind him, sighed. "Oh, Li Han, who told you to be so famous?" he asked blankly. "Yoner, do I really look that scary?" She replied, "No, not at all." She nonchalantly continued, "You look like a legit noble to me." Until that very moment, Li Han still had no clue just how famous his family actually was. Just then, Gainando waved at them from afar. Li-han! Yoner! Why are you two leaving your prince out to dry? Get back here, quick! Yoner quickly replied, oh, sorry about that, which left Li-han quite surprised. He turned to Yoner and asked softly, by the way, Yoner, can you tell me everything you were going to say earlier? She let out an ah and replied, the reason why I spoil him so much? And Yoner softly added, it's because of his mother. Li-han asked in surprise, Gainando's mother? What do you mean? Yoner suddenly remembered her childhood. It was at a magnificent castle during a lavish banquet. A worried voice called out, Yoner, don't run around during the banquet. The mischievous little Yoner was running around with a glass of water, turning back to stick her tongue out. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The little girl tripped, spilling the colorful drink all over a woman's dress. The little girl looked up in absolute panic, thinking, oh my God, that's the queen's outfit. The Macon family is finished. Child or not, I'm toasted. Surprisingly, the woman just gently lifted Yoner up and comforted her softly. Don't worry. That woman was none other than Gainando's mother. She gently soothed Yoner and continued, everyone makes mistakes, young lady. Yoner, are you okay? Her eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Once Yoner finished her story, she smiled and asked, did you think a story like that would actually happen? Then she answered herself, no, it's just because she's filthy rich. Li-han was immediately taken aback by this, thinking, unbelievable. As long as I'm friendly with Gainando, she might set me up with a massive allowance. If that's the case, I guess I've got to be his best friend. They unconsciously arrived in front of a majestic, magnificent tower. Gainando exclaimed, it's huge, Li-han agreed. Indeed. They call it an academy, but inside there's a lake, forests, and even mountains. He thought again. So why do we have to fend for ourselves, Professor? Meanwhile, a crowd was gathering up ahead. Faint whispers could be heard. I'm sure. This path leads to the Azure Dragon Tower. Someone asked in surprise. Huh? Li-han stepped up and asked Yoner, what's going on? Hearing him call, she turned back to answer. I'm not sure. Isn't our common house also in that direction? Li-han asked. Then why is everyone... Seeing the sight before his eyes, his heart skipped a beat, his pupils dilated. He was shocked. What the hell? Together they fixed their gaze on the massive but simple fortress. In front of them, someone asked blankly, what's with this shabby building? Gainando complained in annoyance. Even the servants' quarters are bigger than this place. Are they really making us live in a dump like this? Li-han also thought to himself, it does look a bit cramped for this many people, but Gainando let out a heavy sigh. I'm getting more and more disappointed by the second. Suddenly, Li-han stepped into a dark patch on the ground. In a flash, he felt the space around him shift. He seemed to be pushed into another dimension, silent and full of mystery. He wondered in a daze, what's this? Did everyone around me just disappear? What's going on? Where am I? Suddenly, a pale blue speck of light appeared. Along with it, a voice resonated. Welcome, little mage, leaving him startled. The voice asked again, where do you wish to go? He stood frozen, staring at the speck of light in front of him. A moment later, he realized and thought, oh, I see what's happening now. The common house is a magical tower. It truly lives up to its name as a magic academy. He asked softly, where are the places I can go? A mysterious sound echoed as if answering him. You're quite quick to adapt. Then an image emerged from the speck of light. It showed a small room. The voice continued to answer him. For now, the only place you can set foot in is the private room and the Iron Rank Lounge, reserved for first-year students. Hearing that, Li-han sharply picked up on the information and asked back, does that mean I can go to other places later? The voice rang out again. That's right. There are places you can enter just by knowing their name, and there are places where you need to know additional information before you can reach them. The speck of light transformed into a familiar skull. It was Principal Osu. He continued, but for now you can't go anywhere. The principal has strictly forbidden it. He thought to himself, I get it, strict for no reason at all. Then he said, if that's the case, please take me to my private room. The teacher answered Li-han, I understand. Then, streams of light quickly wrapped around his legs like shimmering waves. The teacher spoke one last time before sending him to his room. Welcome to Magic Academy, young mage. Then his entire body glowed and quietly faded away. At that moment, Li-han immediately reached his private room as he had wished. He held the introductory book in his hand, reading a few lines about Einregard. According to it, besides the core classes, which are mandatory to attend, one can choose other elective classes and decide whether to continue after a 1-month trial period. There was a small footnote in the book. Mages are seekers of the principles of the world. Even if others offer to help, a mage must still walk their own path alone. He realized something, and blurted out, "So the principal's name is Osogona Dantes." After reading, Lee Han quietly closed the book. He remarked with great relief, "It's not as strict as I thought. Studying here is easier than going to university. And this room has almost everything I need." However, in reality, Lee Han was the only one who felt that way. Because elsewhere, his classmates were absolutely shocked by their own private rooms. One person moaned, "There's nothing in here." Another was still frozen in shock. He observed for a while and then thought confidently, "I know the rules now. Why don't I go check out what subjects everyone else is signing up for?" In the lounge, everyone was sitting and chatting animatedly. Yoner and Lee Han were there too. She said, "I want to take alchemy. I've always been interested in it. My dream is to set up my own workshop and supply items to the royal family." Hearing that, Lee Han remarked, "That sounds like a sweet deal." Yoner was overjoyed as if she had found an ally and quickly tried to recruit him. With sparkling eyes, she asked, "Want to partner up?" Startled, he replied, "Alchemy isn't exactly an easy job, so let me sleep on it." He calculated carefully. In his head, the alchemy industry in this empire is cutthroat, from spreading nasty rumors about rivals to monopolizing medicinal ingredients, guilds fighting over market profits. Choosing something stable would be much better. Yoner asked again, "What subjects do you like?" Lee Han pointed at himself and asked back, "Me." He sighed and pondered. "I want to study subjects that have little competition and are easy to ace. My top priority is becoming a high-ranking court official. In other words, a government worker for the empire. No matter what major I focus on, grades and performance evaluations are still the most important things." That's what he thought, but Lee Han chose not to say those things to the friend in front of him. Instead, he told himself tactfully, being that blunt would only disappoint someone as enthusiastic as her. So Lee Han stroked his chin to look natural and replied to Yoner, "I plan to try out several subjects before deciding. I shouldn't make such important decisions too hastily." Suddenly, Einando ran in and shouted in a panicked voice, "Guys, we have a problem!" His face was full of confusion as he panted out, "I think my room was robbed. There's nothing left. It's totally empty." Hearing that, Yoner and Lee Han looked speechless. He repeated, "Guys, I just said I was robbed." The two replied dismissively, "Yeah, okay." The next day, Lee Han was reading lines from the book in his hand, Basic Understanding of Magic. This was one of the core subjects for first-year students, and each common house had its own class hour. He closed the book and said, "But what's up with everyone?" Because everyone around him looked dazed and fed up. Their faces were pale, lacking any vitality or joy for their first day of school. Yoner frowned and answered him, "We're starving to death and the beds are so uncomfortable that no one could get any sleep." Gainando grumpily added, "Not to mention these clothes are itchy as hell, which is really annoying us." Hearing this, Lee Han thought, is it really that bad? Compared to his past life? He remembered his complaints back then. Am I seeing things? I don't see any meal times on the schedule. A senior lightly placed an energy bar in his hand and said, "Here, this is your daily ration, so you can eat whenever you want." His face darkened, and he went silent as if he had nothing left to say. The senior awkwardly turned away and sighed. "Don't look at me like that. I have to eat the same thing as you." Then he continued to Lee Han, "But after we finish our work, there's a feast waiting for you." He replied eagerly, "If I have to eat noodles again, I'm taking you out." Unexpectedly, his casual remark actually came true. He could only hang his head in disappointment, while the senior kept trying to comfort him. "Gosh, these aren't just noodles, they're cup noodles. You even get a triangle kimbap." Lee Han snapped out of his flashback and happily confirmed in his mind, "The situation here is actually way better." Meanwhile, his other friends were still grimacing in misery. A while later, a group of students dressed in neat robes stood outside a large door, asking one another, "This must be our lecture hall, right?" A girl whispered to the boy next to her, "Be glad it's on the first floor." Suddenly, their eyes widened and their mouths hung open in sheer astonishment. "Whoa, what the heck? This is definitely my lecture hall, I swear." But inside there, a blue foot quietly stepped out. That person had a face just as blue, with sharp pointed fangs. It turned out, inside that lecture hall was an ogre. That ogre smiled warmly and introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I am the academy professor who will teach you about ogres. They are savage creatures, and still dangerous even to the nobility, even though they are very strictly protected." The students were utterly panicked. Yet, there was an ogre dressed respectably, standing right in our lecture hall, and even greeting them kindly. "Welcome you all. Make yourselves at home and take a seat." That voice continued to ring out gently, cutting through the students' train of thought. "Now, class." She stood at the podium, looking down at all the students, and then spoke to them softly. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Garcia Kim. I am a half-ogre. I understand why you are afraid, but don't worry. Garcia smiled with squinted eyes to comfort them. I don't eat anyone. She lightly licked her sharp, pointed fangs again, her face full of amusement. Garcia chuckled and added, well, unless I'm absolutely starving. Hearing that, the students turned pale with fear. So if the professor gets hungry, she'll eat us? Garcia replied playfully. I'm starting to regret making that joke. Anyway, shall we begin the lesson? She gently turned her palm upward. A sparkling orb of light appeared as she spoke. Most students here have never used magic. That's because magic is an extremely dangerous thing, and therefore, only adults are permitted to use it. But you all here are the seeds to becoming mages, having already reached the iron rank. This lesson is to teach you what magic is, and also to help you see which types of magic you have a talent for. She continued speaking to the students. The journey to becoming a mage is very harsh, and I hope that I will be your compass. Hearing that, the students breathed a sigh of relief and thought, so, not every professor here is like the headmaster. Professor Garcia smiled and said, all right, now let's start with the most basic thing. What is magic? A student raised their hand and stood up to speak. It's when a mage uses it to change the external space, according to their will. Hearing that, the teacher replied, a very good answer, but to supplement, to add to it. It's using the power of mana as the primary force to change everything outside. Those who have joined this academy have enough talent to sense and detect this magical force. But to use magic, we must go further than that. You will have to personally summon the magic and weave it together delicately. Only then can magic be cast. Usually people think that you need to chant an incantation or perform some kind of action to cast magic. But the most important thing is your will. You must not forget that. It seems I've been lecturing for a while. Why don't we try something out ourselves? Everyone, please stand up. Now. Take out your wands and gather your magical energy. Hearing this, Li Han thought to himself, finally, I get to use magic. The teacher lightly waved her wand. A shimmering streak of light blue light appeared, looking incredibly mystical and beautiful. She continued her explanation while demonstrating, I want you to visualize an image of light in your mind, while continuing to maintain your current magical energy. Eoner grumbled under his breath. That's quite difficult. Then, so this is what controlling magical energy is like? It's like trying to hold the reins of a horse, going absolutely wild, galloping like crazy. It'll scatter if I lose my focus. The professor seemed to read her mind. Smiling gently, she continued, while you all are concentrating, keeping the energy from dissipating. Then chant the incantation. Then she chanted the spell, O light. Immediately, a beam of light appeared in the air, a shimmering seven-colored rainbow. That light gradually spread throughout the room, shining with a magical and ethereal glow. While the students were still completely stunned and amazed, Professor Garcia spoke again. The incantation is whatever you think of at that moment. But keep in mind that a concise incantation will make it easier for you to stay focused, right? Inside his head, Li Han quickly summarized everything she just said and put them in order, including a set of magical energy, too, transforming magical energy according to your will. Recite a spell, he told himself. I think I've caught the gist of it. The wand waved, flashes of light appeared, but magic didn't happen. Li Han struggled with it while thinking, just because I understand the lesson doesn't mean I can actually pull it off. The same was happening to the other students. A girl cried out in pain. Ioner couldn't control the wand either. Anando had it even worse, only able to scream in fear. Why is it acting like this? The magical energy is going rogue. The teacher held her wand and cast a light spell. Blue glowing specks quickly descended. Then they instantly turned into a pair of angel wings, beautiful and white. Behind Ganando's back, she continued, if you all cannot control it, magic can become unstable and will hurt others. But as your professor, my responsibility is to prevent that from happening. Practice calmly. Don't be afraid. If any student still has magical energy, try again. The second practice session took place. Ganando was still screaming helplessly. Why isn't it working? A third of the students gave up. The remaining two-thirds were still trying. The teacher smiled slightly and thought, light might be the simplest spell, but it usually takes a whole month of practice to master it. But this is something students must overcome themselves. So I won't tell you. But this is something students must overcome themselves. So I won't tell you. Then she said to the class, let's go again. By the third time, half of the students quit. Only half of the students remained. By the fourth time, most had given up. Only 3 students were still trying. By the 5th time, only 1 student was left. It stayed that way for the 6th and 7th time. Suddenly, a student stood up and spoke. Pardon me, Professor? It was Li Han, he continued. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I have to keep practicing. It seems I'm the only one left. Professor Garcia was startled and realized, did I already do this 7 times? Usually, by the 5th time, first-year students would have run out of mana, no matter how energetic they are. What she calls magical energy is what an Eastern tribe calls ki. A pretentious scholar calls it particles, and some stubborn folks will call it divine power. The energy associated with these names is simply the source of a mage's power, since every time magic is cast, magical energy must be used. Of course, a young and inexperienced mage will face a phenomenon called mana exhaustion, but he looks like he's still doing fine. Even though this was already the 7th time, she asked again, "What's your name?" He softly replied, "I'm Li Han." And because he gave his first name instead of his last name, he earned some major brownie points with the professor. As she saw a student practicing equality, Garcia thought to herself, so this boy is Li Han. Then she called him up. "Could you step forward, please?" As Li Han walked closer, she reached out her hand and continued, "Could you give me your hand?" He immediately placed his hand in her palm. She went silent for a moment and was instantly shook. She thought, this is the one. Feeling as if she were drifting among the waves in the deep blue sea. Surges of seawater swept over her with increasing violence. She felt her body sinking down, gradually losing all sensation. Amidst the sea foam, drowning into the abyss, suddenly a voice said, "Professor?" Snapping her out of that bizarre trance. It turned out Li Han saw Garcia space out and asked, "Is there a problem, Professor?" She quickly replied, No, nothing at all. Let's get back to class." Then thought about what just happened. Meanwhile, down in this audience, Fernando was still preoccupied with nonsense. He leaned into Ioner's ear and whispered, "Hey, shouldn't we go rescue him?" What if she eats him alive? Making her roll her eyes in exhaustion. "Zip it, you moron," the teacher said to Li Han. "Li Han, after this lesson, come have a word with me." He replied, surprised, "Huh? Yes, ma'am." She turned to the class. "I'm sure you all have felt it by now, but your mana pool drains quite easily. But don't let that get you down. The more you train, the magical energy within you will increase, and you'll gradually use less energy." She gave a special warning to Ganando, sometimes an overeager student, loses control during training, and ends up injured, so we must be very careful. Right, Ganando? Leaving him blushing hard as he replied shyly, "Yes, ma'am." Garcia teased again, "And by the way, I don't actually eat my students," making Ganando apologize frantically as she said with a smile, "That's all for today. You all did great." The class replied in chorus, "Thank you for the lesson, Professor." A moment later at the office, there was a knock on the door. "Excuse me, Professor." It was Li Han. He stepped in and asked the teacher, "Is something wrong?" "Why did you call for me personally, Professor?" Garcia glanced at him and replied, "Well, actually," she continued, "the headmaster mentioned you to me long before today's lesson." Li Han was stunned. That crazy old geezer? The students didn't know this, but the headmaster has an amazing eye for people. Every year he gives us intel on the new students, like when he warned, "Keep an eye on that demi-human student. He might accidentally burn the place down a few times." Or, "That student is a half-demon. Use holy magic around her with caution." And what he said about Li Han was that he had the potential to be a total fool. Garcia thought he specifically said a total fool, which could be taken literally, but in the East there's a saying that a great fool can also be a hidden genius. What we mistake for stupidity might actually be connected to what we call brilliance. Garcia pondered further in her heart. Wait, he must have seen the genius in this boy. I wonder what kind of student he'll become. Li Han, you're quite something. I have high hopes for you. While Garcia was lost in her thoughts, Li Han was a bit confused and asked, "Professor?" Then she snapped out of her own calculations, thinking she couldn't let him know the truth. Then she looked at him and said, "The reason I called you here is, you have way too much mana." Hearing that, he just scratched his head. "Oh, is that so?" Internally, he thought it was actually good news. "But is that why you needed to see me in private, Professor?" He had assumed that training would be what makes your mana grow. Garcia continued, "You don't just have a little more than average. I can't even fathom where your limit lies." He was completely stunned by those words. The total mana capacity of a mage is one of the ultimate deciding factors. If a mage lacks mana, they have to resort to techniques that squeeze every drop of magic just to possess more power, which means the more you have, fewer limitations you'll face. Li Han was absolutely thrilled to hear this. In his mind, he was thinking, in other words, this is the mark of a true genius. Basking in joy, he told himself. If what the professor said is true, then my future path is basically paved with gold. However, that joy didn't last long. The teacher immediately cut him off, sighing, "What a shame." Her remark left him bewildered, forced to ask back, "What do you mean by that, Professor? Isn't having a massive amount of mana a great thing?" Garcia softly replied, "That might be true, but you have way too much." She picked up a glass of water to use as an example and said, "Think of mana like the water in this glass. This amount is very easy to regulate. However, trying to regulate a total energy the size of the ocean, wouldn't that be incredibly difficult?" Shocked, he thought, "Does that mean the difficulty of controlling mana and the core principles of magic will be insanely high?" Realizing the harsh reality of his situation, Li Han could only sink to the floor in agony, holding his head and lamenting his fate in total helplessness, while Garcia gave a small smile and turned away, taking something out of a drawer to give to him. She said, "Take this bracelet," and slipped a small band onto Li Han's wrist. He asked blankly, "What is this?" She quickly replied, "A bracelet that can absorb your current mana. It will help you out." Those words instantly cheered Li Han up again. He blurted out, "So everything will be fine as long as I have this?" "Thank you, Professor." Without hesitation, the teacher immediately crushed his momentary joy. "If it were such a small issue, why would I have called you up here?" Li Han was left speechless. He then asked, "Do you have any advice, Professor?" Garcia replied calmly, "Spamming a bunch of spells to drain your mana pool will be very beneficial for you. You're allowed to train on your own, because there's zero risk of you ever running out of mana." Hearing that, he forced a laugh and replied, "Ha ha. Thank you so much, Professor." But deep down, he was thinking to himself, "Man, I really didn't need this kind of special treatment." Stepping outside, he met his two friends. He smiled and chatted happily with them, but his heart was heavy with worry. "My future looks so bleak. From now on, I have to make sure I get top grades. Maybe I should take some classes that don't require any magic." Thinking that, he turned to the others and asked, "Hey, are you guys thinking of signing up for any specific classes?" Iona replied, "I'm obviously sticking with alchemy. Hey, do you two want to join me?" Hearing that, Ganando replied in surprise, "What are you saying?" "Alchemy is for servants and lackeys. There are no real principles worth learning there." "Oh, Iona, you're so naive." Iona's face darkened instantly. Clenching her fist, she turned to Li Han and said, "Li Han, could you step aside for a sec?" Li Han turned pale, terrified by her anger and her fist. Iona then called out to Ganando. He had no clue about the storm that was about to hit him, and cheerfully replied, "Huh?" Iona immediately lunged at him and gave him a total beatdown. She warned him sternly, "If you end up in the infirmary, don't you dare ask me for any potions," sending him flying and leaving him slumped on the ground. Li Han also knew a thing or two about fighting, thanks to the swordsmanship lessons from Ola Long, and in his eyes, that punch was a solid 10 out of 10. On the way to the basics of alchemy class, he turned to Iona and asked wonderingly, "Is it really okay to hit him that hard?" She nonchalantly replied, "I'll just apologize tomorrow, it's fine." Hearing that, he thought to himself, this probably isn't the first time she's clobbered him. While she was still fuming with rage, the two of them immediately noticed a huge crowd of students. "There are so many students here from other towers." "You're right. There are a lot of students from the Black Tortoise Tower." Li Han thought to himself, "I don't really care if they're here, but the way they're looking at me is making me uneasy." Usually, commoners react in two ways when they meet nobles. Either they're afraid of them, or they want nothing to do with them, or even despise them. As he walked past, he heard someone whispering behind his back, "Hey, don't stare. Someone from the Wardenaz clan is here too." The other person didn't seem intimidated at all, and quickly snapped back, "So what? In this academy, the Wardenaz clan can't really do anything anyway." Seeing that, he realized that if he acted too friendly, it might easily backfire. Before long, they arrived at an open field. While everyone was busy looking around, a voice rang out, asking if everyone had arrived. Li Han heard it and turned around, wondering, is that the professor? With a lich for a principal, and a half-giant for a professor, having another, eccentric professor wouldn't be all that surprising. Still, when they saw the new teacher, everyone couldn't help but be shocked by what appeared before their eyes, because it was a dwarf. They thought to themselves, but is he really just a normal dwarf? The man spoke up calmly. "My name is Uragam Junda, but you can just call me Professor Uragam. I'm sure you're all thinking the same thing. We built such a massive building, so why are we gathering out here in the yard, without even a single desk?" A female student with beautiful blue hair raised her hand and answered, "To sense the mana from nature, sir, to clearly understand the powers useful to alchemists that exist in the natural world." The teacher turned to look at her after hearing that, his eyes filled with confusion. Then Professor Uragam flatly denied it. "Nope." That answer made the girl incredibly frustrated. During that time, Iona leaned over and whispered to Li Han, "What do you think?" He softly replied, "I'm not sure." He thought for a moment, then looked toward the teacher and called out his answer. In his mind, could it be to gather ingredients, sir? Eoner heard this and chuckled. No way. But before she could even finish, the teacher raised his hand in confirmation. Wow, exactly. Even Lee Han was dazed to hear that. He didn't expect the answer he'd thrown out randomly to be the correct one. Professor Uragum calmly continued. You're quite the top student. I mean, you're a pretty bright student. That praise directed at Lee Han made the other girl extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, Lee Han was still thinking about other things. Whatever, a lucky guess is still right. Please don't feel like you have to compete with me over this. As for Eoner, she was still riding a wave of excitement. Amazing! At that moment, Professor Uragum said, Attention, everyone! The real reason we're gathering out here is so I can teach you the most important requirement in alchemy. I'm sure you all think alchemy requires someone to be exceptionally brilliant and possess precise control over magic, but that is far from reality. The most important skill for an alchemist is gathering ingredients, he stated firmly. Hearing this, Eoner, who had been busy scribbling away in her notebook, suddenly stopped, dazed, looking completely bewildered. The white-haired girl from earlier raised her hand again to give her opinion. Professor, we can just grow the ingredients ourselves, or just request them from someone else, right? So gathering ingredients should only be a skill. That plays a very minor role. Hearing that, the students standing behind her started whispering to each other. Her Highness is right. Why do we even have to source ingredients? This is getting weird. The professor looked extremely irritated and annoyed upon hearing that. He said to the girl, You stubborn brat! You don't know the first thing about the real world? Leaving her stunned. You can't even provide 10% of the ingredients you need. And besides, the stuff you buy is all useless. The reason we travel with adventurers is because they are the ones digging up those herbs. They dig up those valuable herbs in such a half-assed way. Totally half-assed! The professor stomped his feet in frustration, leaving the students bewildered. The professor cleared his throat and continued. An alchemist should know how to gather their own ingredients. If you can't gather the materials yourselves, you will never become a great alchemist. Having said that, Professor Uragum handed each student a drawing of a certain herb. He said, Enough talk. Now let's get to the hands-on practice. All of you bring that ingredient back to me. Einregard is famous for its many nasty rumors. One rumor says that people die while learning magic. Lee Han was sitting and researching the plant the professor told them to find. This herb is used to make poison. What about you, Eoner? Have you ever worked with it before? Eoner replied, Yeah, I used it before I even enrolled. He still had concerns in his heart. Magic is clearly dangerous, and accidents can happen. But this is just a total lack of preparation. Why would they send students to a place like this? Thinking about the potential dangers, Lee Han said, If it's just the two of us, it'll be too risky. Eoner nodded in agreement. For real. We need at least 3 people. Is there anyone else from our tower? Lee Han suggested, How about the princess? Referencing the white-haired girl, whose answers were shot down by the teacher twice already. Hearing that, Eoner immediately dismissed it. You mean that uptight princess? Can't you tell she's super high maintenance? Lee Han hummed. He said, Well, we just need to find some herbs, right? He pointed toward the princess again. But it looks like we're too late. Looks like she's already finished forming her team. As it turned out, the princess had already formed her own group. Lee Han noted, There are even people from the Black Tortoise Tower, even though she's been avoiding me. Meanwhile, Honor couldn't stop gushing. Wow, Her Highness was famous even before she enrolled. Besides, she's famous even among royalty for her intelligence and remarkable talent. She has that star quality the public loves, which is why everyone's always watching her. After considering it for a while, the two of them thought of their friend. Gainando doesn't have anyone else, right? Of course not. Who's talking about me? Those who formed teams had all left by now. Dumbfounded, they asked each other, Gainando doesn't have anyone else, right? Of course not. This made him, who was sitting in a corner, want to sneeze. Who's talking about me? Lee Han observed the surrounding situation and noted that everyone who had formed a team had already left. Now there are only students from the Black Tortoise Tower left. He thought to himself again, It doesn't matter if they all hate me. It's too dangerous with only 2 people. I need someone who can cover the team's weaknesses. Suddenly his eyes caught a certain image, a card with a bow and arrow symbol on a belt, and edgy short white hair. The owner of those things turned her head slightly. He glanced once and immediately concluded, It's her. Nilia of the Black Tortoise Tower. She is a dark elf and a member of the Night Watch, a patrol force in the north. The Night Watch is a group of skilled hunters and scouts operating in the northern regions, knowing the mountain terrain like the back of their hand. Right now, Nilia is holding a piece of paper, carefully studying the illustration of the withered herb. After a moment, she says confidently, "Psh, this is a piece of cake." This is the first time I've heard of this withered herb, but it won't be hard to find at all. She thinks to herself, this forest is my playground. I'm actually surprised there are so many first years. Who are this cracked? But now it's my time to shine. Got that at that moment? A throat-clearing sound behind her makes Julia jump and spin around. It turns out to be Yoner and Lee Han. They walk over and greet her warmly. Hey, I'm Yoner of the Macon family, and this is Lee Han. Nice to meet you. Seeing this, Julia thinks suspiciously to herself. That girl is a noble, but who the heck is that guy? Then she asks coldly, what do you want? Yoner makes a proposal. Would you like to cross the mountain with us? Nelia is immediately taken aback. She whips her body around, her tone not friendly in the slightest, as if she's about to lose it. What's your real angle, huh? She slightly clenches her fist, thinking with bitter resentment, nobles are all the same. They call us savages just to be toxic, and even when we offer our best hospitality, they still complain we treat them like trash. How could these guys be any different? Lee Han immediately uses a soothing tone to explain his intent. It's dangerous to go alone. What would you do if a monster popped up? Nelia turns her head away and declines. Humph, I don't need your help. Lee Han is surprised. Could you tell me why? Don't tell me. You don't actually think we'd use you as bait? Or just ghost you, do you? Hearing Lee Han say that, Julia is stunned, her face turning red as she whispers to herself, how on earth did he know? She quickly stammers out an explanation. I want to go alone. Lee Han waves his hand and cuts her off. But even so, heading into the forest alone. I'm positive that's not the reason. Not only are you clueless about what's lurking in the woods, but you also have to gather 10 ingredients and carry them all. I'm sure you aren't so brain-dead as to think you can handle it solo. I really didn't know. Julia is incredibly embarrassed and triggered, desperately wanting to find a way to shut Lee Han's mouth. She turns back and snaps furiously, shut up! Fine, I'll go with you, all right? Hearing her agree, Lee Han looks stoked. I knew you were smart. Let's head out then. Yoner, standing by, can only look on in dismay, thinking, what exactly does the Wardenaz house teach? In the midst of the vast, silent forest, a sudden whistling sound echoes through the wind. A pair of hands is firmly grasping each branch. Moving with lightning speed, it turns out to be Julia. She is swinging through the tree canopy with masterclass skill and confidence. Sometimes she takes a light leap, then zips off as if flying through the blue sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Yoner is impressed. She's a pro hunter for real. How did you even know she was this good? Lee Han immediately answers her curiosity. Her arm and calf muscles are highly developed, and she has calluses on her palms, which means she's a regular with a bow. Those are traits you only find in experienced hunters. Hearing his voice, Julia freezes and thinks to herself, just from those clues, there's something uncanny about him. It's like he can see right through people. Just then, Lee Han says to Yoner, only joking. She's literally wearing a night watch badge on her belt. This makes Nelia almost slip off the branch. Then he starts teasing her again. Did you hear that? She blushes and snaps back in denial. No, I didn't. While Yoner is just happy to be traveling together. To keep the same pace, Julia snorts and asks, and why's that? Lee Han explains nonchalantly. The only one? Who can identify the herbs here is Yoner. If she goes down, we're cooked. Fair enough, I can't out-talk you. Nelia turns and asks Lee Han, but what exactly is your role anyway? She finds the herbs and I'm the scout. You're basically doing nothing. Hearing that, he thinks to himself awkwardly, she'd lose her mind if I said I'm just here for the food, right? Then he shuts his eyes and bluffs. Well, I'm protecting you too. Nelia sits perched on a high branch, looking down. She observes him for a moment and then speaks honestly. Looking at you now, you're quite well built. Perhaps you come from a knightly family. So why are you in the Einrohard Tower? Lee Han immediately denies it. Actually, I'm not from a knightly house, but from the Wardenaz family. He thinks happily to himself, this is a chance to get closer. But before he can even finish his sentence, Julia looks completely shell-shocked. She asks, wait, what? Wardenaz? Lee Han just stands there, totally clueless. Nelia fidgets awkwardly on the branch, muttering to herself, no way. If he's really from the Wardenaz clan, is there a problem? Lee Han asks, bewildered. He turns to Yoner with a pale face. Is there something wrong with my family? She sighs and pats his shoulder to comfort him. Most noble families have some nasty rumors surrounding them. But the Wardenaz family is a rather extreme case. Lee Han asks blankly, so what are the rumors? Well, they say the head of the Wardenaz clan is a dragon. After the undead uprising, he supposedly used his breath to incinerate all the zombies, leaving them as nothing but scorched husks. The Wardenaz bloodline made a pact with an ancient spirit, granting them incredible magical powers. at an astonishing level, but at the cost of losing their human emotions. The Wardena's house knows no mercy. The Wardena's mages, who came to quash the rebellion, reportedly made an entire city vanish. Listening to Yoner's story, Lee Han is spooked, scratching his head and saying, "Oh man, that's terrifying. Is that the image everyone has? That if something happens, they'll turn into monsters and wipe everything out? Has that been ingrained in everyone's minds?" He sighs in misery and continues, "Every time there's a major incident, do mages always have to show up? Why is it always just the Wardena's family? That's so unfair." Yoner smiles to comfort him. "You're right. Don't overthink it." Meanwhile, Nilia watches Lee Han, moping around and thinks amusedly, "I don't know much else, but the rumor about them losing their emotions is definitely cap." She calls out again, "Stop whining! Let's get moving." Lee Han replies miserably, "Okay." Nilia nimbly swings through the treetops, while Yoner and Lee Han stroll along the ground. Suddenly, she notices something. She says, "Hold up," and jumps down in front of them. Nilia parts the bushes and motions to them. "Look at this." She points at a footprint on the ground and continues, "Something huge passed through here. Since the prints are faint, I think it's controlling its weight to hide its tracks. Man, I'm curious what kind of beast this is. It looks pretty." Mid-sentence, she realizes, I'm bragging again," while Yoner, standing opposite her, isn't interested at all but wants to be supportive. Tries to act hyped and says, "Oh, I see," but Julia replies, "No, it's nothing." Then she thinks to herself, "I need to get used to this." Other than the villagers, nobody cares about this stuff. Lee Han leans in from behind with interest and says, "Whoa, that's interesting. What else can you tell from these tracks?" Julia spins around, her face flushed red. She asks, a bit disbelievingly, "You find this interesting?" He fires back, "You don't?" She starts to stutter. "No, not really. But you come from a pretty legendary family. So in this wilderness?" Leaving him wide-eyed and clueless about what's going on, Nulia musters her courage and speaks up loudly. "Anyway, whenever you find any tracks like this, it's best to be careful. It doesn't just have massive claws, but guessing what kind of creature. This guy is, well, that's pretty tough." She continues, "I've heard about some monsters lurking around the Magic Academy area." Yoner replies, I've heard about that too. Since Einrohard is a land rich in magical energy, it affects the rocks and soil, and many types of monsters appear. Of course, there are also monsters, created from experiments, and even monsters, formed from discarded potions, taking the form of special slimes." Lee Han grimaces upon hearing that. Talk about a total lack of safety. Nulia calmly directs everyone. "We're changing the plan. We'll follow these tracks. This way, we're less likely to be ambushed," Lee Han suddenly says to her. "Then can I learn how to read tracks?" Leaving her stunned, Yulia says to him, "It's not easy. You'll definitely give up." But he doesn't seem deterred and tries to convince her. "As long as you teach me, I'll do my best to learn." Nulia thinks for a moment and then hums, agreeing to Lee Han's request. She replies cheerfully, "All right, let's see what you've got." The sun climbs higher and higher. The three are still working hard to find ghost herbs. Luckily, they finally find the plant they need. Yoner pulls up 2 ghost herbs and holds them in her hand. "Kinda unlucky since we only found 2, she says. "But I think we can find the rest pretty quickly." She turns to her 2 companions. "Since I don't see any more nearby, let's keep moving." Suddenly, she notices that no one has responded. She asks Lee Han and Nulia in a daze, "Why aren't you guys saying anything?" Before she can finish, Yoner is stunned by the sight before her. A clawed foot is slowly approaching. It turns out to be a massive wild boar, with sharp tusks, glares at the 3 of them with a fierce gaze. Lee Han says immediately, "I can feel its mana." This isn't just a regular boar. Julia also cautiously warns them, "Be careful. This is a monster." The massive, fierce beast is still looming, advancing toward the 3 of them. Lee Han observes the situation and assesses, "It'll be dangerous if we just stay like this, since we don't have any weapons." He continues, "I'll use my wand," because he knows the size of the iron wand can change according to the owner's will. Immediately, the small wand in Lee Han's hand transforms into a large staff. Nulia, standing behind, immediately realizes, that's right, Lee Han is from a mage family. And come to think of it, the lineage of the great mages, the Wardena's house. He must have learned some spells before entering the academy, right? She asks, "Are you confident?" Lee Han hesitantly replies, "I think so." Julia turns and instructs Lee Han, "If you fail, grab that redhead and run. I'll distract it and lead it elsewhere." But Yoner is moved and says, "You're thinking about us way too much." Julia coldly replies, "That's because I'm the only one. Who can pull that off?" "Got it?" Lee Han grips the staff, the wand that had grown large in his hand, and says, "Thanks, please look after me." if things get out of hand. But Julia thinks a bit worriedly, Li Han Wardenaz, exactly what kind of magic are you going to use to beat that boar? At this moment, Li Han slightly tightens his grip on the staff, recalling the past. It turns out when Li Han was about 10 years old, someone had given him some advice. The sword may be the king of all weapons, but you must not rely on it. You need to learn how to use other weapons to prepare for every possible scenario. Only those who truly understand this process can channel mana into their weapons. That is what we call the aura state. He stood behind little Li Han, who was practicing, thinking he might be a bit let down when he learns the truth. Only a select few chosen ones can ever reach this state. Young Li Han wiped away his sweat and sighed to himself, do I really have to go this hard just for aura? I just want to be a mage and work a desk job. He turned back to look at his teacher and said, Sir, I believe that. Training myself is the best way to stay safe. Then he thought, that should be enough lip service. The old man looked at him with teary eyes, deeply moved. He thought of the young master with immense pride. Our young master is definitely not like those other nobles who chase after wild, unrealistic dreams. Then he said, aura or no aura, no matter what happens, I will teach you everything in detail about aura. Give me 100 more thrusts. Wait, what? Wait, he snapped out of the memory, his eyes fixing firmly on the target in front of him. Adjusting his speed and direction, then quick as a flash, he thrust the staff straight into the mouth of the wild boar. That was baring its teeth. Yoner and Nyulia stared with wide eyes. They had been imagining that Li Han would use some kind of magic, and were absolutely shocked by the scene before them. The boar let out a few painful squeals, and immediately lost its ability to fight back. Before long, it collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The two girls were stunned by what he had done. They asked, did you just stab it with a wand? What about the magic? The Enrogus staff was indeed very sturdy, and could even be used as a blunt weapon. Even so, using it to take down a demonic beast, a pig that had turned into a monster, was no easy feat at all. The only reason this was possible was because Li Han had used mana unconsciously. Although this was still far from the aura state, he had begun to adapt to fending for himself. Yoner was still in shock. Collapsing to her knees and panting heavily, Julia bravely stepped closer to examine the monster. She grabbed Li Han's staff and looked it over carefully, then turned to him and said, you actually took it down. As for Yoner, she was so scared her legs turned to jelly and she couldn't even stand up. She gasped and whined. Is this class always this brutal? I can't believe they'd throw a first-year student into a place like this. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed from a distance. The three of them turned toward the sound at the same time. They hadn't even had a moment to celebrate. Li Han said gloomily, I think there's another one. While Yoner choked out, maybe I should just drop this class, prompting Julia to quickly urge, don't you dare do that. As they got closer, the sounds became clearer. The three of them hid behind a bush, carefully parting the leaves to peer through. It turned out a few other students were there, facing off against the monster. Li Han observed the situation and said, there are a lot of them in that group, so we can probably just sit back and watch, right? Julia agreed, replying, they shouldn't have any problem taking it down. One student in the crowd shouted, let me handle this. It was a girl with glasses who looked quite intellectual, named Asan Duncan. Yoner recognized her, wiping away sweat as she asked, isn't that Asan from the Duncan family? Duncan is a family famous for their excellence and incredibly precise work, a family that dominates, having served the emperor as advisors for generations. The Duncan family, serving as judges and treasurers, Li Han observed. Asan thought to himself, if he's a Duncan, he might be a pretty reliable guy. Looking at his stance, it seems like he's studied swordsmanship. Asan adjusted her glasses and said, I can predict with 100% certainty every single movement of yours. You pig! Then she shouted, you'll never escape my calculations! The boar charged as if it wanted to send them all flying. She swung her staff with a cry. The staff didn't knock the boar out like it did with Li Han, but only left a tiny little scratch. Asan was stunned. Huh? My calculations! Before she could even finish her sentence, the enraged boar charged straight ahead and head-butted her, sending her flying before she could say another word. She was tossed aside into a far corner. Having dealt with Asan, it turned vengefully toward the others. While the two girls were crying in terror, a hand reached out to shield them. It turned out to be the princess. Seeing this, Li Han's group watched from a distance, filled with curiosity. Her Highness has finally stepped up. Li Han, what do we do now? Li Han didn't answer, just stood there thinking silently. The monster, now fuming with rage, charged toward the princess. She stood still, thinking, it has to be perfect, just like I've always done. If I analyze the way it moves and attacks. Suddenly, the pig let out a painful shriek. The princess hadn't even had a chance to start. She looked completely bewildered by the sight, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. The pig stumbled for a moment and then collapsed on the ground. Not far away, Li Han breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, glad I didn't get caught. It turned out he had secretly stepped in to help the princess. Nyulia noticed and said to him, "Now do you see how important it is to approach it from the opposite direction?" He replied, "Julia, please just keep the helpful advice coming." The princess stood looking at them, thinking, Li Han, Wodanaz. She walked up to Li Han and spoke calmly. "Thank you, Wodanaz." He responded humbly, "It's nothing, Your Highness." Nyulia turned to Yoner, confused. Why are they being so formal? Isn't there a rule that classmates should drop the honorifics? Yoner shrugged, showing she didn't get it either. The princess continued, "I'll make sure to repay this favor." Li Han heard this and replied, "In that case, may I ask for one thing?" The princess calmly agreed. "Go ahead," she said while thinking to herself, "I wonder what he's going to ask for." Li Han spoke up. "Actually, could you suggest a class that's easy to get an A in? You have a lot of connections, after all." Hearing that, the princess was surprised and thought, a class that's easy to get an A? What does he mean? Is Wodanaz really just looking for a bird course for an easy grade? Is he testing me? He smiled friendly and continued, "You must know a few, right?" She was silent for a moment, hesitating. "Actually," before the princess could finish, a loud shout echoed from afar. "I know exactly what kind of lesson you're looking for. I know it better than anyone." Li Han broke into a sweat. What is this bad vibe? This shivering feeling I've had before? This atmosphere? Before he could finish the thought, he felt a chill behind him as a teacher's gloomy voice rang out. "Wodanaz?" The teacher approached with a dark face. "That would be alchemy," he thought to himself with a lump in his throat. This is exactly the same feeling as when I ran into my college professor in my past life. Terrified, Li Han kept telling himself, "No, I have to keep it together." He thought to himself, "I'm not the same immature student I used to be anymore. I'm sure it'll be a great subject, if I have enough passion and love for it, sir." The teacher looked at Li Han's confident reply and said, "So that's what you think?" But it seemed the teacher felt Li Han wasn't standing out enough. So he added, "Well then, listen up. I'll just create that passion and love for you myself." Startled, he replied, "I don't think I'm quite ready for that class yet, sir." The student standing in the back, seeing the professor being so extra over Li Han, immediately started whispering, living up to the Wodanaz name. The professor is already trying to recruit him. Meanwhile, the princess just stood there silently, with a slightly annoyed look and a sense of frustration. Li Han could only sigh internally in agony, telling himself, "Don't be salty over this, please." The teacher let out a quiet sigh. A moment later, Professor Uragum walked over to a corner where a wild boar lay, exactly like the monsters the students had encountered in the deep woods while searching for the herb. He patted the monster's fur and told the students, "I think that's enough for today's lesson. Unfortunately, that other group of creatures didn't cross paths with you." The students, standing there covered in bruises, were in total shock. They couldn't believe it. Finally, one stammered, "Wait, so, you mean you led them to us on purpose, Professor?" The teacher replied with total nonchalance, "Don't tell me you thought I'd just let you dig for herbs. Today's goal was for you to face different scenarios while herb hunting, whether you fight it, dodge it, or run away from it. An alchemist must have the skills to handle the unexpected." He didn't hesitate to take a jab at them. "Do you meatheads get it now?" They looked dark, thinking, what a jerk. Yoner asked, a bit confused. "So we don't need the herb anymore, right?" The three of them brought the plants they had picked and showed them to the teacher. Yoner said anxiously, "We went through a lot of drama just to get these. Look, the three of us found them." Seeing that they actually brought back the herb, Professor Uragum cried out in total disbelief. "What? I didn't think you'd actually find it." The teacher happily put his arms around them and said, "Well, then you guys passed. So these talented students are here to take this class." Professor Uragum added, "Exactly as I planned, student Li Han. You must take this class." Li Han sighed, his face full of misery. He thought to himself, "I'm cooked." But while Professor Uragum was thinking, "This kid seems very mature. Kids this age usually rebel." But he doesn't. Li Han said to the teacher, "Since I defeated the wild boar and gathered some of the herb, I'll grant you a privilege." Li Han was confused. "A privilege?" The teacher continued, "I have a hut in the forest. You're allowed to go there whenever you want this school year." Hearing that, he asked in a panic, "Come again?" While thinking miserably, "Is he trying to make me do some kind of unpaid labor?" Seeing Li Han's awkward and dazed expression, the teacher felt embarrassed, cleared his throat, and said, "Let me explain further." Then he asked them, "What do you think students need most?" and answered himself, "Snacks? Right now, your lives here are already pretty, messy, and in just a week, it'll be total chaos." Lee Han suddenly realized and agreed with the teacher. "You're right. Who could stand a limited menu like this? And everyone in my tower comes from royalty." The teacher knew he understood. He continued, "My hut is packed with fresh raw ingredients, not to mention fresh veggies I picked myself." Hearing that, Lee Han's eyes lit up. His eyes lit up as he thought happily to himself. "So this means it's a legit all-you-can-eat buffet?" Then he turned around and firmly grasped the teacher's hand. He grinned with pure joy. "Sucking up to an alchemist teacher is definitely the move, Professor." The teacher was also delighted to hear that. He shook his hand and laughed. "Oh, ho, ho! You sly little fox, you catch my drift, don't you?" The lesson for today ended. Students began huddling together in groups, chatting away busily. Some guys standing from a distance looked at the monster pig, lying unconscious on the ground, thinking the professor must be out of his mind. He really let a wild boar loose and expected us to handle it? Some moaned in misery. "I'm never taking this class again." Others were still trembling with fear. I legit thought I was a goner. Amidst that atmosphere, Lee Han stood alone, dripping with sweat and sighing quietly. I was about to complain about what kind of weird school this is. But honestly, nothing surprises me anymore. After a moment, a faint smile returned to his lips. Lee Han immediately determined his goal. "My top priority right now is..." He thought of the peaceful atmosphere. Fresh air in a tiny but beautiful house. A stream clear as crystal gently flowing. The bubbling sound was music to his ears. The early morning sunbeams danced on the water, creating a stunning, shimmering trail of colors. He realized one truth. What I need most is to secure my food rations. A while later, Lee Han, Yoner, and Nulia were huffing and puffing, dragging that unconscious pig near the cabin of Professor Uragum. He panted, wiping the sweat from his brow, after struggling to drag the pig for a long way. He looked at it and pondered. "I learned how to butcher animals for food from Arlong, but doing this alone is going to be a real chore." While he was sitting down to rest, thinking about how to process this animal, Yoner stepped in front of him, calling out, "Lee Han." Then Yoner continued, "Let me help you." Even though her face still looked a bit scared, he looked at her slightly pale face and asked, "You don't look so good. Are you okay?" Yoner laughed awkwardly and replied, "Of course I am. But could you share some of the meat with me?" Julia, listening from a distance, was stunned. She approached them in a panic. "Are you guys really gonna slaughter it? You're both nobles. You don't even know how to do this." Leah looked at her and called her name Nulia. Then Yoner and Lee Han stared at her intently, asking, "Are you passing on the meat?" Hearing that, Julia froze for a second. She lightly closed her eyes and furrowed her brow, sighing as if she were in a real bind. After reflecting for a moment, as if having made up her mind, she walked toward Lee Han, Yoner, and the wild boar, telling them, "Let me show you guys the skills of a real hunter." Lee Han was absolutely thrilled to see this, thinking to himself, "Julia is a pro at this." While Yoner comes from a family very familiar with processing raw materials, I'm pretty sure things will go smoothly with these two. Suddenly, Professor Uragum brought a large bag and set it down on the ground for them. The teacher said, "Here are some tools." Lee Han replied gratefully, "Thank you, Professor." They held sharp knives in their hands, covered the pig's eyes to make it less scary, and said to each other, "All right, let's get started." Nulia glanced over and saw Lee Han comfortably, getting down to work. Seeing how skilled he was, she thought, "He's better at this than I expected." Then she wondered, do they really teach this stuff at House Wodanaz? Yoner also showed that she was just as capable as her two friends. She finished tying the rope firmly around the pig and said, "Now we're going to skin it. Slice the meat into pieces and hang them up section by section." They also thought it through carefully and decided, "We shouldn't throw away the intestines, because we can make sausages." Lee Han sat there fanning the coals, his face pale as he groaned and sighed inwardly. "I wonder how much longer this living hell is going to last. Maybe I should stockpile this for later." A moment later, the professor walked over. He saw the cuts of meat hanging up, with Lee Han fanning the coals below. Seeing the fragrant smoke rising, he praised them happily. "Oh ho, you kids planning to make smoked meat? That's impressive." The professor stroked his chin, calculating. No matter how good the weather is, meat can spoil very easily. Smoking it is definitely the right call. He stood there watching, reflecting on Lee Han. "I'm quite impressed with that kid. To reach this level after only 3 days of studying alchemy. But to be this proficient at smoking meat, the kid keeps exceeding my expectations," the professor thought joyfully, smiling and looking at Lee Han with a look of pride and a hint of admiration. A while later, it seemed the food was ready. Yoner and Nulia were sitting at the table waiting for the meal. Professor Uragum seemed to have something on his mind, appearing a bit bashful. He turned his back slightly and cleared his throat awkwardly. Seeing this, Lee Han picked up on it immediately. He stepped toward his teacher to check in. "Are you hungry, Professor?" The teacher felt a bit embarrassed and shy, but still answered honestly, "Well, just a little." So the boy asked him right away, "Do you have any bread and butter, Professor?" This took Professor Uragum completely by surprise. He asked Lee Han back, "Are you really planning to go all out with this?" A moment later, everything was set for a feast. Lee Han raised his glass, while deftly tossing a pan over a high flame. Professor Uragum was struggling to drag a cart full of various things over, which made Yoner extremely happy. Lee Han carried a massive slab of meat and placed it on a wooden cutting board on the dining table. The spread was complete and looked mouth-watering. They happily told each other, "Let's eat." On the table, there was even Professor Uragum's special condiment. It was jam. Professor Uragum grabbed a piece of bread and ate heartily. Yoner and Nulia also happily spread jam on their bread, eating as if they'd forgotten all their exhaustion. Yoner, with her cheeks puffed out while chewing, praised him. "Your jam is fire, Professor!" The professor, also skewering some meat, said with a smile, "Enjoy it to your heart's content while you still can. You kids won't always get to enjoy things like this," he complimented Lee Han. "Though I don't know what kind of magic you worked on this meat. The flavor is divine. Cooked meat, rich sweet jam, buttered bread, and a gentle, melodious atmosphere, together with a few friends." The third day passed without trouble. They ate, talked, and laughed until they were full. It turns out happiness is just that simple. They managed to gather several large bags of meat. Yoner sat there looking puzzled as she spoke to Lee Han. "We've already smoked a lot of it, but there's still some unprocessed meat left. What should we do with all this?" Lee Han sat beside her and replied with a sigh, "I'm stuffed, I can't eat another bite." The two stared blankly at the pile of meat, unsure of what to do with it. But Nulia, sitting behind them and looking at their backs, suddenly spoke up. "What if we shared it with our friends at the tower?" Hearing this, Yoner and Lee Han immediately froze. They both turned around. He asked her excitedly, "Are you saying we should sell the meat?" Yoner also chirped in with praise. "That's a genius idea," leaving Nulia bewildered as she asked back, "Huh? When did I ever say that?" The two were already joyfully plotting their plan. One of them asserted confidently, "All the students in the Blue Dragon Tower are loaded. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" The other agreed. "They're all royalty, so they wouldn't want charity anyway." Nulia was left speechless, unable to comprehend what was happening. The two felt re-energized, full of fire as they brainstormed their plan together, leaving Nulia watching from a distance in total confusion. She wondered, are all royals like this? It turns out Lee Han lives by the motto, "No pain, no gain." While Yona's motto is to be a cheapskate, saving every single penny. But Nulia had no idea about that. She stood up and asked them again, "Are you guys seriously planning to sell meat for money?" They replied, "Exactly," and asked if she wanted in. But she sharply refused. "No way, I just want to share it with my friends." Seeing that, Lee Han said, "Suit yourself, but you're gonna regret it, just watch." Yoner, standing nearby, laughed and said, "He's right, friendship is temporary, but the economy is forever." Nulia awkwardly snapped back, "Both of you shut it." Professor Uragum stood in a corner not far away, picking his teeth while reflecting. All three of these kids are talented and passionate, but they also look like potential troublemakers. The professor went to a large tree to rest and enjoy the breeze. Then he quietly thought to himself, "I'm pretty sure they're going to be a real headache in the future." Within the school grounds, there stood a colossal tower, towering high into the sky. From afar, it looked massive and somewhat mysterious. That was the Blue Dragon Tower. This tower was built far away from the main tower. It always greeted the students warmly, like the fresh scent of young leaves. However, today felt a little unusual. A boy sniffed the air, looking a bit puzzled. He turned to ask his friend nearby, who was also sniffing hard, "Huh? What is that smell?" It turned out to be the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat. The sizzling cooked meat was releasing a scent that was absolutely irresistible. A person wearing an apron was busy flipping the meat. It was Lee Han. Seeing people arrive, he opened his arms in a warm welcome. "Hey, everyone! None of you have eaten yet, right?" At the sight before them, all the students were completely stunned. They asked Yoner and Lee Han, "What on earth are you two doing?" Lee Han gave a friendly invite. "Come and have a seat. We prepared this specifically for all of you." The students were overjoyed, hardly believing their ears. "Really?" Before they could even celebrate, he continued, making them stop in their tracks. He held up one finger and signaled with a grin, "1 silver coin each." A while later, the students were eating the meat in pure bliss, with tears welling up in their eyes. "How long has it been since the last time we got to eat meat?" A girl with her cheeks full of meat exclaimed, "It just melts in your mouth." "I can't believe it." They're gifting us this amazing treat. All the students ate and cheered happily. Long live Wardenaz! Wardenaz is the goat. Lee Han and Yoner stood in a corner observing everyone. He excitedly said to her, I didn't think our business would go this well. Of course, we're selling this at 3 times the market price outside the academy. Then both shared a sly, delighted laugh. But it's not like anyone else can get meat here anyway. It's a fair deal. Just then, Ganando appeared out of nowhere, frowning as he asked, Seriously, why is it so noisy out here? I'm literally starving to death. He stepped out and saw the table of fragrant food. His eyes lit up as his jaw dropped in shock. Wait, what is all this? Lee Han saw him and called out, Oh, there you are, Ganando. Then Lee Han kindly invited him, Come and eat with us. Ganando was stunned, unable to believe his luck. I can really eat too? He quickly sat down and picked up a fork, saying with pure joy, Then I won't hold back. Thanks a lot. But before he could even touch the fork to that delicious piece of meat, a hand reached out to stop him. Of course it was Lee Han. He smiled at Ganando and said gently, 1 silver coin, buddy. Ganando stared in shock and disbelief, asking, You're charging me too? Lee Han spoke with a tone that was completely persuasive and nonchalant. The honor of, A noble isn't supposed to take freebies, you know. While Ganando replied, looking a bit confused and helpless, But I don't have any money on me, you know that. Upon hearing that, Principal Lee Han immediately reached into his pocket to grab something and replied, That's not a problem at all. He placed a contract and a pen down in front of Ganando and said, Just write down the amount you've eaten and sign your name right here. Seeing this, Ganando called out Lee Han's name with a tremble. He gripped the quill tightly in his hand, speechless at first. How could you? Then he shouted with pure joy, Why are you so freaking awesome? While his hand scribbled furiously on the contract. Afterward, Ganando snuck off to a secluded corner and whispered to himself, How could I ever cut ties? With someone as amazing as him? I really have a great eye for people. Meanwhile, Lee Han quietly turned away and let out a sigh of relief, because he thought Ganando would never have agreed to such a demand. In no time, the naive Ganando immediately dived back into the feast, stuffing his face with the delicious grilled meat. Deep down, he was overjoyed and marveled. So this is what real friendship is all about! While in the background, Lee Han and Yoner were sharing a secret knowing smile, and so everyone was happy today. Time flew by quickly. The sun was soon high in the sky, shining brilliantly. The students finished their alchemy class and began heading into the tower to prepare for the next lesson. Someone whispered, Basic magical properties? What do they think of us? A girl walking with him also sighed in a fed-up tone, I can't believe this. Do they really think that we nobles needed to attend classes like these? The girl confidently continued, We're already perfect as we are. Hearing this, Lee Han, standing behind them, let out a quiet chuckle. Haha, it's a real shocker hearing them say that. As all the students were entering the lecture hall one by one and finding their seats, a blue mist silently drifted in, watching them from afar. A voice echoed above their heads, Good morning, everyone. Lee Han snapped his head up and thought, That voice, don't tell me. Sure enough, just as he suspected, a familiar, massive, green skull slowly emerged. It was Principal Osu. He spoke up again. Hello there, you stubborn rascals. Lee Han thought in a panic. Please don't tell me the professor in charge of magical properties is the principal himself. The principal looked at the students' slightly guilty faces and asked with a chuckle, Ho ho, looks like you all just had something to eat, Then, as if sensing the students' anxiety and restlessness, he continued, I thought it would take you at least a month before you could actually find any food. One student, feeling both helpless and in disbelief, immediately asked, Do you mean we actually have to survive and hunt for our own food? Then he showed some resistance and added, Why do we have to follow? Before he could finish, the principal cut him off. Fine, let's not waste time on that nonsense anymore. This made the student flinch. Principal Osu continued, I'm very pleased that you stubborn rascals are quick learners. Every year with the new students, those from Blue Dragon Tower are always the slowest. The best is usually Black Tortoise Tower, followed by White Tiger Tower. Compared to them, Blue Dragon Tower is filled with high-ranking nobles. They've never had to do anything difficult in their entire lives, so they're always the slowest to adapt. But for them to reach this level already is quite impressive. His eyes locked onto a corner with certainty. And it was clear who the target was as the principal stared intently at Lee Han, ending his speech. In a corner, Lee Han seemed to realize the principal was evaluating him, and he stealthily looked away, thinking, I really shouldn't make eye contact with him. While Osu was still thinking to himself, I knew this kid was built different since the day we met. He used words filled with positivity and grace to evaluate Lee Han, that it was unbelievable for someone to be this free, coming from such a strict family. The principal believed that a free and unfettered mind is the core of a mage, and pushing his students to their absolute limits was for that very reason, not to mention he himself thoroughly enjoyed it too. At this point, the student from before stood up again to ask, "Excuse me, principal, could you tell us what the most important thing in this class is?" The principal heard this and countered with his own question. "That's a good question. So what do you think it is?" Making the boy flustered and confused as he replied, "I'm not quite sure, sir." Then he turned around, glancing at his female friend with a bewildered face, because he himself didn't really know the answer. Seeing that, Osu answered for him. "It's so that when you graduate from here and cause trouble outside the academy, that bastard emperor will blame me for it." Hearing that, the students were absolutely shook, their jaws dropping in shock. The principal continued, "Do you have any idea how much trouble your seniors caused?" It turned out that in the past, many students from previous batches had caused countless problems for Osu. That made him secretly devise a plan of his own. He calculated that this ethics lesson will be my alibi. And indeed, after those classes, he wrote reports one by one about how the students had been mischievous and rowdy. The principal then continued speaking to them. "So when an envoy comes and says your seniors have become total trash, I won't be the one getting punished for it anymore." Finishing his story, he silently glided over, putting his face right up to the boys, staring him down and asking, "Got it, blockhead?" making the boy tremble in fear and stutter his response. Finally, he asserted that mages are eccentric people. "Don't you dare argue that you aren't one of them, because that'll just piss me off even more." Then he ordered, "Now open your books and read the first page." The whole class opened their books, staring at the squiggly lines with utter dread. But they were completely helpless. Together they chanted, "I will not cause trouble with magic." Osu still didn't seem satisfied, pointing his finger and demanding they go even louder, forcing the class to strain their voices and shout, "I will not cause trouble with magic! I will not cause trouble with magic!" Seeing this, Lee Han sighed and thought to himself, "Is this actually going to work?" While the loud shouts of the students continued to ring out, "I will not cause trouble with magic! I will not cause trouble with magic!" Yeah, seeing that, Lee Han sighed and thought to himself, "Is this really going to be effective?" After a while, Osu finally appeared satisfied. He said, "And now, I hope today's lecture will strengthen your kind hearts. Also, I need 2 volunteers for the demonstration." Volunteering for the lecture, some students heard this and sneakily looked away, fearing that an accidental eye contact with the teacher would turn them into very non-voluntary volunteers, hardly volunteering at all. Seeing that, Lee Han thought, "Everyone is ghosting him. I know this is a tough mission, but..." Osu silently observed everyone, smiled somewhat sinisterly, and said, "If no one volunteers, things are going to get much harder." Seeing the situation, Lee Han thought, "There's probably a reward, though," then raised his hand and stood up to volunteer. "I'll do it," much to the dismay of Yoner sitting next to him. Osu saw this and let out a long, "Oh-ho? You really like to stand out, don't you?" Lee Han replied without showing any fear, "I just thought it would be an honor to assist the professor I respect so much, sir." Osu didn't look particularly happy or excited upon hearing that. He indifferently said, "I'm already used to those empty words. But whatever. Opportunity only comes to those who are ready to stand up and seize it." Hearing this, Lee Han broke into a cold sweat while thinking, "Wait, did he realize I volunteered just for the perks?" A voice snapped at him, "Are you insane?" Making Lee Han jump, it was Gainando. He was beside Lee Han, pale-faced and trying to stop him. "Who knows what that crazy principal will force you to do?" Another student put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't stop him." Gainando, "Wardenot isn't crazy, he's sacrificing himself for us." Then Gainando asked in a daze, "For real? For real?" Then he tried to pump himself up. "If that's the case, I should also sacrifice myself for my friends." "Move!" He kept trying to motivate his legs to move. "Move!" Then he tried to use all his strength to shout, I want to volunteer too," but before Gainando could even finish the sentence, that he had struggled so much to blurt out, he saw his friend Asan, the nerd sitting in front, already raising her hand and standing up, making his eyes pop. The principal looked at her and assessed calmly, "You're that stubborn one from the Donka family. How come your family is always so good at clerical paperwork?" She calmly nodded and replied upon hearing that, "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Lee Han stood to one side, remembering, "Wait, isn't that Asan? Is she also aiming for the reward like me?" He glanced at his friend standing over there, who seemed a bit puzzled by him. Asen, feeling Lee Han's gaze, directed toward her, turned and said to him, "Let me repay you for the favor you did me before." Lee Han told her. You didn't have to go that far. Asen calmly replied, nonsense. The Dangta family always settles things fairly. Suddenly, Osu appeared behind them, looking approving. It's good to see you all being so close. But we have work to do, making Lee Han. Yoner and Asan jump in surprise. He lightly cast a spell. Papers dense with writing appeared in midair. They were the regulations students needed to master, he said, to prepare for the next lecture. Look over these safety rules and copy them out by hand. For every single student here. Those words made the students turn pale. Soon enough, evening approached. Pink clouds drifted lazily through the vibrant sunset, creating a beautiful and poetic scene. The students were still hunched over, frantically copying the rules OSU assigned. Asan groaned. I can't. Unbelievable. He gritted his teeth in anger. That old man is making us do this pointless work, when he could finish it in the blink of an eye. Lee Han observed Asan while writing, along with the invisible flames of rage, flaring up not far away. Thinking to himself, is he going to pass out? Then he pondered, I think I understand the principal's intention. I'm sure he thinks something like, relying on magic will make you all go soft. He continued thinking, we aren't even allowed to use light magic, the most basic spell, so a writing spell is out of the question. He's a dedicated teacher, so I'm sure there's a hint hidden here somewhere. Lee Han suddenly stood up, making Asan ask in confusion, what are you doing, Wardenot? He turned back to look at him and replied, I'm looking for clues to solve this situation. There might be something useful around here. Asan thought, he looks like he's stealing something, then asked, is that okay? He tilted his head slightly and whispered back, there's no rule saying we can't. Besides, this is the principal's lecture hall. Asan heard this and responded blankly, oh. Then he lightly pushed up his glasses. He replied with an incredibly nonchalant tone, I guess once in a while, stealing a little is no biggie. Let's split up and find it ASAP. The two of them began scouring the entire lecture hall. Asan said, I don't see any notes at all. Lee Han, standing to the side, agreed, me neither. Let's try looking from a different angle. Suddenly he stopped and let out a soft, It turned out there was a drawer right in front of him. It was originally just a relatively normal-looking drawer, but it was emitting a strange blue glow with an air of mystery about it. Seeing this, he waved and called out, over here! Asan, I've detected some weird magic here. Asan immediately stopped and asked, for real? Upon hearing that, then she walked toward him. Both of them stared at the blue light emanating from the drawer. She asked suspiciously, this? Open it up. Then he pulled the drawer open without a second's hesitation. A familiar, giant, pale blue skull lunged out. As expected, it was Principal Osu again, leaving both of them stunned. Lee Han, dazed, asked his friend, is this an illusion spell? Then the principal spoke up. The fact that you opened this drawer means you've finally decided to stop doing that brainless grunt work and actually started using your brains. I was hoping it would happen sooner. You guys looked pathetic, doing that for such a long time. His words made Asan and Lee Han turn pale. Principal Osu continued. This is the first circle of magic called basic manipulation. You better learn it as fast as possible. As he handed them a mysterious piece of paper. That's all for now, he said, and immediately vanished, leaving only a faint, flickering blue light behind. Asan rested her hands on her knees and said with a tremble, so the old man really did have some hidden agenda. Then she screamed out in frustration. What kind of whack teaching method is this? I don't get it at all. Why do we have to learn like this? Afterwards, she stood up abruptly and said, let's protest together. If we stick together, the principal will surely... Lee Han, she called, but receiving no answer. She turned to look at her friend, only to see him focused on the paper Osu left behind, reading it intently like a researcher. She was speechless, glaring at him. You traitor! His heart skipped a beat as Lee Han quickly replied, sorry, I just couldn't resist. Lee Han then smiled and said to Asan, but think about it. What good do you think a complaint will do against that crazy old principal? She didn't know what to say in return, as she couldn't seem to find an answer, so she just stood there in silent contemplation. She could almost hear the principal shouting, that's the rule of Einregard! Then she crossed her arms and figured it was about a 95% fail rate. Lee Han sighed helplessly and said, I'm surprised you think there's even a 5% chance of success. Oh well, let's just practice. He read the content. This is the content for basic manipulation. The important factors in spell casting are intent, incantations, and hand seals. The incantation for basic manipulation is move. Move, control. The two of them put in the effort to train together, intensively for a long period. Lee Han knelt on the floor, pointing his wand at a brush, straining his hardest to make it move. Yet despite trying countless times, they still failed. Asan panted, ugh, I'm out of mana. Then Lee Han, sitting nearby, also started to feel a bit worn out, patted her shoulder to comfort her. Let's take a break. Lee Han reflected to himself. Magic really isn't easy. It looks like a simple gesture, but the magical energy gathers differently every single time. He tried to stay calm and encouraged himself as if he were playing a game of balance. Concentrate! Lee Han felt it like this. He calmed down and tried his best to soothe his nerves, treating it like it was his last chance. Just imagine there's only 1 minute left to finish the quest. Lee Han tried to use his imagination. He thought about the quill. It was straight as a bamboo stalk, yet light as a feather. He swung his wand, concentrating his energy to the max. Then Lee Han shouted, "Move!" pointing the magic wand toward the quill, causing a shimmering streak of light to zip from the wand to the quill's body, not letting Lee Han down at all. The quill indeed began to vibrate gently. Then instantly, that feather quill soared into the air, leaving Lee Han in a daze, and his friend Asan with her jaw dropped in shock. Lee Han didn't show much excitement, muttering to himself, typical for a Warda family. Member, I guess. Now I just need to slowly move it over to the paper. While Asan was still shell-shocked, the quill was still hovering and shaking in the air. Lee Han stared at it without blinking, then continued to swing his wand, creating a trail of light directed at it. Suddenly, the two of them stared out the window in disbelief. It turned out, Lee Han had sent the quill flying straight out the window. The magic he cast was so powerful that the quill sliced through an apple hanging on a branch, before embedding itself deep into the tree trunk. Seeing this, Asan asked in a panic, "What did you just do? Did you just blast it out the window?" "Like a porcupine quill," Lee Han stammered in reply. "I think so too." After a while of testing the spell, Lee Han picked up the instruction sheet and noted, "This spell has 2 tricky parts. After the constant incantation, you need to continuously focus and guide the object. However, once you get past that super hard chant, the control part is just as tough." He swung his wand with determination. "Let's try again. Slow and steady, no need to rush," Lee Han told himself, unaware that the lecture hall door was creaking open. It turned out Principal Osu had suddenly appeared. He rushed over to look at them, asking curiously, "Did you pull it off yet?" The principal saw Lee Han practicing. Realizing he had achieved initial success, he continued excitedly, "Then I'll write the rest using my own magic." Hearing that, Lee Han flinched in fright. The quill in the air also shook. He slightly raised his hand to cover his head in pain. It seemed the principal had just cast some sort of spell. The principal chuckled with delight. Mysterious beams of light spread throughout the classroom. He said, "I hope you recognize my kindness." Before he could finish, he cried out, "Ah, damn it!" That cry rang out loudly through the tower at sunset. It turned out that accidentally, Lee Han had cast some sort of spell on the principal. Asan, watching from the side, asked in shock, "A freshman actually dared to target the principal with a snipe like that?" She covered her mouth, laughing with excitement. "You are so badass." While Lee Han, pale as a ghost, turned around and snapped, "Shut up, you psycho." A moment later, the principal slowly emerged from a corner with a feather stuck on his forehead. He opened his massive mouth, grinning, and said, "Oh ho! Seems you've grasped this spell faster than I expected. I must admit you're a bit better than that stubborn look of yours suggests." Lee Han stood there looking at him, thinking blankly. Huh? So it's over just like that? He noticed the principal seemed to be in a good mood, so he took advantage of the moment, when the principal didn't look too terrifying, and bravely spoke up, "Respected principal, could I ask for some tips on how to control?" "It better, please." The principal heard this and asked Lee Han back, "You can cast the spell, but you can't control it?" He replied, "Yes, sir," while Asan, sitting nearby, could only look up in pure admiration. "You're really something else," the principal told Lee Han. "For a freshman, you've done quite well, so there's no need to push yourself too hard." He heard the compliment and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. And here I thought it was because of magical energy. Guess I was wrong. But before he could celebrate for long, he heard Osu laughing with amusement. He playfully teased him. "Ha ha ha. I was just capping. The chanting part is what's actually hard. Control only takes a little bit of practice. But you really are a freak of nature, to be able to fire it off like an arrow like that. But what should we do now? Only you can figure out the way." Hearing that, he replied with a bright and cheerful look. "I understand, sir. Thank you for your guidance, Professor." He bowed to the professor and continued, "I will try even harder, sir," leaving Professor Osu feeling a bit stunned. "This kid is no fun at all, but this brat has quite an impressive expression," the professor thought while reaching out toward them. "The thing about magic is the more you use it, the more you'll master it. So there's nothing to worry about. Now go get some lunch," he said. The principal used a specific type of magic, making both of Lee Han's feet immediately leave the ground, hovering in midair. He shouted in panic, "What is this?" "Is this teleportation?" Lee Han tried to brace his hands against the ground for balance, but failed. He was whisked away to another space. After a moment, he leaned on his knees, panting and complaining. He really never does anything halfway, does he? Actually using space-time magic just to send me to the cafeteria. He looked around, saw he was alone, and thought, I wonder where he teleported Asan to. Another headache incoming. It turned out Asan had been teleported to the infirmary to recover her energy. The massive cafeteria was completely deserted. It was eerily quiet. Lee Han observed his surroundings and thought, there's nobody here. Must be past lunchtime. He looked at the bread and 2 rice balls on the plate, dejected. Eating this stuff again today? Well, whatever. I still have that bacon from before. While Lee Han was eating heartily, a figure silently appeared behind him. It was the princess. She approached him and said, So you're here, Wardenart? Lee Han heard his name and turned around, surprised. Oh? Princess. He stood up and replied politely, Do you need something from me, princess? The princess took a stack of papers from her person, handed them to him, and said, These are the materials you asked about last time. Lee Han took them joyfully and said with delight, Oh, thank you so much, princess. He opened the papers to read, but soon froze. What's this? It was a list of popular lectures. Overview of basic alchemy, basic royal linguistics, basic dance and social humanities. These aren't easy subjects to get grades in, but they're popular. An alchemy overview is a popular subject? If Professor Uragam heard this, he'd probably calmly scratch his nose and say nonchalantly, Well, it's fine regardless. Lee Han immediately said to her, Your Highness, I think there's been a misunderstanding here. I meant a list of bird courses where I can get easy A's, but this is just a list of popular ones. It's the exact opposite of what I wanted. The princess was confused and asked, What do you mean? Lee Han explained, Popular subjects mean lots of people, which makes it hard to score high. Unpopular subjects mean less competition and easier grades. That's what I was looking for. She was speechless after hearing that. So he's actually looking for easy classes? But you're a son of the Warda family. The princess recalled his recent actions and thought in wonder. I always thought he was just like the other noble kids. He seems to be completely different. She silently searched her pocket again and held out another list to him, speaking while she pulled it out. I've also put together a list of subjects to avoid. Those subjects are basic swordsmanship, basic physical training, and basic magic dueling, distancing methods. You see a list of unpopular subjects, and you're stoked. Grab it. This is the one. I can see how pathetic it is. It's so boring that nobody wants to take them. First is basic swordsmanship. Hardly anyone comes to a magic academy just to study swordsmanship. It's the same for basic magic dueling, distancing. Students at a prestigious magic school rarely ever get into real fights. But why bother worrying about it? Whatever. Isn't it better to know as many survival methods as possible? Thank you so much, princess. Seeing his reaction, the princess didn't know what else to say. She turned away. Well, then I'm off. The next morning, the air was crisp and fresh. Lee Han walked alone, thinking to himself, Everyone rejected me, what a bummer. As it turns out, last night, he had asked Ganando to join the classes with him. Hearing that, he replied dejectedly, You're planning to take those unpopular subjects? Why, nobles don't do that. Ioner wasn't enthusiastic either, and replied hesitantly, I'm sorry. I already have classes scheduled for those times. As for Asen, he was even more dead set against it. He basically grabbed Yi Han's shoulder and groaned, Why are you wasting your time on those trashy subjects? Yi Han sighed to himself. He said nonchalantly, Well, I'm pretty sure. They have no idea what's coming for them. Basically, no matter the school, the concept of student consideration doesn't exist. They definitely know students are enrolled in their courses, but they just don't give a damn. So, to focus on the subjects someone actually likes, you need other filler subjects, classes where you don't have to do extra busy work. Yi Han affirmed once more, It's a reasonable choice. To redistribute my focus, he let out a small gasp. But still... He looked at the pitch-black, deserted basement and grumbled, Why is basic magic dueling, distancing held in a basement like this? The stairs look simple enough. But why do I feel like this is a bad omen? There's a saying every citizen should know. You must never even think about entering a wizard's tower. Of the mage, even if it looks normal on the outside, there are stories of people getting trapped in those towers forever. Yi Han, when he was young, reading those lines from a fairy tale book, sword in hand, turned to ask, This fairy tale is a bit exaggerated, isn't it, sir? His teacher replied, It is indeed slightly exaggerated, young master. He continued, It's just a fairy tale that says, Those trapped in the tower can never escape. Those trapped in the tower cannot escape, because the reality is they'll be dead. Hearing that, Yi Han turned pale and was left speechless. The brief memory ended. Yihan looked at the towering structure and concluded, and the Einregard Tower is a prime example of a magic tower. That's why first-year students rarely dare to explore the Academy's tower. Yihan stood there, feeling a bit hesitant, but still trembling as he encouraged himself. Still, this is just an academy, so it should be fine, right? He chuckled to reassure himself. So far, nothing has happened to me on the first floor or in the dorms, nor in the dormitory either. So, before he could finish, a cold voice rang out behind him. Are you planning to go to the first basement level? Turns out it was Professor Osu. Yihan heard someone calling him. He flinched and turned around, thinking anxiously, what is the headmaster doing here? He scared the hell out of me! But in an instant he realized, wait, no, this is actually an opportunity. Immediately, Yihan put on a happy face and replied, oh, my dearest headmaster. It is such a pleasure to see you. Then he bowed sincerely. I'm about to head down to the first basement level, sir. Could you perhaps give me a little tip or some guidance? Hearing this, Osu chuckled and asked back, oh, what I'm about to teach you is absolutely nothing. Then he conjured a chrysanthemum flower. He teased, I'll bring a flower for you if I see your corpse tomorrow. Yihan was horrified to hear that. He forced a smile on his face. But inside he was cursing, that damn old geezer, an entity that can laugh without a single shred of malice or anger from within. It can only be a graduate student. In the basement, torches burned with a flickering glow, lighting the way for Yihan. He walked along thinking to himself, even though he tried to scare me like that, it looks pretty normal down here. He reached the classroom door, stopped under the nameplate and thought, but why do I have such a bad feeling about what's behind this door? It's probably just my imagination, right? Suddenly, two other students walked up beside him, catching his attention. They were chatting and laughing with each other, while Yihan stood behind them observing. Students, huh? I knew there would be a few people taking this class. He breathed a sigh of relief. With so many students at the academy, there was no way he'd be the only one. Then he heard one of the students ask, wait, where are we? They looked up at the nameplate together. Basic magic dueling, distancing? Are we in the wrong room? That was a close one. They bolted away, leaving Yihan in a light breeze. They said to each other, let's get out of here fast. One of them wondered, does anyone actually take this subject? The other replied firmly, no way. My homies were all spooked and ran away. Yihan stood there feeling gloomy. Seeing no hope for a companion, he had no choice but to reach out and knock on the classroom door. Unexpectedly, inside the room, three other students were already sitting there. Yihan felt a bit of comfort seeing that. There are still three people. The students whispered to each other. I think this guy came to our class by mistake. Yihan looked at their faces and could tell they were very curious about his presence. He thought to himself, they probably think I'm here because I don't know what this class is. He looked at the desk and discovered a small blue orb. He was puzzled. What's with these orbs? Suddenly, from a dark corner, a voice rang out from a mysterious young man. It's time, please take your seats. Yihan jumped in surprise. He turned his head around. I had no idea anyone was sitting there. The other students were also completely taken aback. What the? Someone was over there? He was a man with pale skin, a melancholy gaze, and even long fangs. Is he a vampire? Just then, the young man introduced himself. My name is Boladi Bagrit. I will be in charge of basic magic dueling, distancing. He picked up the orb on the table and continued in an extremely humble tone. I look forward to working with you all. And Boladi began his lecture. What you see before you is an orb made of astral stone. It is an ore that is highly compatible with magical energy. At certain times when the stars align, it emits a divine energy. Astral stone is the substance created by absorbing that very energy. Please stand up and channel your mana into that orb. Hearing that request, Yihan felt a bit anxious, wondering if he could pull it off. He placed his hand on the orb. To sum it up, he had failed at even basic spells before, like light magic. But all of a sudden, all the orbs began to float at the same time, surprising not only Yihan, but catching the other students completely off guard as well. He stared at the blue orb hovering above his head, thinking, did I seriously just do it that easily? Don't tell me. These aren't just some ordinary astral stones, right? After pondering for a bit, he concluded they were artifacts. At a glance, I'm pretty sure the professor made these himself. He thought again. I heard handmade artifacts are crazy expensive. Just then, a girl sitting behind him suddenly cried out in shock and panic, Eek! It turned out her astral stone had gone haywire, shooting up into the air at high speed. She could only cover her head in terror, while shouting a warning to the others. Watch out, it's going to smash the ceiling! However, right before the orb hit the ceiling, it slowed down and came to a stop. Suspending itself in midair, Professor Bellotti watched the scene, and with a bored expression, he told the students, "The orb is connected to your willpower, so you are able to control it. But I've placed some restrictions on it, so that you don't wreck this lecture hall." Hearing this, the purple-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank God." But before she could finish, she let out another startled gasp, as the orb shot down with incredible speed, nearly zooming right into her with a whoosh. Seeing her on the verge of passing out from fear, the professor calmly finished his sentence, "But those restrictions don't exist for you guys, so be careful not to get crushed by the orb." While the girl looked up, complaining to the professor with a pale face, "I'm the one who's already crushed." Professor Bellotti didn't seem to actually care at all about how scared this student was, and continued instructing the class. "Now keep the orbs floating." Lee Han thought while continuing his practice. This professor is a real piece of work. He just totally ignored her. Professor Bellotti then asked everyone, "Now draw a circle." Witnessing everything that just went down, Lee Han tried his best to control the astral stone, while thinking, "Even if it's an artifact, this is way too hard. It won't move the way I want it to." Suddenly, a classmate shouted, "Professor! I successfully drew a circle." The professor looked over, but showed no sign of joy or surprise, only calmly saying, "Do it again." The student was taken aback for a moment, but quickly complied. The hourglass had been flipped countless times, and time just kept ticking away. Lee Han began to feel anxious and thought to himself, "No way. Is this all we're going to do in this class?" So he stood up and asked the teacher, "Professor, how long do we have to keep drawing circles?" The teacher looked like he didn't understand why he was asking such a basic question, and answered promptly, "Until you can draw a circle perfectly." Hearing that, the students were at a loss for words. The guy who was just hyped for drawing circles was now trembling, and asked in distress, "Professor, can I use the restroom?" The teacher replied, "You don't need to ask permission for that." Hearing the teacher's nonchalant tone, he and another female student quietly slipped out of the room together, thinking in terror, "What kind of whack class is this? Let's get out of here." Leaving behind Lee Han, who was still grinding away at his practice. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl was still completely dazed. She called out to the others in a panic, "Take me with you!" Her face grew paler by the second, and her eyes began to lose focus. But she still tried to stammer, "Take me with you." Before she could even finish her sentence, she collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud. It wasn't clear if she had just passed out. Seeing this scene, even Lee Han was totally stunned. He thought to himself, "Is she really going to commit to the bit that much? She's actually pretty good." He approached her and tapped her, asking, "Hey, you okay?" When Lee Han helped the student up, he saw her face had turned ghastly pale, as if she had been completely drained. She faintly whispered, "My mana." So it wasn't an act. She was truly exhausted. Lee Han stepped forward, supporting her while saying, "Professor, it looks like she fainted because she ran out of mana." The professor remained indifferent, as if nothing had happened. He coldly replied, "Once she recovers, have her go back to drawing circles." The professor's coldness left Lee Han absolutely speechless. He thought to himself, "At this rate, I might be the only one left in this class." Sure enough, after the girl was taken away to rest, only Lee Han remained practicing his circles in a daze, while the professor sat in a corner reading, ignoring everything, as if he didn't have a care in the world. He then spoke up to ask the professor, "How is this class graded?" Hearing that, the teacher closed his book and replied, "It follows the regulations. Grades are curved, starting from the highest rank, depending on the number of students in the class." Hearing the professor's answer, Lee Han happily replied, "I see, sir." His eyes sparkled as he rejoiced inwardly. This class is a total jackpot. With a lesson like this, as long as I'm the last one standing, I'm guaranteed a high grade no matter what. It's exactly the ideal class I've been looking for. Lee Han was so happy he wanted to make a whole poster promoting this class. He was more than willing to do this simple, repetitive task. "The magic orb brings you high grades." The professor watched Lee Han happily practicing alone, speechless. The professor looked indifferent, but in reality he had already taken note of all his behavior. He thought to himself with doubt, "He's really willing to do such a simple, repetitive task?" The truth was that every year, students flooded into this class like a wave, but they also retreated as fast as the tide. Last year, not a single soul signed up for it. Even so, Professor Bellotti didn't mind. After all, his contract with the principal was to give annual lectures, not to recruit a ton of students. So his daily routine consisted of just staying in this empty classroom by himself every day and leaving automatically when class ended. However, his life was about to change from here on out, because a very special new student had appeared and disrupted his schedule. That person was Lee Han. He was a mature and bright kid. Judging by his conduct and tone, it was clear that he came from a prestigious family. Bellotti knew nothing of Lee Han's magical talent. but it wasn't hard to see that he was special, the professor thought to himself. It would be great if he stayed. That way, this would be the first time I've ever actually moved on to the next chapter. At the lounge, the students were animatedly discussing the classes they had just attended. Lee Han sat down and used an incredibly persuasive tone to recruit his friends. Listen, I've got some major tea. It's a lecture you guys really shouldn't miss. You get a high grade just by sitting there. Yoner and Gainando were still totally confused after hearing that and asked, "Give us more details. What's the subject even about?" Lee Han excitedly explained to them, "You just let your mana flow into the spirit stone the professor prepared, and then just keep practicing drawing circles." Hearing that, Gainando asked further, "Oh, and then what?" Lee Han cheerfully replied. "As far as I can tell, you don't have to do anything else." His words left Yoner and Gainando looking totally blank and underwhelmed. They had no idea what the point of this subject even was. They asked back, is that guy some kind of scammer?" Lee Han didn't seem to care much about that issue, answering, "Why does that even matter? The important thing is that my grades stay high, that's it." Hearing this, Yoner and Gainando felt a chill down their spines. They thought to themselves, "Lee Han, this guy is truly something else." And Yoner continued to judge him. "I know I'm not one to talk, but he really will do whatever it takes for those benefits." Lee Han, seeing his friends look so hesitant, stopped trying to convince them and said indifferently, "Well, if you guys feel that way, there's nothing I can do. I have another class, so I've got to head out first." They asked, "Just curious, but what class is it?" Lee Han answered proudly, "Basic swordsmanship," making both of them cry out in shock. "Taking basic swordsmanship at a magic academy? Are you serious?" Lee Han left behind his two friends' judgments and amazement and hurried to find his classroom. In a moment, he reached the courtyard in front of the South Main building. He looked around and wondered, "So this is the training ground for basic swordsmanship? There are so many people here. And they're all students from the White Tiger Tower, too." Students from the White Tiger Tower mostly came from knightly families, which meant they were skilled with the blade and took their training very seriously. Lee Han observed and thought to himself, "Magical combat is already my forte. It'll be fine. I'll pick up swordsmanship in no time, too." Seeing Lee Han, a few students whispered among themselves, "Isn't that guy from the Blue Dragon Tower?" "Yeah, and I heard he's from the Wardenaz family. What a joke. He's probably only here because he learned some fancy-pants sword dancing from his private tutors or whatever, right? He's totally underestimating what swordsmanship is really about." Lee Han calmly stayed silent, weighing the situation. "I've heard that. They're very proud of their sword skills, but they're way more aggressive than I expected." He sighed and concluded, "Whatever, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they're just a bunch of rowdy kids." Just then, a tall figure with pale, sickly blue skin walked up and said to him, "Hey, you're that Wardenaz kid from the Blue Dragon Tower, right, Lee Han?" Seeing him, he realized he was an orc and asked back, "Yeah, and what about it?" The other said, "I think you're in the wrong place. This is a serious swordsmanship class." "Not some lecture where you'll be coddled and handheld from the start," he replied indifferently. "I see. Thanks for letting me know," which only pissed the guy off more. "You still don't get it, do you? This isn't just about swinging a sword around like you nobles do. You could seriously get hurt. If it's in a duel, the students here won't go easy on you." Surrounding students giggled, as if they were all in on the joke and agreed with him. Lee Han waved his hand and said, "Fine, if I ever duel you, I'll be careful, so I don't hurt you too badly." Lee Han's words left the guy stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears, asking back what. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "You!" Just then a slight cough rang out, cutting through the chaotic atmosphere. A gentle voice spoke up. "All right, everyone, gather round." Lee Han turned his head and was startled. The man had a scar slashing right across his eye, looking quite terrifying, along with an iron leg. Not only that, he also had an iron arm. It was like half of his body was made of metal. The man spoke calmly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor Ingoreo. I will be teaching you swordsmanship this semester." Hearing that, Lee Han thought to himself in confusion. "Wait, the swordsmanship professor is an orc?" The teacher continued. "I'm sure you've all studied swordsmanship before, and are only here now to sharpen your skills, or to keep them from getting rusty. Therefore, I will help you. Refine your swordsmanship techniques, instead of teaching the basics from scratch." At those words, Lee Han whispered guiltily, "To be honest, I'm only here for the GPA." Just then a hand lightly tapped his shoulder. Lee Han flinched and turned around with a gasp. It was a student he didn't recognize. He thought to himself, another orc. He looks like a total rizzler. Then he heard the person ask, "You're Lee Han from the Wardenaz family, aren't you?" He asked back, "What's it to you?" The person replied, "I was just curious. Why is someone from a family famous for magic taking a swordsmanship class? Li Han answered indifferently. Isn't it obvious? The fewer the students, the easier it is to get an A. Hearing that, the friend was speechless. Li Han thought to himself comfortably. Any other reason might lead to a misunderstanding. Saying it's for the grades makes things simpler for both of us. The boy replied to Li Han awkwardly. Well, I am Giselle of the Marathi family. Just call me Marathi. Li Han cheerfully reached out his hand to Marathi. Sure, nice to meet you, Marathi, he thought to himself. He looks young, but his hands are already calloused. The two shared a friendly handshake. Li Han thought again. So it's the Marathi family, the clan that guards the harsh northern lands, under brutal rules. There they use whatever means necessary to achieve their goals. At least that's what I thought. He looks completely different from that family's reputation, Li Han noted privately. Well, I guess rumors aren't always true. Maybe I'll become close with this guy later. Who knows about the past? The deep stone blade, also known as the blue stone style, was a technique Li Han learned from Alalong. As the name suggests, the deep stone blade technique is very rigid. Since it's so hard to train, most nobles avoided it. But Li Han endured the training. Why? Because he didn't have any other choice. But that was exactly what gave him a solid foundation in swordsmanship class. The teacher watched him practice and asked in surprise, "Oh, you can use the deep stone blade?" The teacher continued with an intrigued and praising tone. You've got talent. Which family do you belong to? While in his mind, he seemed to already have an answer. Thinking, if he uses the deep stone blade, he must be from... Li Han wiped away sweat and answered the teacher. The Wardanaz family. This left the teacher completely stunned. The teacher wondered to himself, Wardanaz, how can his foundation be so solid? Yet he's from that family. He then asked the boy, May I know why you are studying swordsmanship? Li Han replied, I believe it's a necessary skill for a noble. The teacher's expression said, as expected, nothing special. He then replied, exactly what I thought. Li Han immediately caught on to the teacher's mood. He thought, that look. The typical look of a professor. He was secretly worried. If I say the wrong thing, my grade will drop. Guessing the answer the professor wanted, he pivot. He added, that's what I used to think. However, the more I study, the more I understand the profound nature of the sword. His words immediately piqued the professor's interest. He continued with a show of extreme determination. With shimmering eyes and clenched fists, he said, I just couldn't help but come here. The teacher snapped his fingers and happily blurted out. The perfect score made Li Han, who was drowning in his own faked emotions, stare at the teacher in total shock. The professor flustered, silently scolding himself. I was so reckless. I accidentally blurted out my inner thoughts. Then he gave a little laugh and told him, ha, it's nothing. The professor didn't hold back at all in giving Li Han sincere praise. You are very serious about this, and you haven't let your family's status stop your own progress. You're doing way better than some white tiger students who are just here to be eye candy. The teacher drew the sword from his hip and concluded, thanks to you, I've realized something. I'm going to get serious with you. Now pick up your sword. Hearing this, Li Han felt like something was off. His face darkened as he thought, hold up, this isn't right. How did things end up like this? Time flew by. The sun reached its zenith. The sky was deep blue, with white clouds drifting peacefully. Li Han slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. A moment later, he lay flat on the ground, completely out of breath. He must have just gone through an insanely grueling time with the professor. Professor Vidali stood looking down at him, telling him, the deep stone blade is a technique as solid as rock. It never wavers, no matter who or what happens. That is the essence of the deep stone blade. Helping him up, the professor kindly advised him, engrave that into your heart. That's all for today. The professor turned to the other students. Now next student, everyone was stunned and filled with dread. Li Han walked away, rubbing his shoulder and muttering, oh man, my whole body is aching. I feel like I've been crushed. How many hits did I take? Good Lord! He thought back to the training session, gloomily realizing his own openings had been countered by the professor repeatedly. He thought, he's really good at catching me slipping. I just kept getting beaten. In the meantime, each student looked like a total mess after going through the professor's drills, all while he stood leaning his sword against the ground, perfectly composed, constantly calling for the next student. Li Han watched the scene, adjusting his tie as he concluded, anyway, he's no joke. He watched the students collapse one by one, exhausted and haggard on the ground, silently acknowledging his professor's outstanding ability. The students from White Tiger Tower will all be future knights, but he deals with them so easily. As a swordsman, if Aralong is an immovable rock, Then Vodali is like flowing water, even though his limbs are prosthetic. He briefly recalled the professor's useful and precious advice while they practiced swordsmanship earlier. And because it's the Stormcloud style, you must move more. Dual wielding is difficult but versatile. Think before you strike. Han pondered and realized that the professor had also been constantly reminding his blue-skinned friend during their practice. The mountain moon style you use needs to be faster, sharper. Don't be too cautious. Lunge forward with everything you've got. Han concluded that Professor Vodali's swordsmanship was truly impressive. I guess he really is an outstanding professor. He reads the students' moves and gives them direct pointers. He watched the other students again, who were happily chatting away. He thought, maybe it's just me. But why do I feel like I'm the only one getting thrashed? Evening approached. Professor Vodali watched the birds flying through the sunset sky, thinking to himself, it's almost time. Now the professor turned toward the corner. Han was resting there when he called out, "Get up!" Han of the Wardanas clan. Hearing that, he quickly stood up and replied, "Yes, Professor." He walked toward the teacher, wondering to himself why he was being called. Meanwhile, the professor gestured in another direction, calling out again, "Darugo of the Choi clan, come here!" Han was incredibly curious when he heard that. He wanted to see who else the teacher was calling up with him. Just then, he saw this big blue-skinned guy who had started beef with him before class, stepping forward. Seeing his aggressive look, he thought, isn't this the guy who was looking for trouble earlier? So his name is Darugo. The two stood facing each other under the evening sky. A spark of rivalry flickered between them, though it was hard to notice. The professor looked at them calmly, as if he didn't sense anything weird at all, before dropping a bombshell. Now the two of you will duel. Hearing this, the other students were totally shocked and stunned. Some students sitting on the sidelines started to realize this match was definitely going to be some good tea. They began whispering to each other. Why those two? I don't even know if this is fair. Probably because they saw Han and that guy had such a massive size difference. Seeing all this, Darugo just stayed chill, his mouth curling into a smug grin. His two sharp fangs looked fierce and a bit unpredictable. The blue-skinned boy, that Darugo continued to laugh heartily. He glanced confidently at Han and replied, "Yes, Professor." The professor stepped up and handed both of them wooden swords for practice. Meanwhile, Han was busy sizing up his opponent, thinking, whoa, look at his face. He noted to himself, he seems pretty stoked that I'm his opponent. This jerk, Han, tightened his grip on the wooden sword. He thought, since things have come to this, I don't plan on backing down either. He remembered how hard he had trained, all through his childhood with his teacher. Recalling those days, he thought, I could have spent my time partying and hanging out, but I didn't. Instead, I chose to get beat up constantly, just to learn proper swordsmanship. He regained his confidence, smiled nonchalantly, and thought, it was all for moments like this. The reasons Professor Ingerdell chose them were simply because they were the two most elite individuals. Because swordsmanship isn't just empty theory, it's 100 drills and 1,000 real battles. Only by going through all of that can one truly master the sword. For instance, there's a move that stabs straight at the opponent's neck, but if you only know how to attack, victory remains far off. Conversely, if you use theory as the core, then add mastery and adaptability, you'll see what true swordsmanship is. These two students, Han and Darugo, not only understand those rules, but they can also use magic to enhance their own sword techniques. They possess the natural-born talent to become knights. After handing them the swords, the teacher told them to get in position. Neither said a word, silently following orders. The professor glanced at Han's back, thinking to himself, that level of skill, even though he doesn't come from a line of knights, the pressure he must face from his family must be insane. They probably say, look at that mage clan kid acting up. What a total disgrace. But he still keeps pushing forward. The teacher gripped his sword hilt tight, concluding that he was a student worth praising. In that case, let me lead you to the peak of swordsmanship. The teacher signaled with a wave of his hand. Match start! He stood aside to observe. He silently noted that this match would be worth watching. The reason is that the Choi clan's Peak Moon swordsmanship focuses on speed and offensive tempo. On the other hand, the Blue Rock swordsmanship emphasizes the power behind every single strike. The professor judged that these two schools are complete opposites. They're definitely going to learn a lot from each other. This is the true meaning of the word rivals. At that moment, the blue-skinned guy immediately took a step forward. He gave Han a nonchalant smirk. In a relaxed tone, he asked, aren't you going to step up? Han didn't show any fear either. He stood his ground calmly, watching his opponent. Hearing no response, The guy lunged forward, swinging his sword with a loud shout. "Then allow me!" He spun around with incredible speed. The force of his strike was immensely powerful. He carved out unique and impressive sword paths. The tip of his blade was fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was right in Lee Han's face, catching him off guard and causing a slight lapse in focus. His legs buckled slightly. He tried to dig his feet into the ground to maintain his balance. Right then, a plan formed in his mind. Before anyone could process what was happening, out of nowhere, he used the momentum from his feet to kick the ground. Tiny, shimmering grains of fine sand instantly flew up and sprayed directly into Darugu's face. Before he could even realize what was going on, his eyes began to sting and burn painfully. He let out a sharp cry and hurriedly moved his hands to cover his face. Seeing such a strange scene, many students watching were left speechless. They blurted out, "Sand throwing for real?" One girl immediately turned to ask the professor, "Professor, is that even allowed?" Contrary to what the students expected, the professor didn't look annoyed or object to Lee's little dirty trick. Han at all. On the contrary, he laughed joyfully, "Simply brilliant!" This left the other students stammering and speechless. He just stood there, wide-eyed, staring at the teacher. His face darkened in confusion as he let out a loud, "Huh?" to a professor with solid expertise in swordsmanship. Like Professor Udali, using whatever means or methods available is what a real life-or-death battle is all about. The two lunged at each other once more, preparing for a genuine fight that promised to be grueling and fierce. The teacher looked at Darugu's watery, stinging eyes and concluded that Lee Han understood that better than anyone. He had quickly spotted all the reactions of the students and immediately knew why. The whole class was upset about Lee Han using sand against his opponent. The teacher guessed that for the others, this must be a very foreign concept. Since they all came from noble clans, where honor is paramount, it was only natural they wouldn't know better. Furthermore, he has the mindset to ignore the nonsense around him, to focus solely on the goal of victory. Indeed, the students were sitting there grumbling, pouting and whispering among themselves. The teacher is capping so hard right now. Lee Han clearly cheated, what's with that? Meanwhile, the professor continued to look satisfied. Judging for himself, this is what a real swordsman looks like. Right now, Lee Han was constantly switching up his sword techniques, striking both fast and accurately. His abilities far exceeded his somewhat frail and seemingly harmless appearance, as well as his supposed uselessness. This left the green-skinned guy having moments where he became flustered and defensive. At this moment, Lee Han's blade struck down without any mercy, forcing him to quickly raise his sword to block the opponent's attack. But meanwhile, his eyes were still streaming with tears from the pain caused by the sand, making him furious and annoyed as he thought, cursing these cheap tricks. I was too careless because I was thinking about his background. Lee Han saw it clearly. My opponent is still flustered, amidst his own chaotic emotions, thinking to himself with satisfaction, "Good. The opponent still can't think straight." He quickly determined, must seize the moment and attack immediately. Then he lunged forward, swinging his sword with full force, creating a whirlwind-like assault. Lee Han thought to himself while observing earlier, "I realized his skills are way too good." Because of that, he didn't try to find a way to attack head-on, but focused on searching for weaknesses and openings from the opponent. At this moment, taking the chance seeing the opponent expose a flaw, he stepped up and stomped hard on his foot. Then he continued to swing his sword in a relentless attack, telling himself, "Therefore, I need to build a scenario more than ever, where I can secure the win." Seeing how Lee Han was constantly trying to attack him, Darugu frantically defended himself and wondered to himself, "Going that hard, seriously?" But right at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. He lost his balance and quickly braced his hand on the ground. Lee Han's thrusting wooden blade caused him to stumble and collapse immediately in pain. Lee Han was also very surprised and confused, seeing that, he thought, "Is he really trying that hard, OMG?" While he was in agony, lying face down on the ground, grimacing and groaning in distress. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? No, this isn't the time for random thoughts. The teacher standing outside continued to look extremely happy, clapping and praising incessantly. "Absolutely wonderful!" leaving the surrounding students speechless as they watched. The teacher's confusing actions. Darugu thought in annoyance, "This is so humiliating," but still braced his hands on his knees. Struggling to stand up, he shouted and lunged, "I'm not gonna let you off easy!" Lee Han immediately regained his focus, dodging to the side to avoid the sword tip aimed at him. Both immediately refocused and clashed again. Both continuously displayed sword strikes that were beautiful and highly technical. Lee Han raised his wooden sword high, calmly defending. While calculating a plan in his head, both people showed determination. In every single move, the sword tips sliced through the air, making Professor Eddie stand outside looking extremely satisfied, thinking, "Those two are better than I thought." The teacher pondered in his head. I knew they both had very good skills, but the teacher made precise observations about Darugu, didn't expect him to be able to use peak moon swordsmanship to this extent. But the more he tries to strike, the more stamina is drained. On the contrary, Wodenard is still very calm, trying to react along with every movement of the opponent. The blue-skinned friend's image seemed to split into afterimages. Then together they swayed and danced in Lee Han's eyes because he was constantly showing off his professional skills. With a fast and eager pace, Lee Han thought, "He's way too hyped up right now." But Lee Han didn't flinch at all. The wooden sword in his hand flickered in and out. His strikes were both powerful and precise, not showing a bit of weakness. Even his steadiness made the opponent briefly panic and wonder in confusion. What's with this pressure? Lee Han remained calm, looking straight ahead, without a single flinch or a trace of embarrassment. As he spun around, he tried to tell himself, "Focus, Lee Han, do not waver. This is the time to seize the chance and win." He recalled the situation from just now, quickly calculating and judging based on his experience, was blinded by the unexpected situation. And thanks to that, he has a ton of unnecessary movements. Most importantly, when looking at the amount of mana on his sword, his strength is almost exhausted. While I don't get tired when using mana, Lee Han concluded, now it's just a matter of time. Lee Han became even calmer. Darugu became increasingly agitated. His sword strikes began to lack precision, becoming erratic and somewhat frantic. He kept feeling panicked and confused deep down. Damn it, damn it, damn it! He clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing his moves weren't having any significant impact or affecting the opponent at all. Wondering if he wasn't putting in enough strength, he observed Lee Han's composure again, appearing completely baffled. Why isn't he losing any steam? He simply didn't show any emotion. Absolute calmness and coldness. Lee Han's hidden emotions made Darugu gradually feel helpless. He thought to himself in annoyance, "It feels like I'm hitting a brick wall here." Actually, all of this was Lee Han's meticulous and calculated plan to make the opponent slowly feel powerless, while in reality, he had the opponent completely right in the palm of his hand. Darugu also seemed to sense his disadvantageous and desperate situation, feeling extremely bewildered. Lee Han pursed his lips, his eyes full of determination. Everything exuded composure and total control. He seized the opening and lunged, swinging hard, aiming straight for the opponent's weapon, delivering an incredibly precise blow. The wooden sword flew out of the student's hand, flying meters away before thudding into the ground. Just as he was still stunned and fumbling, not knowing what to do, the other wooden blade was placed right against his neck. It was Lee Han's blade, testament to his bravery and talent. Here was Darugu, still panting heavily, unable to believe his own eyes, perhaps still in shock. After those dramatic moments, Lee Han was also very exhausted. Sweat was streaming down his cheeks, but his gaze never for a second wavered, remaining strong and spirited, skillfully managing the situation exceptionally well. Seeing that the match's outcome was clear, the teacher stepped forward and shouted to them, "Stop, the winner is decided." He glanced at both, who were tired and spent, reminding them both to step forward. The teacher quickly glanced over at Darugu's expression, which was both annoyed and unwilling, clicking his tongue in regret. What a shame. They were originally evenly matched. If he had been calmer, the result might have been different. But he panicked when facing bloodlust. The teacher thought to himself again. At such a young age, it's tough on him. Then his eyes shifted to the other side. As for Lee Han, he had made everyone look at him in a whole new light. Then the teacher walked up to them and said kindly, "You both performed very well today. Firstly, winning or losing isn't everything." He continued to advise his students, "Don't get cocky in victory or discouraged in defeat. That's the only way to improve. Now shake hands." Lee Han stood looking at his opponent, thinking, based on his personality, he won't just let this go. But surprisingly, before Lee Han could even finish his thought, a blue hand was already extended in front of him. Darugu praised him in a humble and friendly tone. "That was a great match. I'm truly sorry for being disrespectful earlier." He continued, "You really deserve the win," leaving Lee Han surprised and puzzled, unsure how to respond. He was still worried deep down, but realized it didn't look like he was waiting for a chance to strike. Once his guard was down, he quickly reached out, shaking Darugu's hand politely and responding humbly. "You probably only said those things because you were anxious." The teacher saw their positive attitude and was satisfied too, clapping in approval, while the students in the distance were still bewildered and fed up. Seeing this, the teacher immediately whipped around, glaring with clear dissatisfaction. "What do you kids think you're doing? Why aren't you clapping?" This made the rest of them extremely wary, clapping along to follow the teacher's lead. Before long, dusk began to fall. Gloomy and somewhat mysterious colors gradually took over the academy grounds. A group of students stood together in a huddle, appearing to be sneakily discussing some secret matter. One student spoke up, Darugu of the Choi family. As a student of the White Tiger Tower, I'm certain. She crossed her arms and asked softly, "You aren't planning to let that guy slide after being clowned on like that, right?" Hearing her question, Darugu remained polite and humble as he replied, "I lost because I still lack experience." At those words, surrounding students burst out in protest, interrupting with, "It's because he played dirty. It wasn't your fault, Darugu." However, he still bluntly admitted his own shortcomings. "No, it's because I'm still weak." It turned out the person speaking earlier was Giselle. She sighed, gave a light smirk, and said, "That doesn't even matter anymore." She continued speaking, her tone slightly arrogant and high and mighty. "What matters is the honor and pride of our tower, which has been trampled because of you." She rasped, her gaze full of terrifying reproach. "Take responsibility, Choi." Darugu silently noted the status of the person before him. The Marathi house is the center of the knightly families. Then, clenching his fists, he asked back, "How exactly do you want me to take responsibility?" She snapped her fingers and said nonchalantly, "It's simple. What we lack in quality, we'll make up for in quantity." Immediately, two other students stepped up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Darugu, startling him. He spoke to Giselle again in a tone of disbelief and disapproval. "As a knight, have you no shame?" Giselle replied coolly, her tone indifferent and casual. "That's just the cope of a loser." Hearing this, a few people standing behind also seemed a bit awkward and reluctant. They whispered among themselves, "I've never heard of anything like this. Why do we have to go this far?" Giselle smiled, but her eyes remained cold, asking icily, "Looks like some people aren't on board, huh? Why don't you say it to my face?" Hearing her threatening and condescending tone, the students quickly looked away, some avoiding eye contact, others not daring to say another word due to her family's overwhelming power. No matter how annoyed they felt inside, they couldn't let it show too clearly. Right as the standoff grew increasingly tense, Darugu spoke up calmly and firmly. "I object to this. It won't be part of any revenge." Then he turned to leave. Giselle, seeing him oppose her idea like that, dismissed him with a contemptuous wave. He even let out a mocking sneer. "Darugu, huh? Look at that coward run. Looks like I'll need to find a replacement for him." Just then, a stout boy, with a tomato-red nose and pointed ears, sharp as a witch's, pointed to himself, excitedly volunteering, "Give me a shot, Marathi." The students realized some drama was about to go down. Further away, Darugu also stopped in his tracks, standing quietly, watching this dirty plan unfold. In his heart, he was worried for Lee Han. Even if I believe in Wadan Az's skills, 1 against 3 is just too much. Not to mention they're students of knightly houses, who undergo daily training. He clenched his fists, telling himself, "Can't just sit idly by. This is not how a knight behaves. No matter how my decision affects the future, at any cost." Darugu made up his mind. "Making up my mind internally, I'm gonna side with Hoa." As the night grows old, the atmosphere is dead silent. The bright moonlight clearly illuminates a patch of sky. At a desolate piece of land, someone's footprint quietly appears on the ground, not knowing since when. It turns out those are Darugu's footprints. He's pushing himself to sprint as fast as possible. Both panicked and in a rush, he's running full tilt, while shouting out loud, "Woden, you jerk!" All of a sudden, some strange object whizzes past his eyes, startling him into quickly dodging to the side. Turned out to be a stone. It quietly rolls to his feet, however. The more shocking thing is that before this, the stone hit the head of one of the students from the White Tiger Tower earlier, sending him face-planting onto the ground, lying unconscious, leaving Darugu just staring blankly, speechless. The rest of them also turned pale, faces looking like they've seen a ghost, shouting out loud, "You bastard, how dare you!" A slender hand holding a wand, a familiar voice, both gentle and full of composure, rings out, "You guys!" It turns out it was Yihan. He is using his wand to control magic with great finesse, causing rocks and leaves around to start moving around him. Then Yihan growls a threat without a hint of fear. "If you want to die, just keep coming closer." Seeing that sight, Darugu also appeared extremely terrified. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he was stunned, unable to utter a single word. Everyone was in a state of utter confusion. No one understood what the hell was actually going on. Turns out everything started a while back. An aggressive voice spoke up. "You think we're gonna let this slide after you won? We'll make sure for sure you can't attend any more classes." As it turns out, the students at White Tiger Tower proactively blocked Yi Han, surrounding him. They even brought along weapons, which were large clubs. Han looked at the scene before him, inwardly annoyed. They're doing this just for the class? What a hassle, I'll just beat them back. He turned his head to look at them menacingly, saying, "Do you guys even know which clan I come from?" Those guys heard that and wavered slightly, while shouting back irritably, "Threatening like that is so mid. You think that'll make us scared?" However, they still felt a bit hesitant, glancing at each other, but no one dared to charge first, which made Yi Han quickly assess the situation. Looks like they have someone backing them up. He quickly sketched out a portrait of some puppet master. Seems like there's a mastermind behind this. Who else do you guys think can clean up this mess? Yi Han let out a soft sigh of regret. Regardless, if they had thought it through, they wouldn't have acted like this from the start. He spoke the truth out loud, sending everyone into a panic. Who ordered you guys to do this? Is it someone from a major clan that you couldn't turn down? One of them heard that and tried to shout loud to stay calm and reassure his comrades. "Shut up! Don't let him cap! Surround him! Don't let him get away!" The rest of them heard that and also moved in quickly, circling Yi Han, brandishing clubs with raw aggression and anger. Yi Han realized the opponents had him outnumbered, feeling a bit hesitant while weighing his options. 3-on-1 is kind of wild. He remembered the words his teacher taught him as a kid. Aloran once told me, "In situations like this, just dip," he said, "young master. Running away is the best way to deal with multiple enemies. But if the escape route is blocked, then how am I gonna run now?" He tried to come up with the best tactic for himself, then suddenly noticed, wait a sec, Yi Han. Noticing the stones of relatively small sizes beneath his feet, he thought to himself, "If I have these, maybe it's possible." He quickly recalled the lesson on controlling a pen that he had practiced the other day, then compared those stones to that pen. These stones weren't too big, and their sizes weren't much different either. No sooner said than done. Yi Han pulled out his wand and chanted the movement spell. The stones immediately flew up, hovering in midair. Witnessing that scene, the students surrounding Yi Han looked completely stunned. They blurted out in confusion, "Can he already use this kind of magic? Is the Wardernas family really built different from us?" Yi Han felt happy and relieved seeing he had successfully controlled the stones. His confidence had returned. He thought, phew, glad it worked. This should be enough to scare them off, right? Just keep this up and then bolt. He continued to manipulate the stones to fly higher and faster, then threatened, "Get lost. Otherwise," he pointed his wand in one direction. The stone, as if it had eyes and could understand his words, flew straight with immense force at a student nearby. He immediately face-planted, passing out from the pain, causing the others around to become truly terrified. Sweat poured down their faces. But that wasn't Yi Han's intention at all. He was breaking out in a sweat himself. Yi Han thought miserably to himself, "Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. I really need to practice more." While the remaining guys started getting cranky and shouted, "This bastard! How dare he!" The tomato-nosed kid who took Darugu's place was a bit shaken earlier and said to his crew, "These stones are gonna fly at us," without giving us any time to prep. The other guy replied with a hint of fear, "Even if he's a Wardernas, can he really use such powerful magic?" Meanwhile, Yi Han stood his ground, looking at them with resolve. In reality, he was quite flustered inside. He let out a resigned sigh. "This wasn't part of the plan, but I gotta keep acting." Yi Han constantly told himself, "Be serious, keep a poker face." Then reached out and pointed coldly, sounding menacing. "If you want to die, then step up." Those guys couldn't overcome the fear in their hearts, hurriedly following the unconscious student as they left, leaving behind a few nasty threats. "You won't get away with this." Darugu, witnessing the whole thing, was equally confused, thinking, "What the heck did I just watch?" Yi Han saw him and asked calmly, "Did you come to jump me too?" He quickly denied it. "No, not at all." It was midnight, without a cloud in the sky as the moon cast beautiful and shimmering blue light spreading across the landscape. Yi Han asked in surprise, "That Gayo jerk played this threat card?" Turns out, Darugu and Yi Han were sitting together by a campfire. He was speechless because Yi Han couldn't remember his classmate's name, so he spoke up to remind him. "It's not Giselle," he corrected. "Oh right, Giselle. Anyway, is that what he said?" Yi Han observed. "The vibe in White Tiger Tower is quite different. Everyone in my tower is happy and close with one another." Ganando had told him so, but Yi Han quickly thought about how White Tiger Tower had its own order. Right then, Darugu used a stick to sketch GDC's portrait to show Yi Han. "He looks like this." Seeing it, Yi Han wondered to himself, "Who is this?" He quickly recalled the person who had talked to him at the start of swordsmanship class the other day. "Is it that guy from the other day?" Yi Han concluded, "And here I thought he was a good guy. His actions don't match his looks at all," making Darugu, standing beside him, wonder, what does being mean have to do with appearance anyway? Yi Han acted like he didn't even hear him, still mumbling to himself. "So he's just playing his part. Turns out that's the reason why he's so popular." leaving Darugu behind, giving up. Hey, are you even listening? Han was still deep in his own world of deduction. He turned back and said, besides, he's famous, so don't tell me. You think Giselle is just some average person? Does that mean he has a motive for approaching me? The two sat back down by the warm fire. Han remarked, the fact they came to jump me is already sus. Then he heard Darugu reply, there are a few reasons for that. First, you're from the Wardernis family. If he defeats you, someone from a high-profile clan, especially as a freshman, Giselle will gain a lot more clout. Han heard this and responded, so you're saying I'm just a sacrificial lamb for his power trip? That's really annoying. Darugu replied, I'm afraid so. He's banking on the future. You'll continue to show a positive attitude, while the students in my tower keep harboring a hateful attitude. Knowing how to exploit those emotions, he sincerely warned Han, if you keep taking swordsmanship, I want to remind you to be careful. It was already very late. The two of them stood up and headed back to their towers. Han recalled Darugu's advice. He had said, try to avoid classes with students from White Tiger Tower. That way Giselle won't be able to do anything. Pushing the tower door open, he thought, good advice, but I can't follow it. First off, finding a good class is hard enough, based on Han's standards. Second, he smiled confidently to himself. How dare they try to drag me into that political mess? This is a matter of honor. The next morning in the common room, the students were huddling together. When they suddenly heard someone calling out, it was Han holding himself, face covered in bruises, clothes all messed up and dirty. I was just jumped by students from White Tiger Tower. Just because I'm a member of Blue Dragon Tower, he feigned pain and misery, thinking to himself, now how are they going to react? The students were shocked. What? What, are those meatheads crazy? They don't know who they're messing with. That's totally out of line, many students shouted. A guy jumped up and yelled, this is no time for a mess. We gotta call everyone from upstairs too. They didn't dare poke Ganando, but they mess with a Wardernis like you? Hearing that, Ganando poked his head down from the stairs, confused. Why bring me into this? Han watched everyone's reaction and thought, they're more hyped than I expected. He waved his hands to stop them. Calm down, wait! There's no need to overreact. While the others were about to flip their lids. Where are the weapons? Find them quick, call everyone. Someone shouted, no, we're still in your debt. Everyone here has eaten your meat, another person sobbed, and agreed, that's right. If it weren't for you, we'd all be starving. That evil principle. Han felt extremely guilty hearing that, hurriedly waving his hands to try and calm everyone down. A guy quickly took charge of the group. Everyone listen up! Form 2 lines! Everyone followed suit at once. They yelled, let's go wreck White Tiger Tower! Han imagined a fierce battle, about to unfold and thought guiltily, I really messed things up. I had no idea Blue Dragon Tower hated White Tiger Tower that much. As it turns out, it's because we always hate the ones most like ourselves. Everyone was still rallying each other. Everyone, grab anything you can use as a weapon, and let's go to White Tiger Tower. Right then, someone shouted, wait up! Turns out it was Asan. She told everyone, listen to me before you go. We shouldn't jump the gun like this. That tower is for those from Knightly families. If we charge in recklessly, we're gonna take an L. Hearing that, Han thought, as expected of Asan, she's so rational. Then he quickly tried to talk everyone down. That's right, everyone. That's why we, Han shouted, cutting him off. We'll lie in wait and then ambush them. Hearing this, everyone cheered happily, as expected of the Donka family. We believe in you. Everyone get ready. Let's go. Han broke into a cold sweat and felt down, thinking, I was such a fool to expect anything else. He tried his best to stop everyone again. Hold up. Wait a minute. I don't want you guys to get revenge. This is a matter of my honor, so I'll handle it myself. Hearing that, a friend cut him off. But Wodanas, they're super crafty. I mean, they're low-key petty. Those dirty scumbags won't be easy to play with. Han was low-key terrified, thinking, he's roasting them without even pausing for breath. He let out another heavy sigh, then spoke out firmly. We are children of noble families. Wouldn't it be shameful if we acted just like them? Hearing this, everyone started to settle down and reflect. Han was secretly relieved. All right, everything is fine now. Let's get to the main point, he continued. But if they choose to fight us, then we'll fight back together. They'll likely attack us in a pack like cowards. The students got super hyped when they heard that. Their eyes were sparkling and their spirits were high. Right on, Wodanaz. Let's stick together and be ready. Han could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I've managed to stop the families from descending into chaos. Everyone started to disperse. Some were still wondering and asking each other, now that I think about it, aren't we having the next class with those jerks? Good, let's give them a hard time. One person happily gave an example. Once they see us as masters of the lighting spell, another student excitedly chimed in. I bet none of them can pull this off, right? Yihan was stunned. Huh? Then he quickly realized the problem, thinking in panic, wait, no way, right? Am I really the only one who hasn't mastered the lighting spell yet? The next morning, Yoner woke up and stretched in front of the mirror. Her face was still a bit sleepy. Yihan sluggishly walked up and said, morning. He scared her and she screamed, ah, you scared the life out of me. She noticed the dark circles under his eyes and asked, what's wrong with your face? He replied, I stayed up practicing spells. Yoner asked in confusion, practicing spells? Can't you use spells? You got the hang of it last time, right? Yihan replied, yeah. Then he continued, the others said they've already mastered the lighting spell, making Yoner wonder. That's news to me. As they were talking, they saw a familiar figure walking towards them from a distance. Yoner asked, huh, is that Ganando? Yihan was also puzzled. What's he doing here at this hour? Yihan called out, morning! He saw Ganando acting all sus, looking around. When he thought no one was watching, he reached into his shirt and pulled out a huge, delicious-looking sausage. He sneakily walked over to the kitchen. The stove was roaring and he looked full of joy. Yihan and Yoner were speechless. She lamented, he's royalty yet. Meanwhile, Ganando stared intently at the sausage skewer in front of him. His eyes were filled with pure hunger. Yihan approached and whispered, we're not going to steal it from you, so just go ahead and eat up, causing him to jump out of his skin. Then Ganando turned around and asked, when did you get here? Yihan replied, right when you were carefully pulling those sausages out. This made him immediately deny it. I did not. Yihan reminded him again, they're about to burn, take them out. Yihan looked at Ganando's gluttony and let out a silent sigh. Thinking back, everyone looked pretty rough. Everyone was losing it because of the hunger. Yoner said everyone is starving, but they didn't fall into a worse state because you sold food. If not for that, things could have been much worse. Yihan secretly plotted, we should get ready. We don't have many rations left. He grumbled, Professor Urium is such a cheapskate, even though we tried to snag some ingredients. From the back of his carriage, he kept stopping them. Wait, those loaves of bread are for me to eat? What the... Since when did you kids start stuffing jam into your pockets? He shouted at them. You kids just need to eat enough to fill your bellies. Why are you taking extra portions, huh? Both of them thought gloomily, is there any other chance? There's no way to steal them either, Sai. It was time for a new class. Everyone walked into the classroom. Professor Garcia was already there, waving at them in a friendly way. A tingling professor. Garcia cared about the students so much that she could immediately sense the strange shift between them. First, a week after joining the academy, the students became very hungry. Second, she sensed the tension between the towers. Because of their different backgrounds, the rivalry was intense. But the tension between Chongyong and Baeko was particularly fierce. However, while the students from different towers were still giving each other the side-eye, Professor Garcia rushed to stop a fight that was about to break out. You guys over there, sit down quickly. She remembered Professor Gonadalte's saying, the more they compete with each other, the stronger they'll become. That was one of the many viewpoints of the principal. However, I just can't agree with that. She let out a soft, secret sigh. Thinking worriedly, it would be so nice if everyone just treated each other well. She thought that, then told the class, everyone take a seat. The students immediately followed suit. Professor Garcia asked further, last time we learned about the lighting spell. Has anyone successfully performed it yet? Hearing the teacher ask that, Yihan, while covering his mouth and yawning repeatedly, immediately raised his hand. He was extremely exhausted and drained, but he tried to stay awake and calculated. I only just pulled it off thanks to staying up all night. Even though I'm tired, I can't afford to fall behind. However, the situation wasn't what he imagined. He expected a competitive scene with tons of hands up. His classmates saw him raise his hand and just looked bewildered and full of admiration. Other than him, no one else raised their hand. He was confused amidst the amazed gasps of his friends. Whoa! As expected of Watanaz, Yihan began to panic and asked the guy in the front row, hey, didn't you say you could do it? When the other guy heard the questioning, he laughed awkwardly. Oh, that? I just meant I grasped how to do it. I haven't actually succeeded yet. He acted incredibly optimistic and said, well, I'll be able to do it soon. Right? Since we're all nobles after all. While for Yihan, his whole world went dark. He bitterly admitted he'd been played. These arrogant noble jerks, the teacher praised. Very good. There are two of you from Chongyong Tower then. Turns out the princess also raised her hand to volunteer, which surprised Yihan. He thought to himself, it's the princess. Another chance to get close to, before he could finish the thought. And while he was busy looking at her, he received a glare as sharp as a knife from the princess. Yihan was flustered and confused, thinking, what? Did I do something wrong? Someone lightly tapped his head from behind. Turns out it was his friend Asan. She whispered, "Wodanaz." "It seems the princess believes the weird rumors about you," he asked in bewilderment. "Weird rumors?" Then he saw Asan slam her hand on the desk in outrage. "That's a malicious rumor and a total insult to you. They're saying you only care about getting high grades instead of actual knowledge. It's absolutely unbelievable." Lee Han felt a sharp pang of guilt hearing his friend so worked up. He thought to himself, wait, isn't that actually spot on? It's not wrong, so I don't really have a comeback. But Asan seemed absolutely livid. He said indignantly, "I'm seriously disappointed in the princess. It's one thing for others to spread that rumor, but to think that Her Royal Highness would believe such a ridiculous lie." Guilt-ridden, Lee Han interrupted Asan. "But hey, whether she believes it or not is her business." Asan was stunned by his words. Clenching her trembling hands, she cried out, "Wodanaz! Just how pure-hearted are you?" Asan was internally weeping for Lee Han's sake, feeling that he was truly like an angel on earth. She appraised him silently in her heart. "There are plenty of descendants from great clans in this tower, but not one of them is as perfect and noble as he is. The reason my parent has sent me to a place like this was to meet people like him." Asan was still drowning in her own emotions, so moved she wanted to cry and kept praising Lee Han. "You really are an incredible person." It left him feeling awkward, not understanding what was going on with her. He wondered to himself, what's gotten into her? Lee Han stepped up to perform the lighting spell. He shouted, "Lux!" Light immediately spread throughout the lecture hall. The princess was also practicing with her wand. She called out, controlling the shimmering particles of light. Their light beams, one gold and one blue, merged to create a stunning masterpiece of light. It was absolutely radiant. Professor Garcia clapped and showered them with praise. "Well done." It is rare for students to successfully cast this spell. Within their first week, she praised them again. "I am so glad to have been lucky enough to meet such talented students." This made the other students hang their heads in embarrassment. Seeing this, she quickly waved her hands to encourage them. "However, the rest of you shouldn't lose heart. Luminescence is the most basic magic, and it's the very first step in allowing you to feel mana. You really don't need to be so discouraged." Lee Han stood there listening to her and thought, I don't think anyone is actually listening to the professor. There's no way they're paying attention when they're acting like this, because students from different towers were still intensely challenging one another, with both glares and actions. The tension was through the roof. The lady hurriedly tried to mediate, trying to put out their fiery tempers. "Students, please settle down and return to your seats." Someone spoke up in a defiant tone. It's just a basic lighting spell." An immediate retort came from someone in the tower of the Chongyong. "Yeah, right. None of those Beko Tower kids could do it." They continued to mutter provocations at each other. "I'll show you," leaving Professor Garcia with nothing to do but sigh helplessly. She felt a mix of anxiety and powerlessness. She said to her students, "Please don't be so pessimistic. We will begin studying elemental magic this semester." This immediately piqued the students' interest. They cheered in excitement. "Are we really going to learn elemental magic?" "That's so cool," Professor Garcia added. "Once you've mastered luminescence, you'll naturally pick up the techniques during your studies. Elemental magic includes basic elements, like water, fire, earth, wind, and darkness. It also covers more complex attributes, such as gravity magic. Elemental magic has long been the foundation for other types of magic, like summoning spirits, or imbuing artifacts with their signature properties. To put it simply, it's like learning the 4 basic arithmetic operations to apply it to high school math. Furthermore, even if you only learn basic elemental magic, no matter where you go, you will be treated like a VIP. Hearing that, the students all looked serious and hyped up to try out a fresh and exciting skill. Even Yihan himself was low-key excited, thinking he was really looking forward to this class. Garcia began her lecture. She picked up a long wooden staff and told her students, "Now we will all test our compatibility with each basic element. This is because every student will have an element that is a perfect match for them." Hearing the teacher's lecture, the students sitting below immediately began to buzz with chatter. Someone said, "Well, learning all the elements doesn't make any sense anyway." A girl expressed her feelings. "I only want to learn the fire element." A boy sitting next to her heard that and turned to softly explain why. "You have to be compatible with it first to learn it." The teacher tapped her staff on the ground with 2 clicks and continued. Then with a whoosh, a spark appeared out of thin air. It quickly zoomed forward, making the candle in front of Yihan burst into flame. The same happened with Darugu's candle, and Asan's too. She was also startled by the strange sight that just happened. The teacher calmly explained, While the students were still wide-eyed with surprise, the technique from the previous lesson can also be applied here. However, what you want to create is fire, not light. Be careful, unlike light, fire can actually burn you. Ganando was surprised and wondered anxiously, I am clearly a noble and handsome prince. If I happen to get burned by fire, the consequences then? He'd probably turn into a crispy prince. Damn, this silly guy thought irritably. That girl gripped the staff in her hand and requested, all right, chant this spell together in your minds. She swung the staff and shouted, Blaze! A giant pillar of fire appeared. The roaring flames rose high like a tornado, the sparks swirling around, creating brilliant yellow and red streaks, incredibly beautiful and mystical in the air. The class stared in wide-eyed admiration. Whoa, it's a fire pillar! Ihan also watched intently, thinking, I don't want to act like a total fanboy, but honestly, magic is freaking lit. Once the teacher finished the example, she signaled the class. Shall we give it a try? The students were eagerly waiting for this moment, immediately responding with excitement, Yes, yes! Let's do this! A moment later, they each held a wand, all of them trying to focus their entire spirit on chanting the spell, sweating as they yelled, Blaze up, burn bright! While everyone else was straining to test out the spell immediately, that elemental magic. Ihan sat with his chin on his hand, quietly watching the small candle, still flickering in front of him. He reasoned, there must be a reason. Why the professor gave us these candles? Ihan closed his eyes and focused. If what I have is closer, it's easier to visualize. With that thought, Ihan picked up his wand, decided, all right, let's try it. His strange behavior immediately caught the teacher's eye as she walked past him. However, before he could even make another move, the teacher stepped over and used the staff in her hand to crush the candle in front of him, then stopped him. Wait! She waved her hand and told Yihan some news. That was not at all pleasant. Student! Yihan will be banned from using fire magic for a while. Those words made him look utterly confused. What? Why? He asked the teacher. Why is that? He was just thinking about it. That's the path for me to perform some badass magic. Garcia pointed her finger and said, because it's very dangerous. Yihan immediately recalled the first time he practiced illumination magic. Now that I think about it, that time, the light emitted was a bit too blinding, making my eyes really sore. He pondered and calculated, if I can't control the light, it will only make me temporarily blind. But suppose the fire explodes, how truly horrific would the consequences be? He really didn't dare to think any further. A while later, Garcia brought a bowl of water to Yi Han and advised him, we will try fire magic again once your senses have become sharper. Until then, try practicing water magic. Garcia signaled to Yi Han, since it wasn't that dangerous. Water, like fire, is also a basic element. Hearing this, he secretly felt gloomy, wanting to blurt out an objection in his heart. But it's not cool! Yi Han coughed quickly in embarrassment, thinking to himself, I take that back. In reality, fire and lightning are better for offense. Earth and metal are better for defense. He lightly touched the clear water, thinking, but the use of water is quite vague. Is its only use that I can have a drink anywhere? But what else can I do? It's all for safety, Ihan sighed dejectedly. Seeing him a bit unhappy, Asan turned to comfort him. I feel so jealous. You even get special guidance from the professor. Hearing that, Ihan turned pale and grumbled to himself. Could you just shut it? Ihan frowned, looking at his reflection in the water, clear as day in the small bowl. He pointed his wand at it and shouted, Rise, arise! He tried to focus his thoughts and spirit. Ihan was determined in his heart. I want to learn fire magic too. Then used his wand to perform magic, shouting again, Arise! He didn't have to wait long. A swirling stream of water began to rise. Asan, sitting next to him, was utterly shocked and cried out. The jets of water kept moving under the wand of Yi Han. They flew up. Tiny droplets began to converge into a large stream. That stream seemed magical, bending in the air like a dragon made of water. Everyone stared in stunned silence as Yi Han succeeded, panicked whispers spreading among them. He did it after only 3 tries? Garcia saw Yi Han succeed in an instant and was overjoyed. She said happily, That's amazing, Yi Han. It seems you are highly compatible with the water element. Gajia exclaimed to the whole class, Everyone! Yi Han has mastered the water element. This made the other students quickly turn to look, buzzing with chatter. Whoa, truly a descendant of the Wardenaz family. Some students from the White Tiger Tower could only rest their chins on their hands and sigh in weariness. Impressive. He made a really huge water orb. Garcia saw this and hurriedly encouraged the others. And for those who haven't succeeded yet, don't lose patience. Just like Yihan, everyone has a different compatibility with the elements. Students who grew up in blacksmithing families might have high compatibility with fire. Students who grew up in fishing families might have high compatibility with water. And those who grew up on the vast highlands would be compatible with wind. She continued, the more exposure you have to an element, the easier it is to manifest it. Hearing this, Yihan wondered to himself, that's weird, I don't have any compatibility with water, do I? If there's any connection, it's only being dunked in the school pool by a professor in my previous life. While he was lost in thought, the princess behind him was once again using a look that wasn't exactly friendly or cheerful to size him up. Yihan immediately noticed the daggers being stared at him from behind his back. He felt extremely puzzled, thinking, what is she glaring at? He turned around to check. The princess instantly whipped her head away decisively. Seeing that, Yihan thought to himself that she was definitely looking at him. He lost his focus for a brief moment. The stream of water hovering in the air, with no one left to control it, immediately splashed right down onto his head. It crashed down like a waterfall. The professor walked over. Seeing him looking like a drowned rat, soaking wet, she chuckled teasingly. If you lose focus, you won't be able to maintain the element's form. Next time, try to hold the shape as long as possible. Saying that, she waved her wand toward him. A sparkling trail of white light gently flew over and wrapped around Yihan's body. All the water on him instantly vanished, returning him to his previous bone-dry and clean state. Yihan felt delighted at this, wanting to offer her 1,000 flowers in his heart. Professor Garcia is truly like the school's saving grace. Yihan quickly straightened his clothes. He replied to her, I understand now. How long should I keep holding it? Garcia answered his question right away. Usually you need to hold it until your mana runs dry. But that won't happen to you. She said to him cheerfully, so hold it until this class ends, okay? This made Yihan want to pass out immediately. His world turned dark as he thought, isn't this just straight-up torture? Yihan hurriedly called out after the professor, wait, professor! Help me out, professor! But she had already turned away, leaving behind only a vague question. What do you need help with? Yihan stood rooted to the spot in the middle of the class, completely at a loss on how to complete this tough requirement. His hands shook as he thought, I almost forgot. She's also a professor at this crazy academy. So basically she's got a screw loose too. Yihan stood frozen for a long time, with all sorts of nonsense running through his head, unaware that Garcia was still quietly watching him from a nearby corner. She looked at him and gave a knowing smile. She thought, maintaining magic like that for a long period puts a lot of strain on one's mental capacity. It's like having to balance a spinning top on a finger, but Yihan needs proper training. The fact that he could create such a large water orb in just 3 attempts is already an inexplicable talent. Furthermore, he is also one of those with the most abundant mana reserves in history. Because of all that, I need to polish this diamond in the rough. She concluded optimistically and cheerfully, I'm sure you'll do just fine. While Yihan sat to the side practicing his magic, he scowled and grumbled quietly, sighing internally. I knew it. The professors here are all just some kind of indescribable weirdos. Indeed, after that class, there was a major misunderstanding between them. Soon enough, the lesson came to an end. The friendly professor said goodbye to the students. See you next week! Great job today. A little while later, somewhere not too far away, a few helpless groans could be heard. Please, just listen to me. Don't you think that's a bit much, master? It turned out that after class finished, Yihan immediately went to find his master, Uragum, to vent about the nightmare he'd just been through. He began listing out the situation to him of what had happened during the recent elemental magic class. The princess could control the fire element. Ioner was thrilled to find out that she was compatible with the wind element, while Gainando almost burned down the whole class. Yihan clutched his chest again and exclaimed bitterly, and I was only allowed to use the water element for the entire session. Master Uragum stroked his thick beard and tried to speculate. Maybe Professor Kim just really likes you, and that's why she's training you that way. Hearing that, Yihan replied in disbelief, aha, looking completely unconvinced. He didn't want to buy that half-baked excuse. His master had just pulled out of thin air. Master Uragum sat watching Yihan, who was covered in dirt among the garden beds, and asked curiously, so is that the reason? Why you're spending your precious day off? Doing gardening work? Man, you really are a professional whiner. The master continued to grill him. Didn't you say you'd do it yourself? It turned out that a while back, the two of them had made a special deal. Yihan put on his gardening gloves, rolled up his sleeves, and walked over to where Uragum was working away. Professor, I'm here to help you out. The master replied happily, oh, thank you. Seeing the master in a good mood, Yihan didn't waste a single precious second. He quickly set his terms with the old man. I'll just take your food as my wages, okay? The teacher sighed secretly, feeling powerless. Yet he still gave his student a cheerful smile. Fine, do whatever you like, Before he could finish, the boy was already clutching a pile of bags, big and small, stuffed with supplies. Since I'm eating here, I'll just take some of this home too, all right? With his takeaway attitude, the old teacher hurriedly stopped this act of shamelessly bagging everything in sight. Put that down, you little rascal! Yihan quietly sulked about being caught, and having no choice, reluctantly put the food back. Meanwhile, the master stood nearby, his face darkening as he reminded himself to stay vigilant. Seriously, I can't let my guard down for a second with this kid. The master dropped some dried tea leaves into his cup, poured water calmly, and thought to himself, he's truly bizarre. How can someone like him exist? A truly unique and strange individual. Coming from such a prestigious lineage, the Wardenart family. The master took a sip and shrewdly checked on Yihan. Anything else on your mind? Did you have some beef with the White Tiger Tower? Yihan, who was busy working away, looked a bit flustered when he realized his master already knew about it. He stammered in response, well, actually, the situation with White Tiger Tower is quite a headache. Master Uragum calmly added more hot water to his tea. Sitting on his chair, he swung his legs and stated matter-of-factly, I guess things won't change much this year either. Hearing this, Yihan felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He placed his hand on his chest, letting out a sigh of relief to reassure himself. So it's always been like this? After a moment, Yihan went back to his task. He yanked out a fresh carrot with all his might and said, I guess different towers often have that kind of relationship, but isn't it kind of bad to be constantly at each other's throats? Like that? We're already exhausted enough from studying magic in this academy. Uragum laughed heartily and said with a hint of praise, You've got a good head on your shoulders. You're right. If they want to start trouble, just ignore them. Focusing on your magic training is much more productive. Yihan didn't know how to respond to that advice. Both of them fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. A moment later, he softly dropped a bombshell. But I already got into a fight with them. Hearing this, Master Uragum let out a stunned, huh? As if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard from this peculiar student of his. Yihan, feeling his master's questioning gaze on him, started sweating bullets. Don't look at me like that! I didn't do it on purpose, sir. The teacher still didn't show any sign of being flustered. He continued sipping his tea and commented, That's weird. Usually these kinds of beefs don't happen during the first week. Then he asked Yihan what was going on. He answered truthfully, They attacked me just because I chose the swordsmanship class. Talk about being extra, right? His words made Professor Uragum spit the tea he was drinking right out of his mouth. Seeing that, Yihan immediately asked, Professor, are you okay? He then heard the man shout at the top of his lungs, Why did you pick that subject? That's basically like invading their turf, because in reality, tigers are highly territorial animals. Yihan pouted and replied, I have the right to sign up for whatever subject I want. The teacher heard that and knew that with the boy's personality, he wouldn't just take it lying down. He just sighed. Whatever. Anyway, the problem is solved now. He observed the boy's condition and said, You seem to be doing fine. I'm not sure about their magic, but their swordsmanship skills are actually pretty fire. The boy smiled proudly and replied, Yes, sir. It was a 3-on-1, so I really had to sweat for it. His casual remark once again successfully made it impossible for the teacher to finish his tea. The tea sprayed out of his mouth again. He stood up from his chair, making the boy curious. Where are you going, sir? Uragum replied. That's enough for today. I'll make something for you to eat. The boy happily replied, Oh, for real? The teacher reached into the basket for a potato and said, Yep, of course. In his heart, he felt deeply sympathetic, thinking to himself, I should treat this kid well. Otherwise, if he comes back one day, after becoming the greatest swordsman in the empire, he'll corner me and start throwing shade. Professor, my grades back then were a bit sus. He didn't want to mess up his long, beautiful beard. A while later, the teacher finished cooking a delicious meal for his student. He stood at a distance, wiping his sweat, watching Yihan eat his fill with a happy face, and breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. After eating his fill, he contentedly took the bowls to wash them, then suddenly thought of something. He looked at his teacher's cozy little house and asked, I just remembered before I got here. Were you managing this entire place all by yourself, sir? Was there no one else at all? Uragum replied while pumping water, Ahem! It's because they were too lazy and had zero talent, so they all dipped. These are all basic things that an alchemist must know. Yihan's face turned pale as he thought to himself, Basic? The chores I did today were only the basics? Meanwhile, his schedule for today was far from light. 1. Dust the entire cabin. 2. Clean the charcoal kiln and check the ingredients. 3. Tend to the fields. 4. Check the fish traps in the river. The teacher saw his dazed expression, glanced at him suspiciously, and asked, "You don't think so?" Lee Han quickly gave a forced laugh. "Ha ha, yes, you're right, sir." He continued to calculate. After school hours, tasks like these should probably be done by students, but this wasn't okay at all. It couldn't keep going like this. After a moment of planning, Lee Han pointed to the empty plot of land in front of him, seeking permission. "Professor, there's still quite a bit of empty space in the field. Could I plant a few things there?" The teacher heard that and happily agreed. "Of course. What do you want to plant?" Lee Han was also a bit hesitant. "Should I plant things like cabbage or leeks?" The teacher heard his idea and didn't object. He continued, "That doesn't sound too bad." After that, Oragum immediately remembered his tricky nature. He asked suspiciously, "Hey, don't tell me you're planning on selling them after you harvest them." This made him freeze up. Lee Han asked in surprise, "How did you know?" "Could you tell, sir? Did the upperclassmen also do that, sir?" The moment Professor Uragum heard Lee Han admit it, he smacked his hand against his forehead with a loud thud, making the boy feel the pain just by watching. At the same time, he looked completely clueless. What exactly was going on here? After a long silence, he finally let out a thunderous shout. His scream echoed far and wide, across the vast sky. "You're the first one to ever do this, kid." He let out a helpless sigh. "Whatever, just do whatever you want." Then the professor quietly turned away, thinking to himself, what a weird kid. The boy didn't even notice his teacher's strange behavior. He was solely focused on his burning business goals. Lee Han looked at the fresh, delicious vegetables newly harvested from the ground and began to plan the execution of his grand ambition. But then again, these vegetables wouldn't taste great just eaten plain. "Is there any dish I can make with these?" He spoke up to ask his teacher for advice. "Professor, is there anything else we can make with Napa cabbage and leeks?" The professor immediately offered a suggestion. "Those two can be used for jigai. It's a type of soup similar to a stew, usually cooked with meat, seafood, and vegetables." Lee Han was stunned to hear the word jigai and quickly imagined a warm, fragrant bowl of soup, absolutely mouth-watering. In fact, the empire was so vast that it had countless different culinary cultures, depending on the region. While the Wardenaz family in the West had specialties like bread and cheese, the East was famous for rice, noodles, chili paste, and soybean paste. Those were signature Korean dishes. He sat down next to his teacher and asked, "Do you like jigai, sir?" Uragum replied, "I like it, but I don't eat it very often." With that, he went quiet, staring off into the distance, as if he were burdened by some deep hidden thoughts. Lee Han wiped the plates for him, wondering, Then he heard the man continue, "It's an Eastern dish, and there are a few people there I really can't stand." The boy was intrigued and followed up. "What happened?" Uragum washed the bowls while reminiscing. "I have some distant relatives living in the East. You have no idea how much. They nag every time we meet." He reenacted those haunting words from that day. "Mora, I heard regeneration potions are super expensive lately. Why don't you just sell those things?" "That's why you're always broke." "And why don't you visit us more often?" "You selfish brat, Mora." Lee Han went silent after hearing that, feeling secondhand fear for him. He stammered, "I get it now." Then he silently judged in his mind, "I heard Easterners were strict, but I didn't know it was that bad." The professor suddenly turned and asked, "Oh, right. What are you planning to do this weekend?" The boy got scared hearing that. He warily asked, "Do I need to work, sir?" Feeling guilty, the professor denied it. "Do I look like the type of person who'd force you to work all weekend?" But Lee Han was a student whose emotions had already gone numb. He calmly thought to himself, Is being forced to work on weekends supposed to be weird?" Uragum said with a dark expression. "You won't even have time to come here. Think about it. What do starving students do? They probably groan and wheeze, chug water like crazy, and start eating things that aren't even food." But Lee Han's answer went far beyond his imagination. He replied, "Burn the school down, sir." Giving up, the professor said with a smirk, "That's a bit much." He gestured with his hand and began to speak calmly. "When pushed to the limit, we find anything to eat just to survive. Those at the Black Tortoise Tower will look for fruits and berries. The White Tiger Tower will use their strength to hunt." Lee Han waited but didn't hear the professor mention him, so he asked, "What about the Blue Dragon?" The professor let out a sympathetic sigh. "There are always those who are a step behind, but there will always be talented individuals, and you guys will eventually stumble upon the right way." "Professor," Uragum glanced at his peculiar student again, thinking that this year would certainly be a whole different ball game. Lee Han suddenly remembered there was still one group missing, so he turned back to ask the old professor one last thing. What about the Vermilion Bird Tower, sir? Upon hearing that, the professor began to drift into his own memories. He said, they are in a league of their own. They aren't the type of kids who can be swayed by simple cravings. The Vermilion Bird Tower is the tower established for apprentice priests. It is a place where they practice asceticism, even in the harshest conditions. They will never stop praying. Hearing this, Lee Han couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He thought to himself, that kind of faith is impressive. I definitely couldn't do that. A moment later, Lee Han pointed toward the distant forest. He decided, then I guess I'll go hunting with my friends this weekend. He enthusiastically concluded, and if they mess with me again, this time I'll show them what's up. The professor remained calm and composed as he swept the yard, as if he had already predicted that this special student might do exactly that. He said, perhaps that's unavoidable for you. But at least make sure you're not the one starting the beef. He then added, there's also a chance they'll choose another way. Lee Han was curious and asked, what other way? Professor Uragum turned his head away in deep thought, letting out a small Then he turned back and whispered the answer, run away. At the Magic Academy campus, there was a steel wall protected by powerful spells. But despite that, students tried to escape every year. Lee Han rubbed his chin and thought to himself, so if you think about what you could gain from running away, it's obvious why people would try. New clothes, new pants, new shoes, not to mention bread, jam, butter, and cheese, or a dozen other daily necessities. Lee Han concluded that there were plenty of reasons to dip. The professor saw the look of 1,000 schemes on his face and shouted in frustration, wipe that look off your face right now! Are you planning to do something stupid again? The sudden shout caught him off guard and made him jump. The professor warned him, forget about it. The reason those tiger kids are always the first ones to try it every year is because they are simple-minded. Hearing this, he turned back to ask, so has anyone ever succeeded? Uragum answered, well, yes, but he stopped mid-sentence and started worrying to himself. Everything is a mess. He won't listen to me anyway. He waved his hand. Forget it, whatever. If you want to try, then go for it. The best time to overcome adversity is while you're young. Upon hearing that, his eyes immediately lit up with an innocent look, and he tried to act like a perfectly well-behaved student, answering his teacher, it's okay, Professor, I would never do such a thing. Professor Uragum, of course, saw right through him. He had known Lee Han's true character for a long time, so he couldn't help but yell back in anger, don't say those words with that look on your face. A short while later, in a deserted and dark room, a flickering candle gave off, a weak glow, casting a faint light and a blurry shadow against the wall. Durugu was standing in that room, facing 3 mysterious figures, wrapped tightly in black cloaks. A voice rang out. One of them said, hey, Choi, listen up! If you want to make it back in one piece, you'd better follow our orders. He let out a cold snort and replied, is it really necessary to go this far? As it turned out, the person under that cloak was Lee Han. He lifted his cloak, smiling awkwardly and laughing. Ha ha ha. So it didn't work, huh? The other 2 in black cloaks were none other than Yoner and Gainando. They were stunned to see him laughing so happily. Yoner secretly breathed a sigh of relief while Gainando snapped. You know him? Why did you say we had to intimidate him then? This is Durugu, acting disdainful. He turned to him with an indifferent tone. A little squirrel like you trying to scare me? Ridiculous. Gainando heard that. Hearing someone call him that, he immediately blew his top. He couldn't stand this brainless, air-headed vibe. Who are you calling a squirrel? Lee Han heard that and gently soothed him. Calm down. He walked over to the window and pulled open the curtains. Brilliant light flooded the entire room, which had been pitch black. Everyone flinched before the dazzling sunlight. Squinting slightly, Yoner also questioned Lee Han. I've been wondering too. Why did we have to come all this way? Lee Han heard her question. He fell silent for a moment. A while later, he looked at Durugu to answer her curiosity. Because the other tigers would get the wrong idea if he had to be friendly with us. Durugu has already been treated like an outcast. Right. Durugu was extremely taken aback when he heard that. He asked back blankly in total disbelief, you thought about all that for my sake? Yes, they probably would have misunderstood. Then he replied to Lee Han with gratitude. Thank you. He stepped forward and said, don't mention it. Then he patted Durugu on the shoulder and smiled, saying, especially for the one who will become my mole. He froze upon hearing that and questioned, wait, what do you mean by mole? What kind of insulting nickname is that? Lee Han replied, I thought you were going to tell me if Moradi was planning something shady. Durugu still hadn't given up on the nickname issue. But don't you have a more honorable, more noble name for that? Gainando stood nearby and heard them talking, crossing his arms and commenting nonchalantly, isn't mole just perfect for you? Darugu's face darkened as he walked toward Gainando. Seeing the giant friend's face without a trace of joy, a massive figure before him made him dodge in fear. He quietly turned his face away, denying it repeatedly in a whisper. No, that's wrong. Li Han continued nonchalantly as before. Well, for the sake of honor and justice, that name is indeed unsuitable, making his two friends utterly speechless at his flowery choice of words. He thought for a while and finalized it. Darugu, from this moment on, you will be the piper. That is a role that faces injustice all alone. A role facing injustice alone. A piper? Darugu asked back skeptically. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, acting as if this nickname was begrudgingly acceptable. He replied, this sounds cooler. All right, I am the piper. Li Han happily shook his hand and said, well then, piper, I look forward to our future. Darugu also reached out to shake Li Han's hand, responding, of course. Li Han and Yoner stood watching from a distance, feeling uneasy and thinking, what on earth did Li Han learn at his house? A moment later, the sun had risen to its zenith. Li Han began to explain the reason for this strange meeting. All right, I'll get to the main point. The reason we gathered early on a weekend morning is, he leaned his hand on his forehead, acting mysterious, and continued, to plan an escape from the academy. Darugu was completely shocked when he heard that. What, as for Yoner and Gainando, they were already too familiar with Li Han's energy and weird, crazy ideas. Li Han's crazy stuff. They happily raised their hands in support. Darugu asked Li Han nervously, are you for real? Li Han thought to himself, I knew he'd react like that. That's why I've prepared 10 ways to persuade him. First, he hadn't even finished speaking. He exclaimed, that's a surprise. I didn't think you'd consider escaping too. His words made Li Han the one who was dazed now. The reason Li Han wanted to escape was because, even if they come from noble knight families, they are still white tiger nobles, who have never once experienced an empty stomach. That is why their hunger feels even more agonizing. At the same time, in a mysterious place, there were others plotting their own plans. One person, clutching their stomach, said, we can't keep going on like this. It turned out they were students from the White Tiger Tower. They rallied together and shouted loudly, we have to go hunting. If those guys from the Blue Tower can do it, then so can we. They think just because they know a few spells, that they're all that. We're going to take them down. A person standing not far away calmly watched them go wild, smirking as he gave the order. All right. Calm down. That was Giselle, the one who always led and masterminded every plan for the White Tiger Tower. He analyzed his thoughts. For the others, hunting is all well and good, but think about it. Do you really think hunting here is easy? The answer was simple and obvious for everyone to see. The beast that was defeated was actually a monster, intentionally released by the alchemy professor. If we want to catch something like that, we'd have to go deep into the forest. Are you guys okay with that? Hearing this, the others began to waver. Sighing, they admitted, we aren't familiar with that terrain at all. One friend, realizing the reality of the situation, got a bit worried and asked, so do you have a way? This mysterious friend smirked enigmatically and nonchalantly replied, yes. He continued, we are going to escape from the academy. He smirked at them confidently again. I'll make it happen for you guys, and you won't have to eat that beast's meat ever again. Upon hearing that, the students got incredibly hyped. They hurriedly asked, for real? However, another student seemed a bit concerned and questioned him, but is this even doable? He confidently pointed to his head and continued nonchalantly, I have a plan. If you guys want to follow, that's fine. I don't really want to find a way out by myself anyway. His words put the other students at ease. They cheered happily, whoa! Marathi is the goat! But Gigi, not letting the students bask in the joy for too long, immediately interrupted them. But I will be the one giving the orders. He glanced at them and said, if you guys do anything useless and mess up the plan, I won't let it slide, he asserted maliciously. A while later, everyone agreed on the plan and headed back together. Giselle walked away while saying, good night, everyone. However, none of them knew that, at that moment, in a corner nearby, someone had overheard their entire plan. That person was Darugu. The next morning, he brought this story to Li Han's group. He was a bit startled upon hearing the plan. What, for real? If I follow his orders, can I go along too? His eyes lit up as he asked. Darugu saw that Li Han wasn't paying attention to the main point at all, but was instead calculating something irrelevant, leaving him utterly speechless. He called out, Li Han! After everything that happened with Giselle, can you really say that? Li Han laughed it off and said sheepishly, come on, nobody cares about those small details. Right, you two? Yoner and Gainando, sitting over there, were speechless upon hearing that. They didn't even want to say anything else to him. He pondered while feeling a bit worried about the trouble ahead. Initially, I planned to spend time exploring the exits, because obviously, based on the professor's personalities, escaping would be extremely difficult. But Marathi claims he has a way out. Lee Han glanced at his friend again, his silly and naive Gainando. He remarked that Marathi didn't look as clueless as Gainando. This left Gainando totally confused about what was happening, wondering to himself, why is he looking at me like that? Lee Han thought about Giselle again. He was smart and cold-blooded enough to exploit students from his own tower right from the start of the semester. He surely had a reason to be so confident about escaping. Still lost in thought, trying to figure out the best possible plan for himself. A moment later, Lee Han sighed, no other way. He turned and said to Darugu, you'll follow him and find out what his method is. That request from Lee Han stunned Darugu. He blurted out, what? Are you for real? Lee Han calmly countered, do you have a better idea? Darugu replied with some hesitation, don't you think that's a bit low-key snaky? The other two nonchalantly replied, Darugu, don't worry about it. Lee Han said to him, right now we are rivals. He awkwardly agreed, true. Lee Han walked up to him and said, there's a very famous saying, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Darugu also agreed with this. That's for sure. Lee Han patted his shoulder to comfort and encourage him. So this is just our strategy. Darugu, looking at Lee Han's incredibly righteous and calm face, wondered to himself, is it just his face? For some reason, it actually makes sense. Then he gave in and said, I guess this can be considered a strategy. Lee Han continued to soothe and persuade his friend. I knew you'd understand. He patted his back with a smile. All right, the plan is set. From now on, you'll monitor Marathi. Report back to me once. You figured out his escape plan, okay? Lee Han didn't stop praising him. You truly are an outstanding warrior, and a spy to be proud of. As he spoke, he pushed his large friend out the door. By the time Darugu snapped out of it, he had already been pushed out of the room. Since when? Lee Han stood inside, looking at Darugu and giving a soft command. Mission start. He asked again with trust-filled eyes. You'll get it done, won't you? Darugu gave a small smirk. He grinned confidently, baring his teeth, and waved his hand. Yeah, just leave it to me. Lee Han watched him walk away, grabbed the door handle, closed the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, Darugu's part is done. I need to rethink the escape plan one more time. While he was reflecting, Gainando grabbed Yoner's shoulder and approached from behind. His curious face startled Lee Han, who asked, Whoa, since when did you guys become so close? Yoner asked him worriedly. You learned brainwashing magic before starting academy, right? Lee Han was embarrassed and wouldn't dream of admitting it. Of course not! Soon evening arrived. The sunset slowly fell, and the golden glow dyed the academy. Lee Han stood in an empty room. In front of him were Nelia, Yoner, Gainando, and Darugu. He spoke, My friends, thank you all for attending our first meeting to plan our escape. Nelia was terrified and blurted out, What? Escape? She continued, You want to flee the academy? Are you insane? I thought you were just going hunting. Lee Han hurried to comfort his friend. Nelia, don't worry, I have a plan. Hearing that, Nelia's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself, well, I guess if it's Lee Han of the Wardenaz family, he'll find a way somehow. He was completely different from everyone else. She then asked curiously, what kind of plan? Lee Han answered, It's simple. He held up a piece of paper with a portrait of a student, with pointed ears and blonde hair scribbled messily. He held up the paper for Nelia to see, pointing excitedly. Out of all the students in the White Tiger Tower, this guy knows the way to bust out. We'll just tail him and copy what he does. Nelia was speechless at the aggressive and confident tone of Yihan. Sweating bullets, she thought. He calls that a plan? Is he for real? She frowned slightly, her voice trembling. Yihan, Yoner, seeing her hesitation, immediately winked to make the next move. She lowered her voice and said, Yihan, this plan won't work without Nelia, right? Yihan, being sharp, instantly caught onto his friend's signal. He acted like it was a given and replied, Of course. How could we pull this off without her? This left Nelia in a bind as she groaned internally. Wait, how did the story turn out like this? Yihan struck while the iron was hot and continued to whisper. Honestly, your tracking ability and hunter instincts are the keys to the plan. Nelia is the only one who has both. His words sounded incredibly sincere and convincing, making her start to feel a bit swayed. But then Yoner acted completely helpless and said, What a shame. But we can't force her. Yihan also played along with a look of disappointment. So let down. If you really don't want to. This put Nelia in a real tough spot, confused and shaken. So she crossed her arms and said loudly, Fine, whatever. If I'm the only one who can do it, I guess I have no choice. She spoke up with confidence, seemingly completely sold by the earnestness and the very realistic act from Yoner and Yihan. On a desolate and remote hill, in the dead of a quiet night, the silvery moonlight was silently illuminating the space. Giselle gently flicked his sleeve and began to speak. "Tonight, my esteemed comrades, knights who are willing to follow my command. Tonight we shall escape from this academy." He stood on a rock and gave the order. All the students of the White Tiger Tower felt absolutely hyped upon hearing that. Since they were about to get out of this magic academy, they agreed with total excitement. Together they shouted, "We believe in you, Marathi! We're escaping this hell together!" He acted extremely confident as well, saying, "Let's move." In his hand, Giselle was still tightly clutching a piece of parchment. As it turned out, it was a map directing the escape from the academy. He thought to himself calmly and composedly, "As long as I have this map, there's no way I'll fail." It turned out that earlier in some library, irritable and impatient voices were heard, ringing out, "Introduction to Magic for Beginners." What is magic? The legend of Einregard. The person spoke while coldly waving off his servants in annoyance. "Is this all?" The two servants turned pale when they heard that, saying with anxiety and fear, "We are so sorry." As it turns out, that was Lady Giselle of the Marathi family. 1 month before the enrollment period, he stomped hard on several books, calling them trash on the ground, and spoke irritably. "I told you to bring me something useful. What's with all this junk?" The two became even more terrified, hurriedly replying, "We are very sorry, sir." After venting his anger, Giselle rested his chin on his hand and started daydreaming. Suddenly, something right in front of him caught Giselle's attention. He leaned down to pick it up. It was a piece of parchment. He wondered, "What's this?" Giselle immediately opened it to check. Unbelievable. It was a map to escape Einregard. On it, the words read, "Escaping from Einregard." "Everything I say might be the truth. The route on this map is the only way to help you escape from Einregard. My dear juniors, praying that you all can escape Einregard by following the path that my friends and I have prepared." That was exactly the thing Giselle was holding in the palm of his hand, believing it could lead the way to the exit. Deep in the jungle, he was currently overjoyed, reminiscing about the past. "Back then, I thought only losers would resort to using this. I'm so glad I bought it. Everyone eventually hits this point. If Professor Osu knew what he was thinking, he would surely laugh right in his face," Giselle said mockingly. "That's why things like this map were created." As the night grew deeper, the atmosphere became increasingly heavy and silent. Meanwhile, the students of the White Tiger Tower were each holding a torch in their hands. They moved quietly, searching for their way out according to the map, provided by Giselle, completely unaware that they were being watched. From a short distance away, the ones tracking them were none other than Li Han and his teammates, including Nelia, Yoner, Gainando, and Durugu. Li Han observed carefully, while waiting for the right moment, then started giving orders. "Everyone, time to move." He continued his analysis. "Since they're heading into the mountains like that, I don't think they're taking a normal path. Is everyone ready?" Just then, the clueless Gainando spoke up in confusion. "Huh? Why are they going into the mountains? Mountain climbing is really hard." He continued naively, "There's a door right near the castle gates." Li Han was all too familiar with that stupidity. He didn't want to waste any more time arguing with him, so he immediately turned to Durugu behind him. "Durugu, take care of Gainando." The blue-skinned friend didn't say much, and casually agreed right away. Gainando was still standing there, dazed, not understanding what was going on. "Huh? What does that mean?" "Take care of what?" Li Han returned to the main point, calmly assigning tasks to everyone. With Nelia's abilities, scouting the mountain is a piece of cake. Durugu and I have high endurance, and since Yoner used to gather herbs, rugged terrain won't be a problem for him. "But—" the foolish Gainando pointed at himself, waiting for Li Han to continue. "But what about me?" In the end, no one stepped up to answer his naive question. Just a short while later, Gainando's face was so pale he looked like he might pass out. He groaned, "Water, give me water!" Durugu felt completely helpless, but ultimately had to suck it up and carry him on his back to keep the group's progress on track. Watching this, Li Han could only conclude helplessly, "You're just not built for this, Gainando." However, as Li Han wiped the sweat from his chin, he secretly admitted, "But it really is tough tracking them through these unfamiliar mountain trails." Li Han then thought with immense gratitude, "Without Nelia here, we wouldn't have been able to tail them at all." But he sighed and thought to himself, "I haven't done anything myself." Then he started taking out paper and pen to diligently jot down his conclusions, so I should at least take notes. Just then, Nelia, who was walking ahead, seemed to sense something and came to a sudden halt. She turned back and said to her friends, "Everyone stop!" Hearing this, Li Han immediately asked in curiosity, "What is it?" She used her observation skills to focus on the situation ahead, then reported back that the tigers were acting quite strange. Why did they stop all of a sudden? Gainando then said like it was obvious. They must have arrived, right? That was easier than I thought. Meanwhile, Li Han didn't see it his way at all. He looked extremely suspicious, secretly wondering, they've arrived? It was really this easy? He hadn't even finished his thought when right at that moment, a strange whoosh sound suddenly cut through the air. A powerful gust of wind rose up, swirling fragile leaves and sending them scattering to the ground. The noise intensified with a sharp rustling sound. The commotion startled Li Han, who was busy taking notes. He looked up at the scene before him and cried out in panic, "What? Wait, what's with this sudden chill?" He wondered if it could be a monster. Hearing that, Nelia immediately denied it. "No, I already checked for monsters nearby." Li Han became even more puzzled after hearing that. He started to feel extremely confused and anxious. He began to have a very bad feeling about this. Don't tell me it's true to the saying, what you fear most is what happens. Right then, a pale green mist slowly emerged. A booming ha-ha-ha, sinister and all too familiar, suddenly echoed through the quiet forest. The students of the White Tiger Tower looked up in a panic when they heard the noise. What on earth is this, they wondered. Before they knew it, the green smoke quickly surrounded them, trapping them inside a circle. A giant hand reached out, pointing directly at the White Tiger students. A familiar massive green skull appeared. It was their principal, Osu. He laughed gleefully and said, "You fell for it! And it's only the first week!" Terrified by the sight, the students screamed, "Ah, it's the principal!" He then pointed at the map Giselle was holding and gloated. "Looks like you bought that fake map that I leaked out, didn't you?" The boy was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He immediately shouted, "What? But I bought this map before the semester even started!" Right at that moment, the map in his hand suddenly began to fade and vanished into a puff of green smoke, returning to the principal's hand. Giselle could only stammer, how, unable to finish his sentence. Professor Osu spoke again, sounding utterly delighted, thoroughly enjoying teasing the boy. He said, "Today you've all learned a valuable lesson. Never trust maps from unknown sources, because you'll never know if it's a treasure map or a trap set by an evil lich." The principal looked extremely satisfied and continued to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha!" While Giselle watched in utter shock. He sat slumped on the ground for a long time, trembling and speechless. Li Han and the others, hiding behind the bushes, were completely speechless at the sight. He lamented to himself, "What kind of crazy person is this? Lesson my ass!" He's just playing with the students, keeping them right in the palm of his hand. Now the principal reached out his hand toward the White Tiger students and continued, "Listen closely. Now it's time to head back." He opened his mouth, and rays of bluish light flared out like giant spider legs. He added, "The rule is simple. Go back while avoiding these pursuers." At that exact moment, the rays of blue light transformed into dozens of animal skeletons. They opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged fiercely toward the students. The professor advised them further. "You can use any means necessary. You can even take them down. But if you get caught, you'll be considered guilty." He opened his mouth again, exhaled a thin trail of white smoke, and laughed with pure joy. He concluded, "Otherwise, you'll be judged innocent, okay?" The students were horrified to hear this, seeing their futures looking quite bleak. The fierce skeletons were ready, their gazes full of malice, as if they wanted to lunge and finish them off at any moment. Watching from a distance, Nelia couldn't help but break into a sweat. On behalf of the White Tiger students, she immediately grabbed Li Han's hand and said urgently, "What are you still doing? Run, quick!" Seeing this, he reached out, taking her hand off and pulling it back slightly. Then he put a finger to his lips and went shh, signaling for her to calm down. Nelia looked terrified and blurted out, "How can I stay calm? We're dead meat if we get caught." Li Han comforted her in a soft voice. "It'll be fine. I don't think they've spotted us yet. And even if we do get caught, the worst they'll do is lock us up and use corporal punishment." Upon hearing that, Nelia panicked even more at the mention of punishment. She unconsciously repeated Li Han's words. "Corporal punishment? Like those torture chambers that you can't escape even in your nightmares?" Hearing Nelia's vivid description, Li Han was speechless. Her imagination was truly wild. The owner stepped up to comfort Nelia and help her calm down. Meanwhile, Li Han remained silently hidden behind a large tree, continuing to monitor the combat situation between the White Tiger Tower students and the skeleton army. Observing the ferocity of the skeleton troops, he felt a bit anxious, brainstorming a strategy on how to get out of there. Just then, he heard a shout from somewhere nearby. "Form up! We'll take them down if they chase us!" It turned out to be the White Tiger Tower students. Gripping their staves tightly, They started shouting to one another. Running won't get us anywhere, let's face them. For honor, for the spirit of martial arts. Lee Han, hiding nearby, was completely bewildered by what he heard. Why on earth were they shouting about honor and martial arts at a time like this? Suddenly, Darugu called out to him, Lee Han! He walked over, patted Lee Han on the shoulder and said, I think we only have one way out. We must set aside our family differences and cooperate if we want to survive. Lee Han thought it over and nodded. He agreed, excellent logic. Fine, we'll cooperate with those guys. His eyes lit up as he continued. By making a run for it while they buy us some time. Hearing that, Yoner, Nelia and Gainando all raised their hands to show their full agreement. Darugu was left speechless, not knowing what to say. He continued to observe and analyze the situation. We'll have to fight our way through where their numbers are thinnest. Luckily, those tigers really are buying us time. But why isn't there a single opening? He looked up at the silhouette of Professor Osu, who was still floating in the sky ahead. Suddenly, a bad premonition hit him. Wait, don't tell me! Is he still summoning more minions? Good grief! Lee Han watched that wide-open mouth, continuously spitting out more skull soldiers. His suspicion confirmed. He felt too tired to even say anything else. He complained inwardly. He said we could escape, so I thought he was just testing the students like that. But he never intended to let us leave from the start. He silently shed an invisible tear of despair, mourning his own fate, thinking to himself, no, it's more like he probably thinks this is a fair challenge for us. Lee Han stood there for a moment and watched as the White Tiger students were captured and carried off one by one, unable to fight back at all. Feeling a bit hopeless, he wondered if they should just surrender. Just look at that crowd running around like chickens with their heads cut off before getting caught. Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait, something's not right. He quickly scanned the situation again and discovered something strange. The soldiers aren't paying any attention to this direction at all. But why? He wondered to himself. Doesn't he know we're here? He's the principal of Einregard after all. However, Lee Han didn't let his guard down. He carefully considered the alternative. Wait, but what if that's exactly it? After a period of carefully analyzing every possibility and the current situation, Lee Han reached a conclusion. The principal isn't actually physically here. He couldn't help but recall when the principal suddenly appeared inside a desk drawer while he and Asan were rummaging for items in last week's class. It's just like that last time. If that's only a clone or a phantom image of the principal, we just need to run in the opposite direction of the White Tiger crowd, and we're golden. He turned back and said to his friends, Guys, I think I figured out an escape route. Hearing him say that, the others looked completely stunned. They asked him, for real. He commanded, Just keep moving forward, let's go. Then they began to leave the forest in single file. 30 minutes later, a path gradually appeared. It was a deep, seemingly endless cave. Nelia went ahead to scout the situation. She turned back and told her friends, I finished checking. It's safe. I didn't find any trace of monsters. Hearing that, Lee Han raised his wand and chanted, Oh, light! The cave was instantly illuminated. The other students took off their cloaks one by one and sat down on the ground to rest. Yoner said while hanging his cloak on the cave wall, Those skeletons couldn't possibly track us all the way out here, right? Julia replied immediately, It'll be fine. I don't see any signs of them hunting us down. Darugu answered her. The problem is, how long will they remain summoned? He felt a bit anxious and guilty about his friends from the White Tiger Tower who were struggling with the monsters. Not far away, he said fretfully. Maybe I should have just blasted a path through them. Lee Han listened to their exchange calmly and voiced his own opinion. How could we possibly get past that massive crowd? It was clearly a problem with no solution. He then pulled out a long sausage from who knows where and continued, But for now, let's just eat. The goofy Gainando, sitting next to him, immediately perked up and said excitedly, Agreed! Julia opened her water bottle. She gasped, Crap, I'm out of water! Hearing that, Lee Han just calmly raised his wand and recited a spell. Rising waves! Instantly, a stream of crystal clear, refreshing water quickly appeared. Seeing him perform magic so skillfully, Nelia was absolutely amazed. Her eyes widened in admiration as she praised, Water magic! I've only heard rumors about it, but it really is as cool as I thought. She thought curiously, it must be really handy. It would also help out on my hunts, if I knew how to use it. Meanwhile, Yoner on the opposite side was shivering and cried out, Can someone start a fire? It's so cold. Nelia immediately picked up her wand and shouted, Blaze! A warm fire appeared instantly, making the whole cave much warmer. Seeing her perform elemental magic so skillfully, they quickly showered her with praise. Whoa, that's dope, Julia! She just modestly thanked them. God, it worked on the first try. It was super unstable just a while ago. She laughed and added, "Honestly, I'm more jealous of Li Han's water magic. I'd rather have the water element than fire." Hearing those words, Li Han was shocked, his face crumpling as if he were about to cry. He cried out bitterly, "What? You're jealous of my water magic?" Julia was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" He clenched his fists and spoke to her with a strained voice. "Julia, you should be grateful for the magic you have," leaving her only able to stammer, She had no idea what his problem was. A while later, after they felt less exhausted, two of them, Li Han and Nelia, climbed to the top of the cave together. They looked down at the shimmering, blue light flickering in the forest patch, up ahead, to observe the battle of the White Tiger, tower students. Li Han saw that the eye-catching blue light was still there and felt a bit panicked. He turned to his friend and said, "Damn, has he really gone senile?" The soldiers were still swarming, which terrified Nelia. "You're not wrong, but is it really okay to disrespect him like that?" Hearing that, Li Han turned back and placed a hand on her shoulder. He advised her gently in an extremely persuasive tone, "Nelia, magic is nurtured from an open mind, so you should never limit yourself by the way you present yourself like that." Hearing that, she was stunned. "Wait, really?" Then she suddenly felt that it actually made a lot of sense. Coming from his mouth, it sounded surprisingly convincing. She began to shout in rage while Li Han watched in amusement. "That principal is such a scumbag, a total crackhead. I hope the wolves eat him tonight." Right at that moment, a figure silently appeared. Terrified, Julia lunged into Li Han's arms, hugging him while trembling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He looked at the figure not far away and asked, "Who's there?" The person stepped toward them and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Both turned to look, and it turned out the one who spoke was Giselle. She was leading another student, slowly approaching them. A moment later, Li Han reached out and lifted the cloak, acting as a makeshift door, and a warm light immediately filled the space. He gestured to the others. "Come on in." He showed them Yoner, Gainando, Nelia, and Durugu, who were resting there. "Come and get some rest." He was friendly, beckoning the White Tiger Tower students, as if welcoming honored guests to his home. Gainando, seeing him acting so hospitable, grumbled while biting a sausage. "We barely have anything to eat ourselves. So why is he—" Durugu quickly nudged him with an elbow. "Stop it! Shh!" He felt secretly conflicted and confused. Li Han had every right to ignore them because of what they had done to him. But instead, he was treating them with such kindness. Thinking about it, he suddenly found himself deeply impressed. From the bottom of his heart, Li Han was truly admirable. Li Han was a man who truly valued honor. Giselle sat drinking water while observing her surroundings. She frowned in annoyance, thinking to herself, "Why are those blue dragon bastards here? Don't tell me they found the map too." She thought with jealousy, finding it impossible to imagine that they could have followed her trail. Giselle looked at her own reflection, and the cup of warm water in her hands, wondering, "What should we do now that we're receiving help like this? What should I do?" "Don't forget, Giselle," she constantly reminded herself. She still remembered clearly from long ago, when she was just a little girl. Someone had told her, the motto of the Marathi house is, "Never forget a single grudge." But there was a hidden meaning in that phrase. The person had continued casually, "Kindness is only repaid when you remember it." She smirked suspiciously, must have been thinking of something shady, and began to carry out her plan. "First, I need to build some trust," Giselle thought as she put on a gentle, friendly smile, and asked Li Han with a grin, "Li Han, what happened?" Before she could finish, a White Tiger Tower student suddenly collapsed to the ground, let out a groan, and went silent, unconscious. Seeing this, everyone around was completely shocked. Gainando cried out in shock, What is it?" Durugu was also extremely worried. Why did he just collapse like that? A White Tiger student, sitting next to the boy, guessed, maybe it's because he's just too exhausted. But before he could finish his sentence, his vision blurred, and the person next to him fell into the same state. A split second later, both of them slumped to the ground. To Giselle's absolute horror, she screamed in terror, "What the hell is going on?" Then, as if realizing something, she whipped her head toward Li Han, and with a gaze full of blame and a suspicious tone, she questioned him coldly. "Don't tell me, Li Han." He understood immediately. She was suspecting him of foul play. He didn't say a word, only nonchalantly meeting her gaze with a calm face. Then, right before a stunned Giselle, Li Han boldly poured out the remaining water in his cup. He chuckled and admitted it without any hesitation. "Unfortunately, you realized it too late." At that exact moment, Giselle also began to feel her head spin and vision blur. She groaned, accusing Li Han of drugging the drink. "You won't get away with this!" Karma hit hard as she couldn't even finish her sentence, before immediately collapsing unconscious on the spot. "Li Han, seeing everything go exactly according to plan, broke character instantly. He excitedly clapped his hands. All right, it's all set. He thought to himself that it might have been a bit overkill, but if someone's going to hate me for no reason, I might as well give them a reason, right? Watching this unfold, his friends couldn't help but be stunned. Darugu shouted in surprise. What the heck, Lee-han? Gainando, sitting nearby, was just as freaked out. He asked, Did you drug the water? I drank it too. At that, the two girls sitting opposite them burst out laughing. The owner comforted them. Don't sweat it. They're just sleeping, Julia added, and we didn't drug the water. Gainando, confused about being left out of the plan, blurted out. Wait, you guys knew about this too? Lee-han turned away and silently judged them. That's because your expressions are way too obvious. However, Lee-han still had his own personal principles. He looked at Giselle lying on the ground and told himself, I wouldn't go this far just for a personal matter. This is necessary. Lee-han continued to explain the rest of the plan to the group. Everyone calm down. We have to leave them near the wanted suspects. With that, he hoisted Giselle onto his shoulder and walked off. He moved swiftly, leaving a surprised Darugu behind. He called out, Are you really doing this? Lee-han countered with a question. You know Marati's personality, right? This left him fumbling for an answer, because Darugu himself understood that Giselle wasn't trustworthy at all, always full of unpredictable schemes. Darugu then noticed another issue. He spoke up curiously. But wait, where did you guys find the medicine? Yoner stammered, Oh, that... It turned out that a short while before, Lee-han and she had gone into the forest together. Not far from there, she suddenly pointed out a familiar plant to him. Oh, look, that's sleepy grass. Yoner often searched for herbs, so she had recognized this medicinal plant early on. Lee-han, however, found it a bit strange. He asked dubiously, Sleepy grass? She replied, That's right. It makes you drowsy when you crush it and mix it with water. Hearing this, Lee-han was careful. We should take some. It might come in handy sometime. Yoner looked back on that moment, resting her chin on her hand with a sigh. I didn't think we'd use them like this. The night grew deeper and deeper. The dark night was still and desolate. The silvery, shimmering moonlight quietly illuminated the entire space. The White Tiger Tower students were carried out by Lee-han and his friends to the wasteland, where they were left sprawled on the ground. They were still sound asleep, completely oblivious to everything. Suddenly, a flickering blue light descended upon them. That army of lackeys quickly stepped forward and carried them off, successfully capturing the group of inexperienced ditchers one by one. Lee-han and his friends stood nearby, watching the whole scene play out. He then said, All right, they'll clear out soon. Well, should we wrap up the rest of our work? At that, Yoner asked curiously, What work? He replied, Scouting the surrounding area. We can't turn back, now that we've come this far. We need to check the academy's walls to see how far they extend. If there really is a way to escape, we'll find it no matter what. Lee-han emphasized firmly, and no one objected. Darugu shouted to him, Let's stick together, Lee-han! The group of 5 resumed their journey of exploration. Of course, bringing up the rear was the guy, Gainando, looking as wilted as a dead flower. Suddenly, not paying attention, his foot tripped right over a large rock. He let out a loud ah and collapsed. Hearing the noise, Yoner turned back and cried out in fear. Gainando! Lee-han also immediately rushed over to help him up, asking if he was okay. Gainando replied sluggishly, I'm starving, and it hurts. Lee-han glanced at his friend, who was pale and clearly losing steam, panting heavily beside him. He thought to himself that Darugu seemed exhausted, too. Meanwhile, Julia was standing on a high branch, scouting ahead. She requested, Lee-han, Wadanat cast some light. I figure since we've made it this far, without getting caught, we're in the clear. Besides, everyone seems to run out of gas faster when it's pitch black. She shared her assessment. Lee-han, while sitting down to comfort the slumped Gainando, reached into his pocket and pulled out his wand. He raised his wand and chanted the spell loudly. Lux! A soft, warm light filled the space, weaving through the trees. He sighed in relief. Whew, that's better. Now then. Before Lee-han could even finish his sentence, leaves began fluttering in the air. A mysterious, deep voice echoed, Turn off the light. Young student, it's making it hard for us to sleep. It made Lee-han jump in surprise. He whirled around in shock. Who's there? Julia also cried out in fear. What was that? Darugu was dazed. What's going on? While the students were in total disarray, not understanding what was happening, the mysterious voice spoke again. Quiet. I am the one who asks the questions. It turned out that the rumbling sound came from a massive ancient tree towering right in front of them. He continued, If you answer correctly, you shall be my guests. Listen closely. The voice went on while Lee-han watched in bewilderment. The question is, a dwarf lights 5 candles late at night. but 2 of them are blown out by a strong wind. Enraged, the dwarf stands up and closes all the windows in the room. So how many candles are still burning? After hearing the question, Li Han figured it was a trick question. He reasoned it out. Most would think there are 3 candles left, but the flames will eventually burn out as time goes by. So by morning, the number of candles still burning would be... Before he could even speak, Gainando eagerly raised his hand and shouted, 2! Li Han turned to him, snapping in frustration. Hold on! But Gainando heard the spirit's voice answer. Correct. Li Han was stunned, with a million question marks running through his head. He wondered, wait, wouldn't the flames go out when the candles burned out? Gainando calmly scratched his nose and explained, Isn't it common knowledge that you use enchanted candles in riddles like this, so they don't burn down? Li Han was speechless. He cursed silently. This damn magic world. The spirit spoke again. From now on, you are my guests. However, it would be a shame to end it here. He continued, How about another riddle? The one who gets it right will receive a gift from me. Li Han replied enthusiastically. A gift, we're ready. The second riddle is as follows, he responded. Gainando confidently stepped up to answer. Yoner was also excited to try her hand at it. The second question is, there is a man who is a giant in the morning. By noon, he shrinks. In the afternoon, he becomes a giant again. And he vanishes completely in the evening. Who is that man? Hearing the question, Julia wondered, who could it be? Darugu also scratched his head, looking totally clueless. Yoner didn't have a clue what the answer was either. Li Han spoke up calmly. Is the answer a shadow? He continued. The spirit replied, Spot on! This left the rest of the group shook because Li Han had actually gotten it right. He thought to himself, I heard that riddle plenty of times in my past life. This was the same answer that Oedipus, the king of Thebes, had correctly given. What's even weirder is that every time this story is retold, a few small details always seem to change. However, the answer humans give to the Sphinx always stays the same. Li Han wondered to himself, could it be that all riddles are the same no matter which world you're in? While the spirit offered praise, what a bright student you are. Suddenly, Li Han looked up in astonishment. A series of soft, beautiful leafy vines were slowly rising. They emitted a faint, shimmering blue light, looking absolutely stunning. Then they curved to form an archway, leading to the entrance of a wide path. The spirit spoke to them in a friendly tone. I welcome you all. The group of 5 stepped one by one into a beautiful land, like a world straight out of a fairy tale. It was completely detached from the mysterious silence of the old-growth forest. Butterflies fluttered all around them, and beneath their feet was a lush, cool carpet of green grass, bursting with life. Everyone exclaimed at once, Whoa, spirits are everywhere! As it turned out, those butterflies were actually tiny spirits, incredibly beautiful. An old branch reached out toward Li Han, handing him a wooden cup. The spirit brought a cup of murky green liquid that didn't look particularly appetizing, and said, You must be tired from your long journey. Drink this. Li Han looked at the cup in his hand, feeling a bit hesitant. He said thank you, thinking it smelled just like vegetable juice. Still, Li Han reached out to take the cup and took a small sip out of politeness. But he didn't expect that the moment he took a sip, his eyes would light up. This feels like all the fatigue in my body was just washed away. It was like drinking a glass of ice-cold water, right after going for a run on a scorching summer day. Li Han was immersed in bliss, savoring the amazing flavor and the refreshing sensation the drink provided. But while that was happening, Gainando was still holding his nose, whining gloomily. The smell is so weird. Next to him, Yoner was also thinking a bit worriedly. Is it actually safe to drink? The spirit then spoke to Li Han with great concern. That is a drink extracted from the plants around here. Do you like it? He immediately replied politely and happily, Yes, it tastes amazing. May I have some more? He reached out to grab the cup, but the branch in front of him, quick as a flash, instantly pulled back, refusing to give him another drop of that delicious drink. The spirit brought up a point. I need to know who you are. I still do not know your name. Hearing this, he didn't try to hide it or show off, introducing himself very modestly. I am Li Han. Upon hearing that, the spirit asked Li Han again, What is your family name? He answered him, Wadanat. When the spirit heard his answer, he looked completely shocked, asking back, What? He looked at the reaction, which couldn't be clearer from the old tree in front of him, sighing internally. Man, even the trees have heard of us. The old tree, realizing he had been a bit rude, began to stammer an excuse. I'm sorry. It is just because of the rumors about your family. He observed him very closely. His crystal-clear eyes, sharp and full of wisdom, were sparkling brightly. He spoke again, offering sincere praise. But judging by the way you gave your own name first, instead of your family name, You're definitely going to be a great mage. But anyway, what are you guys even doing here so late? His interrogation made Li Han flinch. Meanwhile, Ganando, standing behind him, spat out the mouthful of water he was drinking. Now caught out, he placed a hand on his chest, trying to pull himself together. Then, acting totally chill and honest, Li Han continued. We're just out for a night walk. Yoner whispered a reminder from behind, since he was acting incredibly sus. Wipe your drool first. The spirit questioned them again. But it was more like a statement of fact. Are you trying to find a way out of the academy? It's only been a week since you joined. So why are you already planning to bail? This left Li Han stunned by how sharp the old man was. Embarrassed, he put his hand over his mouth, clearing his throat a few times. He explained to the spirit, we have a few personal reasons. He immediately changed the subject, taking the chance to get some intel from this divine being. Sir Spirit, could you give us some advice? While Julia was still fascinated by the spirit, and Durugu was complaining about the drink's nasty taste, the spirit answered Li Han, there is indeed a way out. However, it's impossible for new students to use it. Hearing this, he frowned and asked curiously, in that case, could you tell us where exactly the academy's walls end? He replied, that is also top secret. He then continued to warn them. Besides, those walls are all enchanted. So if you're not careful and touch them, you're going to have a really bad time. Li Han clenched his fists and tremblingly concluded, so hugging the walls, to find the edge and escape. Isn't doable either. The ancient tree advised him again, don't bother trying to escape right now. Things may seem quiet at the moment, but in just a few weeks, the monsters will begin to wake up. Li Han listened intently to the spirit's warnings. He bowed respectfully and said gratefully, thank you for the information. The spirit seemed amused, thinking, ho, look at this kid. The look in his eyes doesn't show even a hint of giving up. He's even sharper than before, because he's actually thinking things through. Watching him is going to be a blast. He leaned in and said to Li Han, oh, that's right, I did say I'd give you a gift, didn't I? Li Han was bewildered, sensing that something strange was about to happen. The tree rustled loudly, branches curved and swept upward, and leaves rained down, startling Li Han. A trunk gently extended toward him. Confused, he asked, what's this? It turned out to be the branch presenting him with a polished, exquisitely crafted wooden staff. He suddenly recalled Professor Garcia's previous reminder. An artifact to a mage is like a part of their own body, and among those artifacts, a magic staff is absolutely essential. Originally, the new students were all extremely fed up with what the academy had provided, as they only each got a tiny little wand. But today, one of them had received his very own staff, and that was our very own Li Han. When his friends saw him holding the scepter, they were totally amazed and hyped up. Leaning in curiously to get a better look, the spirit asked, is it all right, young man? Li Han gripped the staff tightly in his hand, feeling the power surging within. He felt a slight stir in his heart. He replied in a soft voice, it feels comfortable and fresh. The tree. God chuckled at his words, looking at him meaningfully. He silently sized Li Han up again. This boy is definitely not your average kid, just as expected. The spirit's dwelling within that scepter. It's hard for a young boy his age to make that kind of mistake. The spirit looked at him again. He gave a soft reminder. You will learn more from the power sources residing within that scepter, the more you use it. This left Li Han a bit confused and curious. He asked, can't you just guide me right now? The tree god turned him down, replying, there's no need. You will learn naturally over time. With that god-tier talent of yours, he affirmed it once more. The reason was that Li Han reminded him of a certain nutcase from the Wardenaz family, whom he had met centuries ago. Exactly what I'd expect from the Wardenaz bloodline, the spirit thought to himself. Before long, dawn was almost breaking. The sun slowly rose from behind the distant mountains. While everyone was still dazed, lost in the beautiful scenery of this fairyland, the tree god spoke up to remind them, it's time for all of you to head back. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit surprised, because instantly, vines, long and pale green, reached out from nowhere and wrapped around them. The spirit bid them farewell. Well then, let's say our goodbyes. Right then and there, the vines suddenly whipped the ground, violently yeeting everyone into the distance. They all started screaming bloody murder, and were instantly flung out of the fairy garden. In that moment, he gave Li Han one last piece of advice. Li Han, Wardanas don't use magic around these buildings. Both confused, and in a frantic rush, he shouted back one last question before being sent off. Wait, how do we escape this place? He heard the spirit respond, your magic is very powerful. It has already awakened the plants around here. Thud. They were all dumped back inside the forest. The beautiful space filled with butterfly spirits vanished quickly like a dream. Wincing in pain, everyone pushed themselves up and looked around in a daze. The spirit gave one final piece of advice specifically to Lee. Han, remember that question you asked me? That will be your answer. After an exhausting night, they all limped back, speechless with amazement. Before we left the spirit realm, all the undead had vanished. It really was like a dream. We made our way down the mountain just as the sun rose, and dragged our exhausted bodies to bed. Lee Han did the same, collapsing like he'd been completely drained. All he wanted was some decent downtime after that wild night. But he hadn't even been lying down for long, when a loud racket in the hallway woke him up. Someone was frantically calling for Wardenaz and banging on the door like crazy. There was no way Lee Han could go back to sleep. He had no choice but to force his eyes open and wake up feeling totally beat, looking like a total mess. With his hair looking like a literal bird's nest, he dragged himself to the door. He asked groggily, "What's up?" It turned out the person at the door was his friend Arson. He called out in a panic, "Wardanaz!" "Sorry for being so rude, but it's an emergency," she said irritably. "Is he out of his mind?" "No. The principal has organized an outdoor event." Lee Han was absolutely stunned to hear that. His memories gradually returned, making him slowly snap out of it. He remembered he had tried to follow the students who were plotting to escape. Lee Han thought for a moment and quickly got his head back in the game. He needed to act more serious. Usually in situations like this, he would act cool in front of Arsan. He said to her, "Right. I'll wake everyone up and then head out." It was broad daylight now. The weather was clear and sunny. Colorful banners were fluttering in the wind. All the students of the Magic Academy gathering outside the Academy's open grounds, huddled together, buzzing with chatter. They wondered and asked each other what was going on. Lee Han had also woken up and stepped out to observe, thinking to himself that this must be a festival. This doesn't look like an attempt to track down those who escaped. He thought to himself while eating a snack. What are they plotting now, I wonder? Exactly. The headmaster suddenly flew in out of nowhere, clapping his hands excitedly in welcome. He said, "Attention, everyone. This weekend, priests from all over the empire will be visiting our academy. Let's give them a big round of applause." It turned out that on the high platform, priests in black robes were already waiting. They waved and smiled with extreme friendliness from above. Lee Han stood in a corner observing them. He clapped while feeling puzzled and suspicious. The headmaster's welcome party was quite warm. Just then, an elderly, humble priest spoke up. "Thank you, Headmaster Osagonides. Thank you for making time for us, even though I'm sure you are busy enough teaching the young students here." Those smooth words from the priest made the headmaster beam with joy, responding with great delight. "Ha ha! That makes me so happy I've actually grown fond of you priests. This is quite awkward." He continued like that. "You can relay this message to His Majesty the Emperor. We need a little fun to uncover ancient magic." Hearing this, the priest hurriedly and flusteredly waved his hands. "Ha ha, that's way above our pay grade, so..." Lee Han stood there listening to their conversation. He thought back to the memories of his past life. So it's just like what I guessed back then. No matter what, everyone acts the same way when they're trying to secure a budget. The priest interrupted his train of thought, gently continuing. "Anyway, it's an honor to meet all the students." While the headmaster was brooding in a corner, she kept using an incredibly humble tone to speak about herself. "We are but humble servants, representing different churches. We are delighted to have the chance to introduce our religions." Today, Lee Han observed them and concluded, "These aren't ordinary priests. They all have massive amounts of mana," he thought to himself. "And it's very different from the mana of other priests." Right then, the headmaster appeared from behind and whispered in his ear before he even knew it. "Interesting, isn't it?" Lee Han was startled out of his wits. He cried out in shock. "When did he get there?" He quickly reasoned and came to a conclusion. "I get it now. After all, the mana of priests is so special that it's known as divine power." He turned and said to the headmaster, "I see. No wonder I felt something different about them." Making the headmaster ask him suspiciously, "You must have the ability to detect mana, huh?" Lee Han immediately realized he had misspoken. Feeling flustered and caught off guard, he quietly looked away to avoid the teacher's gaze, moaning to himself, "Oh, shoot." The headmaster then questioned him. "Why are you hiding this talent? There aren't many students who can detect mana like you." Lee Han calmly bowed before the headmaster, responding with great humility. "I still feel like I have many shortcomings," he replied casually. "I'm telling you, you're not like that at all. From now on, be confident and show off your talent." Lee Han heard those incredibly gentle and positive words and stood there dazed. Doubting himself, he thought, "What on earth is he talking about?" Meanwhile, the other students were excited, chatting enthusiastically with the priests and taking sweets from them, exclaiming happily, "This is the first time I've met priests. Professor Osu quietly hovered from above, assessing the situation. Not surprising since you're from the Wardenaz family, he asked himself, and then answered his own question. That's because you're just like me. Neither of us has any interest in faith. We're too smart to put our trust in the gods. Li Han was lost in his own thoughts. He remembered his father saying, divine power is just a byproduct of faith. Fanaticism. After seeing those weird rumors about his family. There must be a rumor that his family hates priests. Everyone assumes that family. Wardenaz has always shunned and discriminated against priests, letting the misunderstanding persist for a very long time. Thinking of that, Li Han reminded himself, I have to keep my family name a secret from them. Li Han was worried about his family, while the headmaster beside him was deep in thought, feeling sorry for the priests that I invited today. But these priests are so pathetic. Why do they have to go this far? For a bunch of useless students who only care about food, the delicious cakes on the table were a massive attraction. For students who had been starving for so long, the rest was just childish and ridiculous in the eyes of this strange headmaster. Li Han looked at the table full of sweets and softly called out to the headmaster. Do you have any recommendations for a faith, sir? He asked cheerfully. Hearing this, the teacher snorted and asked back, Did you not hear what I just said? Wait, you said a faith? Are you planning to join a multi-faith organization? He asked back suspiciously. He smirked and looked at him with determined eyes. The headmaster clenched his fist and thought to himself, It's been a while, but I'm still impressed. Does he think I don't know what he's up to? You boy? Plan to join a few groups and take everything they have. I'm speechless. I really like this kid. Truly impressive, he thought happily to himself. The headmaster silently observed Li Han in front of him for a moment. It's been quite a while now, but I'm still very impressed. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? You intend to join several groups and then take everything from them. He's got no chill. I totally dig him. Very impressive, the headmaster thought excitedly. After a moment's thought, he said softly to Li Han, Well, first, I recommend the Pressing of Faith. That group has a creed of self-sacrifice, so they will surely welcome you with open arms. Next is the Colosso Faith, because they worship the god of chaos and change. They don't care if you believe in other gods or not at all. Finally, the Capolio Faiths. They worship the god of swordsmanship and would probably welcome a weird kid like you. Hearing this, Li Han took notes. While feeling a bit anxious deep down, he jumped, feeling extremely worried and guilty. Does he already know that I'm learning swordsmanship? Li Han thought back to his unpleasant experiences in his past life. Not good. I don't have a good impression of professors who pay too much attention. After giving him some suggestions, the headmaster waved goodbye, gesturing to Li Han that he had to go. He nodded politely and replied, Thank you for the recommendations, sir, the teacher said meaningfully. Now I need to go see the students, being held in the punishment room. I hope you make the right choice, Wardenaz. He was about to say goodbye when he suddenly froze. Li Han asked in surprise, Huh? What did he just say? The headmaster just laughed, haha, and vanished like the wind, leaving only a trail of blue smoke fading before him. Li Han watched him go, thinking in a panic, was he talking about those people? He broke into a cold sweat and reminded himself, I have to be more careful. Suddenly someone called him from behind. Li Han, it was Yoner. She greeted him happily. There you are. Where have you been? Li Han stepped up to answer her. Oh, Yoner, I was planning to visit the Pressinga group. Hearing this, she replied in surprise. I didn't know you were interested in them. Li Han then addressed his friend's curiosity. I plan to visit Colosso and Capoleo right after that, too. Hearing that, Yoner understood his goal and replied, Ah, I see. Li Han quickly noticed the basket in her hand. He asked curiously, By the way, what's in this basket? That made her suddenly remember, Oh, right, here, take this. She handed him a delicious-looking sandwich, which made the hungry Li Han's eyes light up. He cheered happily. Whoa, where did you get something so precious? Yoner replied, from the Flamen faith. They're a group that worships the god of alchemy and family. My family has donated a lot of money to them before, so they recognized me right away. Yoner answered cheerfully. Li Han was absolutely stunned to hear that. What did she just say? Is this even possible? He felt deeply bummed about his own family and thought regretfully, why doesn't my family support any faith at all? Leaving Yoner staring at his expression in confusion, wondering why he was acting like that. They said their goodbyes and went to explore the faiths they were interested in. Li Han said, Yoner, I'm heading out first. I'm pretty busy today. She replied, All right, bye. See you later. A while later, in an area for the priests, they were standing around chatting happily. Li Han walked up and called out softly, Excuse me, I'm here to learn about Lord Pressinga. Hearing him say that, the two priests were hyped like they'd struck gold. Realizing this was the VIP guest they had been waiting for, they rushed over to welcome him. Welcome, brother. We didn't expect you to drop by. Some Blue Dragon students passing by made a face. wondering why he was going there. Meanwhile, Li Han was cheerfully replying to the priests. Yes, I've been interested in learning more for a long time. They hospitably invited him into the tent. All right, please, right this way. One of them called out, Djilling, can you help us out for a bit? A voice rang out in response, Coming! When Li Han saw the person behind the voice, he was immediately taken aback. It was a girl with small horns on her head and very striking pink hair. Her eyes were clear as amber, glowing with a pale gold light like a small flame. She was standing there clutching a bag of bread, shyly huddling in a corner. Li Han observed her in shock and thought to himself, that appearance, she's definitely a demi-demon. That's the rarest race when it comes to mixed bloods. If anyone has an ancestor who made a contract with a demon, there's a chance one of their descendants will be affected. People usually isolate them because of how they look, and because of that, they're often very passive and timid. A priest pointed toward her and said, let me introduce you. This is Djilling, a new student from the Phoenix Tower. They stepped inside the tent, and a priest remarked softly, I didn't know there were other believers besides Djilling. Li Han put on a polite and courtly act, humbly replying to them, it's only natural that people would believe in Lord, pressing if they knew of his noble will. While scanning his surroundings, he seriously reminded himself, there are two important things to remember when joining a faith. What can be gained and what must be done. Li Han took a look around the inside of the tent and continued to conclude, besides, this place doesn't look like much. But the truth is, there's a ton of artifacts that can be detected with magic. Li Han stared at the pile of treasures inside a chest before him, feeling incredibly hyped inside. Li Han wondered to himself, does the pressing of faith have something to do with artifact maintenance? Right then, someone walked in and interrupted his train of thought. A priestess pulled back the curtain for a mysterious woman and said politely, Lady Madrit, this way, please. The lady named Madrit asked with a hint of doubt, Oh, is there someone here who wants to become a believer? He watched her walk further into the tent and felt like his jaw was about to drop. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes, because every step that woman took left a deep footprint in the ground. She spoke first, Very nice to meet you. I am Madrit. She reached out her hand to greet Li Han warmly. He immediately replied as well, Hello? While still feeling low-key trippy with his wandering thoughts, how did she leave those footprints with such a tiny body? Madrit seemed to read the confusion in his eyes and proactively explained, you must be very surprised. It's because of the artifact I'm wearing. It's cursed and can increase the weight of the wearer by several times, she explained. Li Han immediately asked, Why would you wear something like that? Madrit replied nonchalantly. For Lord Pressinga, of course. Li Han was completely lost at that point, not understanding the deal with all this at all. He asked again, What do you mean? Then he heard her explanation. Lord Pressinga is the one who bears the pain of the world, so we must share that pain with him. And we do that by wearing cursed artifacts. Hearing that backstory made Li Han break into a cold sweat, regretting it big time in his heart. I must be losing it. Can't believe I actually listened to the principal and came here. Madrit saw his face and said with a gentle smile, But I understand if you don't want to walk this path, because it is very arduous. If that's the case, just accept the request and then you can head out. After saying that, she brought out a wooden chest and told him, But I'm actually a bit bummed. I had already prepared an artifact as a gift. I guess even if it's called an artifact, not many people would want to take it. It's an artifact that absorbs mana. Her words made Li Han, before he could even step out of the tent, freeze in his tracks immediately. He suspiciously turned his head and asked, Wait a sec, what kind of curse is on it? He immediately recalled the warning Professor John Garcia gave him in last week's class. Li Han carefully concluded, My problem is having too much mana. That artifact would actually be useful. Thinking that, Li Han immediately pulled a 180 and rushed back to her, asking excitedly, If that's the case, does it have any other effect besides absorbing mana? He happily continued to ask, If it's cursed like that, it must have some other functions, right? Lady Madrit looked at his hyped-up attitude, stayed silent for a moment, then answered, The main effect is, just like how every action has a reaction. The greater the power an artifact holds, the stronger the curse becomes. His artifact not only carries the curse of increasing weight, but also the curse of increasing divine power. Lady Madrit continued. She stunned Li Han once again when she revealed another massive benefit of the item in her hand. This artifact has invisibility magic hidden inside, she added. But that's not important. The problem is that whoever wears it will have their mana absorbed. I understand how you feel. But, hearing that, he slammed his hand down on the box, interrupting her. What are you saying, ma'am? I'm already prepared for all of it. he said happily and confidently, with one hand over his chest and the other still holding the artifact box. Lady Madrid was moved by that spirited stance and voice, thinking, oh, great Saint Presinga. I thought he was going to walk away. I'm so ashamed of myself. How could I not recognize the sincere faith? Deep within his heart? While the lady was drowning in her emotions, Li Han stood beside her, constantly pondering his own secret plan. Invisibility, huh? This really is a total godsend. He thought excitedly to himself. Lady Madrid said to him solemnly, then please take it, and welcome to our sect. Young man. She opened the chest lid and showed him a belt. This belt is to show reverence for Saint Presinga. Li Han saw it and was surprised, thinking to himself, so this is the belt that holds the power of invisibility? Meanwhile, 2 other monks were still standing beside him, watching him with a relatively cautious look. The reason was that they thought new believers in the past always had a hard time with the artifact's side effects. This case probably won't be much different, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Li Han lifted the belt from the box. All right, carefully put it on. Then he buckled it tight and said happily, I wonder how I activate the invisibility magic. In the stunned and shocked eyes of those 2 monks, they blurted out to Li Han, what? No way! You don't feel anything at all? Seeing this, he curiously asked Lady Madrid, is there a problem? She shook her head and replied, no, it's nothing. The incantation is written in the guidebook. She felt very satisfied with Li Han, secretly rejoicing in her heart. Saint Presinga has truly given us such an outstanding disciple. At this time, Li Han pulled out an envelope with an instruction sheet inside. He carefully read every word. This is the one? And following the instructions, let me hide into the night. He whispered the incantation. Immediately, Li Han vanished, leaving only a faint blue mist in the air, leaving everyone around him in shock. He disappeared, so it really does have powers. Meanwhile, Li Han, who was invisible, found this magic quite fascinating. He marveled to himself, whoa, it really works. And it's not just halfway. It's like full-on invisibility? Pretty sick. Exactly what I expected from such a strong curse. He then tried reading the dispelling incantation. All right. To return, let me appear in the light of day. And he gradually reappeared before everyone's eyes. But Li Han still had a lingering doubt, asking himself, but is this thing actually cursed? He immediately debunked it. No, wait. If I can't feel any effects of the curse, then I need to equip even more artifacts. Thinking that, he turned and spoke to Lady Madrid. Sister Madrid, I need to share more of Saint Presinga's burden. Hearing that, she was moved to tears. She shakily cried out, oh, how truly commendable. But don't push yourself too hard. It's still very early. He immediately declined and replied very resolutely, no, this is what I must do. Those words almost made Lady Madrid faint. From sheer emotion, the monks rushed over to help her calm down. Soon, evening approached. Li Han lightly touched the belt he was wearing. Sitting alone, he was secretly annoyed that he couldn't get anything else in the end. But this will be super clutch for making a getaway, right? He thought with a bit of satisfaction. Just then, Sister Madrid said, and this event marked the birth of the Presinga sect, making him jump. It turned out he was listening to her lecture about the sect. Li Han quickly stood up and praised her lecture. That was great, sister. She also spoke to him humbly. That's all for today. Thank you for listening. Li Han stood looking at the board covered in writing, doing some mental math. Whatever, to sum up the doctrine, the core is that you have to equip items that are cursed. At that moment, a hand reached out to stop Li Han as he was about to leave. Wait, before you go, that person handed him a basket of fresh food, and plenty of it. Everything from bread to jam and fruit looked delicious. Then said, please accept this. It turned out to be Lady Madrid. She said gently, I thought you might need it. I specially prepared this for you. This touched Li Han deeply. He accepted the fruit basket, happily thinking that this was indeed a wise choice. Lately, it's rare to feel such warmth. But while Li Han was lost in thought, a hand quietly touched his shoulder from behind. It turned out to be Digilin. She also handed him a basket overflowing with food, earnestly saying, please, can you take these as well? Li Han was surprised and asked her back, but those are your rations. Why are you giving them to me? She modestly waved it off and said, I am a follower of Saint Presinga. These luxuries don't suit me. After saying that, he shoved the basket into Li Han's hands and hurried away. Standing nearby, Lady Madrid could only sigh. Digilin again? Honestly? Watching the scene, Li Han thought to himself, should I tell them that this is totally normal at the Vermilion Sparrow Tower? Maybe not. They are worlds apart from us. Besides complaining about being hungry, the other 3 towers only think about food and finding a way to get out of this academy. Li Han sighed and was about to leave. Lady Madrid spoke to him again. Pardon me, young man. Could I ask you for a favor? She requested. Could you look after Digilin for me? As you can see, she's quite hard on herself. Lee Han was about to decline. But I don't even belong to this tower. But then she handed him another overflowing basket of food. Who could say no to delicious food? Those tempting treats. Lee Han happily took them and immediately changed his tune. Actually, whatever, it's not a problem at all. Haha, just leave it to me. I'll do my absolute best. He said his goodbyes and left. As Lee Han walked out, Digilin helped him carry the food since there was so much. Lee Han took the opportunity to say to her, "Should I call you Sister Digilin?" Digilin replied, "You can call me whatever you like." He asked further, "What kind of place is the Vermilion Sparrow Tower? You guys don't interact with others much, do you? So we're really curious about what you do in your free time." She proudly answered, "We pray in our rooms in the morning, the afternoon, and sometimes even in the evening. At night, some people even go into the forest or up the mountains to pray," she added. Hearing this, Lee Han asked in confusion, "Wait, all night? Are you guys actually allowed to do that? Because the dorms at Einregard have a curfew all week, except for holidays." Digilin replied, "That's right. Our Vermilion Sparrow Tower has permission. Thanks to our special status." Lee Han immediately zeroed in on this detail. He thought to himself, so monks don't have to follow curfew, huh? He began to plot, if I wear monastic robes, I could stay out longer. Excited by the thought, Lee Han asked Digilin, "Do you think I could get a set of monastic robes?" Digilin fell silent for a moment. A while later she replied, "Your prayers won't be any less sincere just because you're wearing robes." Lee Han quickly explained, "It's not that. I just want to understand Saint Prasinga better." After a bit of a struggle, Digilin was convinced and replied, "If that's the case, then at our next meeting, I'll have a set ready for you." Hearing this, Lee Han happily put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Thanks, Sister Digilin," then excitedly thought, "All right." The first step of the escape plan is starting to take shape. As if remembering something, he asked her again, "Oh, right, did you enjoy the food? Are you full?" Digilin nodded and replied, "I'm quite happy with everything." Lee Han then whispered to her in a low voice, "But the sister is really worried about you. She told me to take real good care of you." His words made Digilin fall silent. Lowering his head, he let out a sigh. Lee Han stepped forward and spoke to her warmly. "What should we do now?" "Eat with me, okay? That way the sister won't have to worry so much." Jilin felt a bit awkward, but she didn't refuse. "So right now," Lee Han thought as he walked beside her, "all right, I'm so grateful to the person who gave me such a precious gift." He silently calculated, "Just one meal together, and I'll become the person you met throughout the holiday, the one who gave you plenty of food." Night had fallen over Einregard Academy. In the professor's meeting room, Professor Uraim was slowly sipping his tea. He took a sip, thinking happily, "Tea seems to taste better since that kid arrived. But why are we all meeting on a day like this?" he asked aloud. He was surrounded by other academy professors and Principal Osu. Ms. Garcia replied to Professor Uraim, "I think it's because of the basic horse riding course. Have the professors assigned the syllabus yet?" She continued. Hearing that, Professor Uraim asked in surprise, "Isn't Professor Venderone supposed to teach it?" Ms. Garcia looked just as surprised. "Oh my gosh, I had no idea." She went on, "Professor Venderone failed to find a unicorn. I've barely heard any news from him." Just as Ms. Garcia was showing her concern, the principal spoke up to reassure her. "Don't worry, I already have a backup plan," he said. The professors asked back in astonishment. "For real?" Ms. Garcia exclaimed. "In such a short time?" Professor Nguradel whispered, "At moments like this, I understand why. You are the principal." They all spoke excitedly in unison. Professor Uriam asked curiously, "Who's the new professor? Since this lecture is mandatory, it needs someone truly capable to take charge." Principal Osu replied, "No worries. It's Lolo Bozur." Ms. Garcia looked relieved. "Oh, that's lit. I'm sure she'll do a great job." Professor Nguradel added, "She's a famous explorer who has explored almost all the wilderness in the Empire." Right then, a hand slammed hard on the table. It was Professor Uriam. He stood up and shouted irritably, "Why does it have to be her?" Then he slumped back down, trembling. That person is my aunt," Professor Uriam blurted out in bitter despair. "She's a total nag and way too extreme. And she's always asking if I hate Eastern dwarves." Professor Uriam clutched his head and groaned. Principal Osu acted indifferent, saying casually, "I only want to hire the best professors to teach, regardless of who they are. That's everything for today's meeting. Now dismissed," the principal concluded. At the forest's edge, a hand in a thick glove was gently playing with a baby bird. The person said, "All right then, time for class, huh?" Then they gently let go, letting the bird fly off. Students were eagerly flooding onto the field. preparing to start a new subject. A student stretched refreshingly. "Ah, the final period is here." A voice answered him. "I've been with you for so long and you still haven't got a clue?" They were excited to start the session. Basic horse riding training? They continued their discussion. Horse riding is a basic royal skill. Exactly. Lee Han, watching from not far away, thought to himself, everyone seems pretty hyped. I don't think anything's going to happen here. This stuff is way too familiar to the students. This lesson needs to be harder. While he was lost in thought, a dark shadow streaked down from the sky. It was a giant black bird, resembling an eagle, screeching noisily. The students asked one another in confusion, "What's that sound?" One person pointed up and screamed, "Everyone, look at the sky!" All of them were terrified and panically asked each other, "What is that?" "Everyone, it's coming! Get out of the way fast!" The bird is still maintaining its lightning-fast speed, diving straight down from the sky. Ganando is standing there dazed, shaking with fear. His face is pale, just staring blankly and wondering to himself, "Huh?" The bird has spotted its target. It speeds up again, charging towards him, making Ganando want to burst into tears. As he runs for dear life, the giant bird's talons gently scoop him up like snatching a worm. It's easy peasy, and it looks ready to fly off in a flash. Garlando cries out in terror, screaming to everyone, "Save me!" The students, seeing that, are filled with absolute fear and shock. Asen screams, "Ganando is caught!" Ioner also calls out to him, trembling. Ganando Lee Han quickly takes charge of the group. "Everyone stay calm and get low, don't move. We'll be in danger if we attract its attention." The students quickly follow his instructions, hurriedly crouching down and covering their heads with their hands. Lee Han thinks to himself, "Damn it, but things like this won't make me panic." The bird tilts its wings again, circling over Lee Han, making him flinch and dodge. He looks up, following the giant silhouette in the sky, wondering, where on earth did that bird come from? Then suddenly he hears someone screaming loudly behind him. "Where is the principal?" Turns out it's a student venting her fury. Isn't this supposed to be a top academy? "What the hell is wrong with the security?" The person next to her quickly tries to stop her. "This is not the time!" But that girl seems to have lost her cool, yelling, "Let me go! Ah!" This is a massive failure on the part of this stupid academy. Just as they are arguing, the bird's silhouette has silently appeared above them. Suddenly realizing it, the two of them are startled, their faces turning pale as if they're about to faint. The girl starts crying out loud in a panic. "Ah, wait, I'm sorry, please help me!" But the bird has already, with cold indifference, used its talons to snatch that boy away, leaving him trembling and screaming in terror. A moment later, he seems to have lost all his strength, simply letting the bird carry him off. Lee Han sees this and thinks to himself, "That's exactly why I told you not to move." But he still has a question. But something is very sus. Why did it ignore the person who was shouting? An idea suddenly pops into his head. Wait, could it be? Meanwhile, Ganando is looking deathly pale, seemingly about to pass out in the bird's talons. The other student is in a similar state. Without making any move to resist at all, Lee Han quickly takes off his cloak and covers his head, having reached a solid conclusion for himself. "It's because of their hair color." Then he shouts to the students around him, "Everyone, use your coats to cover your hair now!" The bird's targets. Are those with light-colored hair? He hurriedly signals everyone. At that moment, a hand gently taps Lee Han on the shoulder. Someone whispers to him, "You are truly remarkable, Lee Han Wadanaz. Your ability to make decisions and give orders in the blink of an eye is truly admirable." Lee Han hears someone calling his name and turns his head in confusion. He asks the mysterious person, "Who are you?" It's a stranger who is using their coat to cover his head. "I'm sure I've never met this person before." The other person softly replies, "I..." But before the two of them could finish, there's a scream from a student. From behind, "Hey, look over there!" Two students point their fingers at this stranger, then condemn them very harshly. "Those scumbags are trying to cause trouble again. My honorable friends, this is not the time to run away. We need to gather together and..." Hearing that, the person cries out in a panic, "Wait! I have nothing to do with Ferrari! You've got it all wrong." Just as the situation is extremely tense, a hand is gently raised, blocking the path in front of the stranger. A gentle voice speaks up. "It belongs to the noble Princess Her Highness. I guarantee that this person will be just fine." Seeing that, those two awkwardly asked each other, "Wait, the princess is actually stepping up to protect him?" If that's the case, Lee Han looked toward the stranger and the princess, wondering, "Do you guys know each other?" The person immediately answered him, "I am one of the knights serving under the princess. My name is Rowena." Lee Han was incredibly surprised to hear that. He questioned it in his mind. Under the princess's command? But no one is allowed to bring servants or bodyguards into the school. He thought fast and quickly caught on to the situation. I get it now. Every rule has its loopholes. While someone might not be permitted to bring their servants in with them, the academy can't do anything. If that servant joins as a student, this way they can smuggle a few people in. Lee Han looked up at the giant bird carrying Guido as it circled in the air and suddenly felt a wave of pity. I really feel bad for Guido, even though they are both royalty. Just then the princess's attendant, Rowena, said to him, Master Wadanaz, I'd like to ask for your assistance. The bird seems to have slowed down, but there's no telling when it might start acting. Weird again. Rowena looked serious as she continued. So I want to ask you to lead the students and stop that bird. Lee Han was shocked and replied, Huh? Lead what? Why should I do that? As he was hastily refusing, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Suddenly, it was a student from the Blue Dragon Tower. He said with a look of gratitude, Please become our respected leader. Lee Han pleaded in distress, Don't do this to me! Leading a group of people, it never ends well. But the students of the Blue Dragon Tower didn't seem to give him a chance to say no. Everyone showed signs of reverence and respect. They used an incredibly earnest tone to beg him, Please give the order, Leader Wadanaz. Everyone is ready! Lee Han looked at them, feeling extremely awkward. He really wanted to refuse, but their persistent pleading made him feel a bit embarrassed and helpless. After a while, Lee Han closed his eyes and made a decision. He turned around and said to everyone, First, the vanguard will be... Seeing Lee Han calmly giving orders to the class, Rowena stayed silent for a long time as if reflecting on something. It turned out that everything had started a few days ago. A shout rang out, Wait, what? Rowena was clearly flustered. She was looking at some mysterious content in front of her, crying out in shock. The leader of the Blue Dragon Tower isn't the princess, but Wadanaz. How the heck did that happen? The princess's leadership skills have been top tier. Ever since the day she joined the academy! She gripped the scroll in her hand with frustration, trying to find a logical explanation. There's definitely a reason behind this. I need to check it out for myself. Returning to the present, she looked at Lee Han's impressive silhouette again, muttering to herself, I'll definitely figure out his secret. In the meantime, Lee Han was still calmly directing everyone. All right, the next part of the plan is... Actually, Rowena probably would never suspect that. Lee Han had won the trust of the other students, using nothing but a little food. At the moment, Lee Han was sitting at the center, surrounded by students from the Blue Dragon Tower. They were strategizing together on how to deal with the giant bird. He thought, if I'm right about this... Then he spoke up before finishing. Let me ask, is anyone here carrying anything shiny? I have one, someone said, then handed him a mirror. Lee Han took it, thinking happily, sweet. This will definitely do the trick. Lee Han calmed himself and took a deep breath, preparing to start the final showdown against the massive bird. He stood up, held the mirror high and shouted at the bird, Hey bird, over here! Bring it on, here's that shiny thing. You love so much. Saying that, he aimed the mirror at the bird. The sunlight hitting the mirror created an extremely blinding reflection. Blinded by the light from the mirror, the bird shrieked in pain and irritation. After a moment, it lost its balance and dived straight down. Lee Han saw that the time was ripe and turned to shout at the whole class, Now's the time, everyone get ready! Line up and form a wall! Everyone around him immediately followed suit. Lee Han quietly crouched down behind everyone. He watched the distance between himself and the bird, muttering, just a bit more, just a little bit closer. Seeing the distance was perfect. Lee Han sprang up and ordered, Now! He swung his wand and shouted, Light! Light was summoned into the wand. Then it burst forth with a brilliant energy, illuminating the entire area. The bird was blinded by the radiant light, screaming in helpless pain, unable to fight back at all. After trying to resist but failing to do anything, it finally flapped its wings, flying away in a huff until it vanished from sight. Lee Han let out a quiet sigh of relief. Gripping his wand, he thought to himself, if it's just an oversized bird, the best bet is still to scare it off. Just then, someone spoke up to praise him. You're amazing, Wadanaz. To be honest, I was a bit skeptical at first, but your plan was a total success. Great job. Gotta hand it to you. His classmates crowded around him, showering him with flattering compliments. Embarrassed, Lee Han cleared his throat and said, But what happened to Garlando and that silver-haired guy? Right then, a loud noise made him jump, followed by a chaotic series of ah screams. And before Lee Han could process what was happening, poor Garlando fell right on top of him. That silver-haired guy also crashed into a group nearby. Everyone suddenly realized, oh, it's Garlando and that Tiger Tower jerk. Both of them were on the verge of passing out. At that exact moment, as the giant bird was hurrying away toward the deep corners of the forest, a hand gently stroked it while a soft voice comforted, There, you did your best. That must have surprised you. Let's go." Then that person immediately leaped from the bushes, looking like she was going to jump straight down. In a flash, she landed with a heavy thud. She let out a breath, making the surrounding leaves rustle. A moment later, she adjusted her glasses and squinted. "Hey kids, nice to meet you." Seeing this, the students asked each other in confusion, "Who's that? Did she just jump out of that tree?" Lee Han observed the person in front of him and thought suspiciously, no wonder this felt both weird and way too convenient. Was this all her doing? He watched her for a while longer, realizing her face looked somewhat familiar. He wondered, she looks a lot like someone. Could she be a relative of Professor Urium? He was immediately spooked by his own theory and quickly reassured himself, nah, there's no way. I'm probably just overthinking it. Just then, a hand grabbed his shoulder from behind. She stepped up and whispered in his ear, "You've got potential." This familiar feeling quickly sent Lee Han into a state of panic. He remembered when he first met Professor Urium. The man had done exactly the same thing. Lee Han gulped nervously. It was total déjà vu. Hearing the commotion, the students gathered around, asking each other curiously, "Wait, what? She's a professor?" Lee Han determined to try and feel her out. "Excuse me, are you related to Professor Urium?" The professor happily admitted it right away, laughing as she replied, "How did you know? I'm his aunt." This left Lee Han stunned because his random guess actually hit the bullseye. He was internally shocked. For real? He thought to himself, worried. I can't just keep standing out in front of the professors like this all the time. But before he could come up with a clever plan, a hand excitedly patted his shoulder. A student stepped forward and blurted out to the new teacher, "Wadnas is so lucky." "Professor? This guy is Professor Urium's star pupil. Professor Urium likes him so much that he even invited him to his guest room." Hearing that, Lee Han immediately got a bad feeling. He hurriedly tried to stop them. "Wait, you really don't need to mention that." While everyone around him was still busy hyping him up. "You're the GOAT, Wadnas!" they cheered. Professor Jeddah, Urium's aunt, stood in the corner looking thoughtful after hearing that, then acted as if she understood. "Oh ho, is that so?" Lee Han turned to see her eager and amused face, whispering gloomily, sending condolences to himself. "It's too late, yes, that's right, Professor." He forced a smile as he replied, then continued to calculate another move. He thought to himself, if things have turned out this way, then I just need to try and maintain a good image for myself. Professor Jeddah, seeming to have gathered enough information about her class, clapped her hands together to begin the lecture. She called out to the class, "Eyes on me! I am Jeddah of the Lightning Tribe." Originally, this course was supposed to be taught by Professor Bendozone. However, that person disappeared while they were out searching for a unicorn. The students gasped and asked each other, "What? The Lightning Tribe? Is she that legendary explorer?" One person exclaimed excitedly. Another student added with cheerful admiration, "That's the person who conquered the giants and was the first to discover the Fire Spirit Mountain." The students all showed immense respect for her Lightning Tribe title. Only Lee Han silently noticed something else. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Why is no one noticing that something just got forgotten here? A moment later, Professor Jeddah gently stroked the feathers of the giant bird beside her. She asked the class, "All right, can anyone guess why I came here with a thunderbird?" This species possessed a massive body and naturally fierce behavior. Unlike ordinary birds, it also had special abilities like controlling lightning and whirlwinds. The thunderbird was truly a terrifying creature. Lee Han was curious about this aggressive bird. He silently wondered, how can she just carry a monster like this around? Maybe the Empire should keep a closer eye on this school. While Garlando was still in shock, he fearfully asked himself, was I just kidnapped by a thunderbird? The students watched the giant bird from a distance. A student spoke up softly. Is our goal this time to ride the thunderbird? Someone agreed, yeah. I bet it's something like that. Professor Jeddah heard that and laughed out loud, bluntly shutting them down. Wrong! Even if you guys had another 15 years, you still wouldn't be skilled enough to ride a thunderbird. She noticed Lee Han hadn't spoken up yet. She turned and pointed at him. Wadanaz, why don't you try asking a question? Lee Han thought for a moment, then replied somewhat uncertainly. Is it because you wanted to see how we'd react when facing a dangerous monster? A student standing next to him found his answer amusing and immediately disagreed. Ha! I don't think so. There's no class called Escaping from Monsters, though. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was left speechless by the professor's response. His jaw dropped. Exactly. I figured there must be a reason why my nephew likes you so much. She continued addressing the class. You never know when danger will strike during a journey. That is why you kids must always be trained. See? She then softly added, "But don't worry too much. The core of this class is still just focusing on learning how to ride." This made the students breathe a sigh of relief and immediately get hyped again, since they all quite enjoyed riding horses. She signaled for Lee Han to come closer and told the whole class, before officially starting her lesson, "We're heading to the stables now. You kids can follow Watana's, you'll be the lead." She added further, while the bird had already soared ahead, "I hope you can continue to assist me throughout the teaching process." Lee Han agreed and replied, "Yes, Professor." But inside he felt like crying from misery. He thought in distress, "Why does this keep happening to me?" The students followed one after another, trailing behind Professor Jetta to the stables. As they walked, she lectured them about the animals. Horses are the most basic animals when you first learn to ride. If you can't ride them, then there's no way you'll be able to ride any other species. She advised them further. If you want to ride something more difficult, you must master the basics by riding horses first. This caused the students to sigh in boredom. "It's all stuff we've learned already." Lee Han observed the class's reaction and thought to himself that everyone seemed relaxed. It made sense, though. Everyone here was already familiar with horse riding. Suddenly, Professor Jetta, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. She turned back to look at him. She even flashed a mysterious smile. For no apparent reason, Lee Han's face turned pale at the sight, getting a sudden bad vibe. He turned and said to Yoner, "I've got a bad feeling about this, Yoner. Watch out." This left her completely clueless as to what was going on. Lee Han thought seriously and made a guess in his head. Today's lesson isn't going to be as easy as just riding a horse. A while later, the whole class arrived at a very large stable. Professor Jita led them inside and introduced it to everyone. "All right, this is the Enrogas family stable." The students couldn't stop marveling when they saw such a massive and beautiful stable. "Whoa, oh my God, these are all top-tier breeds. I can't believe we actually get to ride horses. Like these!" The students chatted excitedly with each other. Professor Jita smiled and asked the class, "Do you guys want to start riding right now?" Everyone shouted in excitement, "Yes!" She held out a jar full of wooden sticks for drawing lots and told them, "You need skill to get a good horse, so I want you to come up one by one to draw lots." The results were out. The lucky one chosen first was Garinando. He cheered happily. "Nice." Seeing that, the other friends whispered to each other with a hint of jealousy. "Oh, why Garinando of all people? He can't even tell wheat from rice." He acted like he didn't care when he heard that, thinking excitedly about his horse as he replied, "Humph, I don't listen to the complaints of losers." He walked over to the horse stalls and said enthusiastically, "The horse I'm gonna pick is..." He stopped in front of a horse and said confidently, "This one." It was a black horse that looked incredibly massive and powerful. Seeing that, Lee Han and Yoner stood outside looking a bit worried for him. They silently wondered, why did he pick that horse? You can tell just by looking that it's super moody. Garinando turned around and told everyone, "Horses gotta be big and beefy. See, it's already bowing its head to me." Before he could even finish, the horse snorted right at him. Garinando was startled and started coughing like crazy. While Ioner watched in shock, Lee Han just had that called-it look on his face. He tumbled straight onto the ground. Ioner rushed over to check on him, crying out in fear. "Garinando got kicked by the horse!" She softly asked, "Are you okay?" Garinando, after a moment of seeing stars, gradually regained consciousness. He dazedly asked, "What happened?" He sat up with a swollen face, while a classmate standing nearby crossed his arms, sighed, and said, "Dummy, that's what you get for picking such a violent horse, based only on its looks." Hearing that, Garinando flared up and snapped back, "What did you just say?" That classmate walked over to a gray horse, gently stroked it, and said, "There are always cases where the best horses aren't necessarily the biggest ones, but the gentlest ones." Before he could even finish speaking, that horse let out a long whinny and immediately opened its toothy maw, chomping down on his head. He shrieked in pain. Witnessing that scene, another student gave a smug smirk and said, Those idiots from Black Dragon Tower love to talk. You guys really have zero skill in taming horses." But before he could finish his sentence, he was also immediately attacked by a nearby horse. Violently, those around them all fell into the same mess. Everyone frantically asked each other in fear, "What's going on? Why is every single horse acting like this?" Lee Han pondered for a moment, then looked up as it clicked. "Ah, every horse here is..." His voice was drowned out by the clattering of hooves. Some were even rearing up as if trying to break free. One girl was absolutely terrified. Everyone frantically questioned each other. Why are they all so feral? A burst of laughter, "Ha ha 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 ha!" rang out from behind Lee Han. It was Professor Jetta. She cheerily told them, "I told you we're going to learn how to ride. and this is your first assignment. I want you all to bond. With every single horse here, he excitedly gave the order. Upon hearing this, the students gasped in sheer panic. What the hell? Professor Jetta waved her hand encouragingly and said with a chuckle, well, maybe they'll open up to you. If you take really good care of them. She pointed and commanded the class. That's the goal of this task. Befriend at least one of these horses. Lee Han looked at the aggressive horses and thought, these aren't even normal horses anymore. I'm pretty sure she is up to something by giving us this mission. First, I'll pick the one that looks the most chill. And while his mind was wandering, a hand reached out. It turned out to be Jeddah. She grabbed his shoulder and signaled, Wadnaz, follow me. He turned back and sighed inwardly, replying with a forced smile, yes, Professor. She led Lee Han to a corner of the stable and gestured for him to look. Lee Han looked and was completely stunned. It was a massive gray horse, with 4 sturdy straight legs, a silky coat, and a majestic mane. Professor Jada said, of course I wouldn't give a mediocre horse to my nephew's top student. I want you to take care of this boy. Seeing this, a student said with a bit of envy, how come he's the only one who gets it? That easy? Asen looked at him with sparkling eyes of admiration. That's Wadnaz for you. The professor even chose the most special horse for him. This made Lee Han quickly signal, shut it, you guys! Professor Jetta turned and chuckled in amusement, saying, ha ha, those kids are so simple-minded. This is truly a fine horse, but he's also the wildest and toughest one to tame. She pointed at the horse and continued, taming a literal monster might actually be easier than dealing with this boy. She looked at Lee Han, who was looking completely bewildered, and went on. I know this might be a daunting task for a mere freshman. This made him whip around and ask excitedly, aha, so that means I'll be getting some extra help? Professor Jetta didn't let him stay happy for even 3 seconds. She nonchalantly added, but for someone like you, who can single-handedly take down a thunderbird, this should be a total piece of cake, right? Lee Han felt like crying inside as he thought miserably, ah, damn it. This is exactly why you shouldn't stand out too much. The sun had gradually risen high in the sky. Bright sunlight bathed Deinrogard. Inside a small, charming building, the door slowly creaked open. Uriam reached out to pull the door and stepped out. With a look of sheer panic and confusion, he stammered, Auntie, what on earth brings you here? Professor Jetta waved cheerfully at him. You should say hello first. You haven't forgotten, have you? Urim awkwardly scratched his head and asked, long time no see, how have you been lately? Before he could even finish, Jada had already marched into the house. She continued, let me inspect your place. Leaving him with nothing to do but fumble out, please come in. Only then did Uregu look toward the front door. He saw Lee Han following his aunt. He asked, what's going on here? Lee Han gave a hesitant smile and answered, Professor Jetta told me to bring her here. Meanwhile, inside the house, Professor Jetta was looking around and nagging, ugh! Look at all this dust. When was the last time you actually cleaned this place? Living like this, no wonder you're still single. This left him with nothing to do but hold his head and groan. Sigh, there she goes again. She continued, you should really think about finding yourself a girl. Seriously, for how much longer? Are you going to keep living like such a slob? Uriam quickly cut his aunt off. I'm already working on that. Let's just have some lunch first, okay? He turned to Lee Han and asked in a low voice, Wadnaz, have you eaten anything yet? In his heart, he was praying, please say no. Lee Han caught his teacher's drift and awkwardly replied, my stomach is growling like crazy, Professor. The teacher gestured for him to take a seat. Jetta quickly agreed. Exactly, you shouldn't skip meals when you're still a growing boy. Then she cheerfully told both of them, Uregum, you sit down too. Today I'm going to let you two get a taste of Eastern cuisine. Uregum whispered under his breath. To be honest, I'm not really a fan of Eastern food. She heard him and coldly turned her head. What did you say? This made the teacher flinch and wave his hands in denial. Oh, nothing at all. The teacher and student sat together at the dining table. The teacher rubbed his face anxiously and lamented, the 2 things I was dreading have finally happened. After a while, he looked up and asked Lee Han, anyway, how have you been doing lately? But before he could even finish, he noticed something strange on his student, my own student. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, wait, what's that on your chest? It turned out that on Lee Han's chest, there was a small twig glowing brilliantly. He reached into his pocket, took it out, and asked, oh, are you talking about this? He calmly pulled out a massive staff that the spirit had gifted him earlier. Seeing this, Uriam expressed genuine joy for his student. Oh ho, you've already got yourself a new staff. I can really feel the energy of the green forest coming from it. He followed up by asking, where did you get it? Lee Han hesitated and said, well, after hearing the recount of that night, Urim looked completely shocked. He asked again, "So you just happened to wander into the forest, then happened to run into an ent, and then just happened to pick up this staff?" He nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, I mean, if we expect something, life will just become a series of coincidences." This made the professor immediately think to himself, he must be trying to hide something. Professor Zeta, eavesdropping nearby, had the exact same thought. He's definitely trying to keep it low-key. The professor asked him again, "So, did that spirit give you any unexpected riddles?" Lee Han was surprised. "How did you know that, Professor?" He crossed his arms, acting as if it were common knowledge. "Because that spirit is famous. That tree is quite eccentric. But you can't deny its vision and vast amount of knowledge." Realizing his professor actually knew some things, specifically about that place, Lee Han immediately asked, "So is there anything special about this staff?" He thought to himself, there must be something hidden within the spirit's words. Some kind of superhuman ability? Like being invincible while holding it? Or possessing some soul magic? Maybe a cheat code ability that uses a massive amount of my mana? Lee Han thought excitedly. Just then, Professor Zeta brought to the table a bowl of steaming, fragrant hot soup. She said to him, "Of course there is." Hearing this, Lee Han asked happily, "Really?" Then he heard her say, "That's right. It can help you become a talented farmer." She smiled while explaining to him. Hearing that, Lee Han suddenly imagined himself drenched in sweat, holding the staff to plow the soil, and he suddenly felt the buzzkill. Professor Uregum further explained to him, "That's all you can really expect from a tree spirit. It helps you grow plants quickly." Seeing his disappointed face, he continued, "I mean, isn't that a good thing? You'll need this ability at some point." Lee Han replied, still feeling a bit skeptical. "I guess so, but..." Hearing that, Professor Zeta asked him curiously, "Oh ho, what kind of plants are you planning to grow?" He answered her, "I'm planning to grow something edible." She told Lee Han that if that was the case, "I can help you with that." This made him happy. "Really?" Professor Zeta gestured to him. "Follow me after lunch." Before long, they had finished enjoying their lunch together. Lee Han and Jetta went out to the yard, where there were beds of fertile soil. She showed him how to harvest a type of vegetable, then taught him about the most important crops, which were similar to potatoes and yams. Boil them, mash them, and throw them in a stew. It will take some time before you can harvest them. But when you do, make sure to show them some gratitude. Lee Han happily agreed to her request, saying, "Yes, ma'am." He thought while bowing to till the soil, "Okay, let's stay positive. They said it would support my farming." Just at that moment, Jetta called him again. "Wadanaz, come here." Lee Han quickly replied, "Coming, Professor." As he stood up, the plant he had just sown shot up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It grew like wildfire, just like the magic beanstalk from the Jack and the Beanstalk fairy tale. Meanwhile, at the Blue Dragon Tower, the students were in a state of total exhaustion from not having food for a while. They were all holding their stomachs and groaning, feeling lightheaded and about to pass out any second. Just then, a student looked out the door, dazed by the light before his eyes, wondering, what on earth is that light? It turned out Lee Han had returned. He happily waved to his friends. "Hey everyone, I'm back!" In his hands, he carried a large basket of food, filled with delicious items. There were tomatoes, eggplants, carrots, potatoes, milk, and cheese. Everything seemed to be glowing with vibrant colors. They looked absolutely mouth-watering. The students cheered happily at the sight. "Wadanaz! Is that real food, for real? Welcome back." It turned out he received a flood of thank yous. Thanks to Professor Loibo, they gave him baskets of food that were incredibly fresh and packed to the brim. When the students saw the amount of food he brought back, they showered him with joyful praise. "As expected from my most esteemed friend." Truly the greatest family to ever grace the empire. Hearing this, Lee Han marveled to himself, "Only a few weeks have passed and they've changed so much. They're like baby birds waiting to be fed." He set the baskets down and said, "You guys must be starving. Give me a second, I'll whip up some soup for everyone." Lee Han rolled up his sleeves and spoke. He started setting up the pot over the warm fireplace. After that, he skillfully chopped carrots and seasoned the pot, under the admiring gazes of everyone around him. Anner watched Lee Han working busily at the fireplace, thinking he looked exactly like a master alchemist crafting something step by step. Once the soup was ready, he took a small sip to check the flavor. Lee Han exclaimed, It's good to go." Then he called out to his friends, "It's done! Everyone bring your bowls over!" Hearing this, the students responded cheerfully, "Yes, sir." Lee Han served the soup to the students one by one. Anner stood by his side, helping him keep track of things, while Gainando was completely lost in the bliss of the delicious food. Just then, a student called out to him awkwardly, Wadanaz," the boy continued hesitantly. I have a small favor to ask of you. A short while later, Lee Han arrived at a room and knocked softly. The person inside the room was the princess. Hearing the knock, she came to open the door. She looked totally surprised to see Lee Han. What are you doing here? He held out a bowl of soup and said to her, I made some food, give it a try. The princess took the steaming bowl, asking hesitantly, Is this for me? He immediately replied, Everyone got a share, so you don't need to worry. She scooped up a spoonful, still looking a bit unsure, then heard the pleading voice, almost a bit whiny, from Lee Han. Come on, just try it. Seeing that, the princess gave in and took a small taste. Instantly, her eyes lit up. The savory flavors of the ingredients blended perfectly together, creating an incredibly refreshing sensation. Lee Han saw her thoroughly enjoying the delicious taste and thought to himself, I originally wanted her to eat in her room, though. She must have been really hungry. At that moment, the princess snapped out of it, feeling a bit embarrassed. She turned away and whispered a thank you. I'll return this favor later. After Lee Han left, he went downstairs where the friend who asked for help earlier was waiting. The boy asked, How is she doing? Lee Han replied, Oh, she seemed to like it. Hearing that, the boy answered happily, That's good. You're truly awesome. He added, Could I keep asking you to do that from now on? Is that cool? We'll pay you double the silver next time. When Lee Han heard about the double silver, his eyes sparkled. Acting very understanding, he said, Honestly, it's an honor for a noble like me to serve the imperial family. Hearing his agreement, the students around them looked overjoyed. They sighed in relief, making Lee Han wonder. They really look out for her, don't they? I guess the imperial family is indeed a big deal. Well, except for Gainando, of course, he thought. Soon, it was time for Professor Vodali's afternoon class. He was sitting silently in his chair with his arms crossed. The professor was grumbling to himself. My contract says I only have to lecture at fixed hours. Taking in students isn't exactly part of my job description. The professor watched Lee Han manipulating the spirit stone in front of him and thought to himself, but with that much mana, I'll definitely regret it if I let him slip through my fingers. Me. After finishing his thought, the professor cleared his throat and asked Lee Han, Do you have